audience that is following our event, and it's important therefore to make summit. We have some very interesting things lined today. We will have health and wellness later. John T. Rhodes also as celebrity speaker. We have keynote speaker, the head of Idea Spring Capital, Naganand, who will join us in a little bit later this morning. They will talk about deep tech investing and how they are, because deep tech investing takes time for return. So it's patient capital. He will explain how they do that and what sustainability focus they have. Apart from this, we have Prashant Prakash, who will be here from Axel Partners, also speaking about his book. We'll try to do a fireside chat so you get an understanding of his book and what he does. And overall, yes, day 2 will be digital for sustainability and how digital can solve sustainability. So we have a very interesting first panel, excellent speaker from Dassault and others. So online audience, yes, do share the link with your other friends in the space of sustainability. Okay, it's 9:01. Happy to invite Jan Kune, a good friend, advisory board member, and also senior management at EDG. EDG is Enterprise Development Group based out of Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, and many other cities also in Germany. They have a garage in Silicon Valley where they bring top management of companies and brainstorm the strategy for the next 5 years or 10 years. One example which I can use is British Petroleum many years back went into their garage and had this thinking session and changed their name to Beyond Petrol, and that happened at the garage in California. So that's where Jan is coming from. As of now, he's a big fan of backend and trying to take backend from India to the world. So that's another thing that he is doing. I would like him to summarize a little bit what happened yesterday and just give a few notes for today. He will also moderate the first panel after that. So over to you, Jan. Let's give a big round of applause to Jan.
Thank you, Jose. Dear audience, it's great to be back in Bangalore. And in case you missed yesterday, you missed something. You missed something which we're trying to do here in the TIA Summit to build a network of networks. To bring the people together, the thought leaders, and not only to talk about business, but we're talking about getting things done. And that's a big difference, If you look first just to make business, you try to make profit. But when you look for getting things done, you really look for actionable things, and then you check out, okay, and where's the money coming from? So bringing together the network and getting things done, that's the focus we were working on. And we started with Professor Lehmann yesterday, and he's the president, he's over there, the president of the whole university, and he was convinced 50 years ago that India will be the place to go, and he's inviting students from all over India to come to Germany to work together with us, which is important. Then we went to Ravi. Ravi took us on a space trip, like 30 years ahead of what kind of artificial intelligence might help us to solve the real world problems. And the craziest thing about that one was, it's not 30 years ago, it's very close because we can use the knowledge we have here in the room by connecting it via the backend protocol. That's his job. He's the chief architect there. Then we went to Pratap. Pratap helped us to understand how you can make decisions out of the space. For example, as a farmer, to get a loan with the help of satellites. Later on, we checked out how cooling of grain helps us to get rid of microbes in the storage, which is a very important subject because we are throwing away a lot of grain because we are not taking care of it and thinking of cooling system as an insurance. Abhishek and his team, we are looking at how a real estate developer turned the real estate development into a tech company. Why is that? Well, real estate consists out of a lot of tech. And if we don't take care of the tech in real estate, we have a real problem with sustainability. And I know that the GDP of real estate, I think, is growing up to agriculture now in India. Is that right? The second largest industry in India. So we really should take care of that. And Abhishek from JAL brought us to the Idea Lab. Later on, we checked with an NGO how small farmers can be included into agricultural developments. Jonas, the Council General of Switzerland, invited us all on their Swiss Next ideation platform. So you're most welcome with ideas. Go there, participate, and take it to the next level. Switzerland, India, and the world. Because if you can do it in India, you can do it everywhere. Right, so then Sujit, my good old friend Sujit from Backend FIDE Foundation, Backend Protocol, was taking us from how ONDC can move into the space of climate solutions. It was incredible. Later on, we had a panel of NRW, which is North Rhine-Westphalia, and we had the Minister of Economic Affairs here. And he was inviting again, welcome to North Rhine-Westphalia, join there and create together a better world. And Ambita from Banota, she's here, and there's a panel in the back, so please connect with her. It's a great thing to do. You see, a lot of things were happening yesterday. We continue on that one. Then we went to Pradeep Putta, and he was showing us how mobility and green energy is coming together. Thierry, the Consul General from France, opened up the doors of France to collaborate. Prashant from Continental Software, he was, he made the point, think of vehicles as software-defined vehicles. Not vehicle-defined software. No, different. Software-defined vehicles. That's a totally different thinking. So Jayan was inviting us to the huge community space, how to include public into solving transport issues. Venkata from Arcadis took us on a trip how to simulate public transport in Bangalore to get the road space for buses, multimodal transportation done, which is quite a challenging thing. Magnus was bringing us to how satellite helps us to work with traffic lights. When you ever got stopped by a traffic light, think of him. Anirban from FIDE Foundation was bringing us to the space of the unified energy interface. Just think of one app for charging your car, and you can use every charger. And not only that, you can use every battery storage which is available around, powered by backend. Right, then we went off to the next panel, and we had Colin from AdSign there, and my address, but one-to-one. We will hear more about that later on again. Naveen Kindrel made my day yesterday. He's from Kindrel. And last year we were talking together about projects, how to come together. And there was a project coming up with Plastic Fisher, and we will hear Harish about talking. We had Siriniva from Bosch, looking at how Bosch can move into the sustainable space, and they're doing a lot of efforts on that one. We had Marcus, he was working on building new factory plants and using traditional methods for that. And Heike, she was taking us to the Industry 4.0 based by a new supply chain on backend. So a lot was happening, as you can hear. A lot of connections were made, and I'm really looking forward to the day today. And Jose was already introducing. We are going to start with a panel for Tech for Good. And for this Tech for Good panel, we start right now. And for that one, I've got a lot of very interesting and surprising topics. So we will move from digital supply chain moderation. We will have a look at how a backend story can help sustainability. We will see how the startup system in India and across the world can be connected. We will see how reforestation can help us to be more sustainable. We're going to catch carbon, which is important. And we see how plastic can be sort of fished out of the rivers. So this will be the panel of Tech for Good, and in between, myself will be in there. But now, getting a hand for Sri Haraj from Dassault Systems. They're doing crazy things. I came across them with digital twins of cities. Then I digged a bit deeper on that, and I saw they're building cars as well with their software. And they're doing city management on that software. And supply chain on that software. So I'm really interested what he's going to bring on the table. So please give a hand to Sri Haraj from Dassault. Sri. Good morning.
Hello. Hello. Good morning. A warm welcome to all of you. I think it has been a fantastic day, day one. Just hearing it, I really felt that I missed quite a lot of sessions, and hopefully I will catch up on the online recordings very soon. So before we get started, many of you probably are here with a lot of anticipation to know about sustainability and digital technology and what you could take back and apply to your businesses as such. So who am I? My name is Sri Harsha. You pronounce it as Harsha. Sri is my first name, and in India it's more of used in a different norm. So people call me Harsha, and foreigners call me Sri. So I'm getting used to that name as such, nomenclature per se. Plus, please free to get connected to me on LinkedIn. Who are we as such? Very few people know that Dassault Systems, which is not Dassault Aviation, which sells Mirage and a lot of fighter aircrafts to the Indian Air Force. We are a sister concern of Dassault Group called as Dassault Systems. We are the world leaders in the 3D design, CAD, CAM, and manufacturing. What we provide is virtual universes for people to really imagine, shape, create in the computer first with distributed teams worldwide before you actually build anything, even a small prototype, in the real manufacturing cell altogether. We have been in India since last 30 plus years. It's not that we've come after the relationship with the Indian Air Force or anything as such. Since 1995, we have been here in India, and we have several offices, and I will go through the details in terms of what do we do and how it's connected with sustainability. The key important point element is the world leaders in the industrial space, in the life sciences and medical space, and in the infrastructure and city space, partner with us in a multi-year journey in their innovation, process primarily. I mean, you might be wondering, can you tell this in the layman's language? So let me be very precise. The two largest of the customers who could ever imagine in the aerospace and in automotive, like Toyota and Airbus and Boeing. Every single plane out there, 95% of the aeroplanes out there is designed using Dassault Systems tool sets, right from ground up, drawing boards, 30 years, 20 years, whatever it takes to develop a plane. Every single component of it is designed using Dassault Systems tool sets. And more than 30,000 engineers of Toyota worldwide who develop the best-in-class cars use Dassault Systems technology to produce that. And we call that as virtual twin. So I'll go into the detail in terms of how we evolved and what did we do. So the history of the company is we started in 1981 with the 6 engineers coming out of Dassault Aviation and say that, look, while we are trying to do fighter aircrafts on the real factory, is there a way we can solve this and simplify it and create an IT system back in 1981 to model and shape the aeroplane surfaces, basically, in 3D world and see if we can save cost of making a real prototype. It costs a lot of money to make a real physical prototype of an aircraft subsystem. So that was the history behind in terms of how did the company originate. So back when we evolved, then we started working with Airbus. Airbus started adopting us, and then in around 1989, our CEO, Mr. Bernard Charles, is a visionary in himself, went to US and talked to Boeing, and he said, can we work together? So that's the birth of Boeing started using Dassault Systems tool sets. It's the de facto tool sets in the CAD world called as CATIA, using that for ground up for every single operations. We have been evolving, we do organic and inorganic in terms of our growth. Just like last 5 years, we acquired around 60 companies because technology is evolving so fast and we got to learn as much as we speak, which from startups, universities, academia, and obviously with our customers. Early 2010, 2012, we started working with City of Singapore when we looked at how can we really work with a city to really model, imagine, and how a future of city could look like. We are talking about urban planning with various set of scenarios of under the roads, primarily tunneling, and even metro constructions, even highways. How do you really imagine the future of the city evolving? And I'm glad to really say that we are working in India as well with the city of Jaipur. And the city of Jaipur is the first city in India which adopted this technology. And the Urban Development Authority of City of Jaipur has modeled the entire city. I mean, this may be first of its kind. It's not even happening in that depth in even Europe right now, wherein drones are used to really map the entire city. And that data is imported to create the virtual twin of the city. And all the urban planners, various departments who have dependencies on each other in terms of the planning horizons, collaborate together to make informed decisions before they put the capex and raise the RFPs out there. Long story short, what we have done is basically from a siloed way of looking at addressing to the engineerings, guys in any company or any government institute, we have evolved as a business platform. Technically, it means we have evolved towards addressing all the innovation problems right from concepts and strategy towards engineering, then manufacturing, supply chain, and then we have moved even to the sales and marketing. I'll go into the detail of that. What do I mean by that is, all of you have come across digital showrooms, right? You have AR, VR goggles. You don't have the entire car, but you can get a feel of the car altogether if you enter the new age showrooms. And we are into that. I mean, if you walk across Beijing or in Germany or in Dubai, an Audi showroom, what the technology you see there is of Dassault Systems. We model all of that and help customers make better decisions in terms of the buying. During COVID, something happened. Our CEO was maybe very visionary. Early 2018-19, we acquired an American company called as Medidata. So that's the company in which 65% of COVID vaccines, the clinical trials happen using Dassault Systems software. And today, it's become like a de facto in the life sciences and healthcare domain. And that's a $1 billion business for us, life sciences and healthcare, right from medical devices to pharma and even personalized patient healthcare. We are even to the next level of applying this digital technology of 3D modeling in helping patients have better informed decisions about the diseases. You may wonder what is this all about. We partner with the Cardiologist Association in North America, and we modeled the 3D heart. I mean, it may feel like science fiction, but the technology is going there in terms of having, as much as relevance, even if it is 90 to 95% of, comparative to the real world. But doctors using 3D virtual mock-ups before entering to the surgery rooms. That's the direction where we are going in terms of how virtual twins are using. So we are evolving every 10 years into a new paradigm. In India, I'm glad to say that, if some of you are here and keen to really work along with us, feel free to really reach out to us. We are spread across 7 different locations, Bangalore and Mumbai and Gurgaon being our center stage because of the proximity to the customers of aerospace, defense, and automotive. But the second biggest R&D lab after Paris is in India. So we have more than 3,500 people, very, very passionate PhDs, doctorates doing this cutting edge work for even BMW or to Honda right here in Pune and Bangalore as well. So we are very proud of that work getting done in India. So in summarize, in long story short, our conviction primarily is saying that virtual universes, whatever it might be metaverse, it might be digital twin, or whatever you may want to call it as, is a key enablers to imagine, design, and test radically new products, new materials, and manufacturing processes, basically. So I have a short video to really explain what I'm talking about. Can I get the audio, please? Can you increase the audio?
The question is simple. What does DASA Systems do? DASA Systems is conceiving state-of-the-art software solutions for 3D modeling, simulation, information intelligence, and collaboration. Connected, secure online ecosystem called the 3D Experience Platform. An ecosystem that allows people to collaborate, to create and visualize virtual twin experiences that gives people the ability to rapidly explore unlimited potential scenarios, predict future behavior based on real data, imagine sustainable solutions, and perfect them. Without risk, without waste. An ecosystem that helps academics to learn and teach new skills, enables innovators and startups to realize their dreams, helps manufacturers make their operations efficient and sustainable, supports medical professionals to develop a patient-centric approach for healthier lives and to enable precision medicine at scale, and allows public servants to provide better services to citizens and governments to make cities better places to live. We know systems are everywhere, and systems are complex. But thanks to virtual worlds and the 3D Experience Platform, we transform complexity into clarity, helping millions of people turn innovation into durable human progress. It's what Dassault Systems is.
I think that was a gist of what we really do. So if you want to take back one thing as an outcome, if you want to remember, to apply into your world, this is the slide to remember. So there are n number of possible ways to apply virtual twins. I would rather always say that imagination is the only limitation of how you can apply virtual twins, actually. Because it's not that one size fits all. What Boeing does or BMW does might not be applicable. I will tell you the diversity of this. Procter & Gamble uses this to design shampoo bottles to reduce the plastic and the overall weight and having an aesthetic shape of a plastic bottle using virtual twins. Even when I come right down to India, we have customers who are doing Ashok Leyland, all the trucks design done on 3D Experience Platform, while you have Maruti Suzuki managing the suppliers better with our platform altogether. And Tata and Mahindra and a lot of new EVs out there here in Bangalore are using this sort of technology. I mean, that's one of the reasons many people don't understand that Simple Energy and many of these new EV startups in India are using the technology which BMW, Boeing, and Tata and Toyota developed for last 20, 30 years on cloud here, and using that technology now on cloud with a fraction of cost of what it costed these OEMs to develop last 20, 30 years and come out with new products in less than 10 months. That's disruption. Many people don't think that this is happening right here in Bangalore, and that's exactly the disruption happening right here in Bangalore. I'll move on with an interesting space on sustainability, since that's been the topic. If you make me, talk on virtual twin applications, I can talk for a day, but I will restrict it to, less than 2-3 minutes, and we can open up for panel discussions. One of the core important element of sustainability topic, everybody talks about sustainability, the impact of materials, plastic usage, water consumption, energy consumption, but is there something which we can do? Or are these just frameworks or wish lists or anything in like science fiction or just PowerPoints and Excel file not helping the NPD development process? For those of you who do not know, NPD stands for New Product Development. So we're quite in an early stage, designers use a lot of permutations and combinations of how a product could look like. What are the parts? What are the features and the functions? What is the customer willing to pay for that particular product? You can't make an Indian car, for example, for a price of Tesla at $66,000 and expect the customer to pay $15K for it. Impossible. So the trade-off, if I have to use that right word used in engineering terminology, is to be able to analyze what will work, what will not work. There are thousands of permutations of combinations of materials, plastic, and different sort of kind of materials with regard to lightweighting, like aluminum as a potential lightweighting factor. So engineers in many of these companies and even decision makers have to make these trade-off decisions in a very empirical manner. It means with experience, gut feeling, asking consultants, asking people outside. So what did we do is we partnered with a Switzerland-based company which is into sustainability. So they developed a database called as EcoInvent. The EcoInvent database has in one repository, if you're able to declare a bill of material of a particular product and tell that these are the components, these are the numbers, these are the material usage for each particular component, the database has enough intelligence to tell you what is going to be the water consumption to make this particular part, what's the energy consumption if you really use this particular manufacturing process. So technically, you are in a better space to make that sort of decision. So as you could see on the screen right now, right across the entire NPD process, either it is raw materials, product manufacturing, product distribution. You may wonder why distribution, because logistics is a big topic altogether. I mean, you can do all the sustainability practices out there, but then you have huge diesel-based trucks to really pull your raw materials inside and to distribute your finished goods to distributors. You're actually going away from it. And last but not least is end of life. That's a new topic altogether. Reduce, reuse, and recycle, but also look at end of life of how you can better do all of this activity. So we do an end-to-end spiral right from raw materials, manufacturing, transportation, and end of life, and help people to make those decisions much better. And you can actually get KPIs impacted with human health, ecosystems, and resource availability. This is a powerful tool altogether. I mean, many companies today who are actually into this, I don't want to name them because we have NDAs with these companies, are complying with sustainability regulations by declaring these upfront with the regulatory bodies, saying that this is what is my bill of materials, this is my manufacturing process, I comply with this is rules, so that I am already eligible for associated with science-based targets primarily. So to summarize what I just said, the possibilities are immense with virtual twins, and the life cycle application is just maybe 1 by 10,000 of what we can bring onto the table. I am very open. I'll be here around for discussions, or if not, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. The immense possibilities across high-tech, automotive, aerospace, life sciences, infrastructure. In fact, even we work with ITER on nuclear reactors, actually, of how do we model and simulate the nuclear reactor processes as well. So I want to open up with one last video. Can I get the audio, please, before I close my speech?
This is the state of our planet. Excessive consumption and emissions have pushed our ecosystems to the brink of disaster. By 2050, our economies must be circular and carbon-free. To make that a reality, businesses must dramatically transform within only 10 years. It can be done, but only if we fundamentally rethink everything. Imagine simulating a product's entire life cycle without a single physical prototype. Accelerating the launch of radically new products and processes that are right and green the first time, every time. Imagine testing entirely new biomaterials, zero carbon manufacturing processes, and revolutionary new vehicles propelled by alternative fuels. We could simulate global logistics to minimize emissions and redesign our buildings and bridges to be both resilient and recyclable. This is not a dream. It is a reality. Dassault Systèmes 3D Experience platform is already enabling the world's most disruptive sustainable innovations. From electric vehicles to global wind power to the first solar-powered airplane. This is the decade to deliver. The time to act is now.
Thank you for the patient listening. I'll be here around for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit. Shri. Thank you, Shri. Yeah, what a story. Actually, Shri, I need you. I need you in Switzerland. We're building a digital twin of the canton of Basel to achieve the 2037 goals of being net zero. Need you there. We catch up. Right, so now we're going to the next speaker. We changed a bit of the agenda, and I want to call on the stage Pandit. Why is that? Why would you call someone Pandit? We'll hear about that, and about NASCOM and what they do in the ecosystem. And he's opening up the treasure box. Welcome him on stage.
I guess all my Indian friends know what a Pandit is. For those who do not, Pandit is the priest who gets people married. It's very simple. So this is my introduction. I thought let me wake you up by some humor in it. And this is actually, people call me in the Bangalore ecosystem of startup Pandit Navratan. So I don't know, somebody's called Shri, somebody's called Pandit. So these are the new methods. But what I'm going to tell you is there are 750 incubators in the country, and we are one of them. So what we do differently, and I thought I would like to share, is my journey becoming a Pandit. And the way that Pandit is defined is, I put the gap between the innovators, the suppliers of the innovations, to the adopters. Somebody has to help me. I think the battery is weak. No. Okay, thanks. So, Pandits are known for their wisdom. I mean, traditionally, these were the guides and the gurus, who taught all the students in ashrams. So they're known to be innovative because they taught the whole of the world in medieval times. What I do is connect the startups to the corporates and the governments. And what it does is, it of course is for the mutual benefit. And in Indian marriages, there's something called guna. And guna is 36 of them, I guess. If you meet at least some 18 or 20, you are compatible to get married, right? If you are at 36, you are the best couple on earth. And there are traditionally 7 different subdivisions of it, right? So we've sort of been doing that, of checking the attributes of the providers of innovation to the adopters. And there's a scientific method. Of course, India is known for zeros and a lot of other things. So we took the same kind of concept. There are subcategories, and there are gunas which are met and matched. And some of you would have known horoscope matching, but this is a scientific method. What we do is not horoscope matching, but this is a scientific method. And we do it we go into a do loop. Lots of us do software development. So do loop is done till the match is done. So the marriage has to happen. Which doesn't mean that all my attempts of getting adopters and solution providers have been fruitful. No, it doesn't work. Corporates are still 20,000 people, talking to 20 people company. Somebody talks French, the other guy talks Arabic. It's not an easy task. But in last 7 years, we learned the art of getting tough marriages also happening. What we do is, traditionally, the unicorns are in the B2Cs. In India, 111 of them right now. And the place that we sit in HSR, 4 kilometers radius of that is 35 of them, I think. So you should visit our center someday. We have a lab as well. But we deal with the tougher parties, the deep tech and the B2Bs or the B2Gs. And I'm referring to Gs because a lot of sustainability, whether it's on policy-driven methods or actual implementation, comes from the G part, the government part. And we deal with tech to sustainability. A whole range of it is what we try to do. We love to do things which are challenging. If things are moving very smoothly, why do they need us? I mean, priest is not required. You can just go date and get married. So priests are required where there are tough marriages to happen, and there's a definite reason for you to have an adoption of this problem or a use case that you're trying to do. And of course, what everybody knows, the corporates are looking for being competitive advantage having, and the governments and the politicians for social impact, and if I can say, votes. Votes is what defines it, right? That's typically everywhere on earth. So what we do is approach it through matchmaking process, and it has to be very personalized. You can't just have all solutions meeting each other. So if you know, a lot of people know what is a matrimonial site, a common matrimonial site called Shaadi.com, right? I'm just giving you these analogs because Jose will say that at the end of the 2 days, somebody should remember something has been said here, because we do attend a lot of seminars, right? So I'm just giving that analogy just to make it sure that you got it. So Shaadi.com, if you're looking for a singing wife, a wife who sings very well, you just put singing, right? A song, and you get 250 output, right? We don't do that because that's something which is available on databases, it's available on Google's, and everybody can find it out. We do what a Pandit does. A Pandit does know who are in the town, the potential brides and the potential grooms, and they keep a track of that, which means that it's like an inherent due diligence which is built into us. We are not chartered accountants or MBAs, frankly speaking. We are all hardcore engineers. And this kind of concept of doing guna matching is very critical, because you know we are the third largest ecosystem in the country for startups. We are in terms of numbers with startups. So there's a large number of numbers, and there are lots of startups who have done very good job, but they do not really know how to present it well, and vice versa. So you have to really be able to understand, and believe it, we are not experts in everything. You can be hardcore techie, but you are a lousy marketeer, right? Those kind of things will happen, and since you have very low resources, you do not really have the option of having too many resources with you who are the best in that field. So what we try to do is mentor them and help them. This is like a normal incubation process, right? Nothing new about it. But what we do is we try to see what might work. And corporates have a really tough time, frankly speaking. They've been told by their headquarters, go to India, tell your R&D people to talk to startups. Now that's, a psychological problem, because we have seen a lot of times, these are real case examples where they say, if this becomes successful when the startup has shown something, the first question my boss will ask is, why the hell you didn't do it for 10 years? This is a psychological problem. The other problem is that I might lose a job if I'm in the R&D and I'm known as some tech expert, say in 5G, and somebody with 6 years of experience comes and beats me up. What we try to do is co-create. We say startups, if they have a solution, they usually do not know what the adopters really need. So they think what the industry as a whole needs, and it's like a 50% base has been created. The technology has been developed, the IP has been created, and things like that. Some funding has been done. But the adopters have to really sit with them and tell, this is exactly what I say. See, there are disadvantages and advantages. But what corporates, and when I say corporates, it's adopters, maybe government, public sector, or anybody else. But what we see is corporates have this big brand image, they know the problems, they know the market, the financial muscle exists, but they don't have what the techies have. High tech, highly frugal, very highly customizable. If Jan wants a blue shirt with a pink button, a big standard company won't give it to him, but a startup will give in 3 minutes, right? This is what is the basis of innovation. So we try to see that they don't get frustrated very soon. 13 pages of an NDA, a startup says, sorry, I don't want to deal with you. My lawyer will beat me up, charge me heavy. So these are the things that we try to do to convince even right up to the procurement and the HR guys or the corporates to say, look, boss, this is not 13 page, will never work. So our effort to, it's like, if the Chacha ji or the uncle is not happy with this marriage, we have to go and convince him first. So the procurement head, the CEO, the CFO, all these guys in the ecosystem, the family members have to be trained to see that there's a new member who is going to come and sit in your family, not at his job. Win-win. It's very difficult to have win-win situation, let me tell you, because we've seen a lot of open challenges, a lot of complex matching happening, and at the end of it, you do matching only on the technical part of it. Now comes who owns the IP, will you give me, because I gave you the data, I shared you a lot of classified data to help you groom up. There are 8 formats of engagement we know, and probably 1 or 2 will come in a year or 2, but different type of formats. You can white label them, you can acquire them, you can, there are numerous ways, but those ways actually come after you move out of the technical round. That's where things fail. In India we say dowry, right? Dowry is spoken when the guy has sort of said we are here to marry, and then comes this big bang, right? This is exactly what happens. The startup says, look, I have not been well funded, this is my opportunity to make some money, right? You liked it, you praised me well, the price goes up, and there's no what we call is the MRP, maximum retail price, which Indian products all have. There's nothing like an MRP in innovation. So theoretically you can ask whatever you like. Theoretically he may say, well, I thought it will be 1/5 the price that you are asking. That was my budget. Where do you fit this to? You have to convince both the sides, and that's where we try to do. So success stories, people will ask, what are my success stories? And people who have got kids after the marriage. So kids are the ROIs of this product. But corporates have an NDA, so my mouths have to be shut. But I can explain to you a few examples, and I can take it later afterwards. But we have done something during the Wuhan period. The whole community of all of us, we do not know there was a German co-founder and an Indian co-founder sitting with us who in March 2020 helped 65 air handling devices to be installed remotely through using AR and AI in Wuhan hospitals. And every minute was counting. Every minute was counting. There were challenges because there were language barriers. The Germans said, it was German machinery. The German said, I am not going to send my engineers to install it, right? And if they don't come and install it, then warranty is null and void. Very standard practice. They remotely helped these guys who didn't have headgear. AR/VR didn't work. So on simple, so 65 of them were installed, and probably we owe a lot to them. These 2 young, bright startup founders who work day and night, install 65 of them. So there are success stories which are in public domain that I can talk about. There are lots of them. I've done 440 of them. So this is this thing. Thank you. I'll just go through 30 seconds of it. We have 3 parents. The Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and IT, the Secretary sits as a chair, the state that we are in, so the bureaucrats coming here, and the industry. And they all guide us of what we should be doing. We are in 4 states, 7 years, 1,500 market opportunities, and we do not invest into startups, so we remain unbiased and help every startup, deep tech startups in the country, and through our bilateral relationship with 10 countries, anybody walks into from any color of their skin, we are there to help. We are a connector between all of them. NASSCOM is a 35-year-old organization, for most of you might know, which the members are all IT companies. All our partners are non-IT or analog companies. They need their digital innovation. We do deep tech, and these are some of, we run an incubator, but 113 IPs are from our incubation. But 2,500 out of 3,000 deep tech startups are connected to us because that's our bread and butter. We work in all these areas. So happy to answer at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Pandit. Now I know why. And I totally understand this, that this knowledge, Pandit, was developed in India. I just came down one of the roads and I saw these huge marriage organization festival tents sitting around, and I imagine it costs a lot of money. And I think to have a proper guidance through that, you need that. So it's a perfect place to matchmaking and partner. Thank you very much, Pandit, for that insight. Now, actually, I changed the agenda a bit, so it's going to be me. And for that, I need the pointer. Thank you. All right. So, that's what I want to talk about. You, I, we are. That's the framework. That's the framework what I want to take you along. The framework of innovation, what we are working on. First, you. Understand the underlying signals and patterns before you innovate. You have to really understand the mental model which is behind. I. Imagine the unimaginable. Sometimes we just do the next thing which is obvious. No, turn it around. We. Wonder how we can solve the problem together. So that's really the core thing of it. We always think of this silver bullet story. No, it's not there. It's an ecosystem we're going to work on. And R, recreate the world with impact. You, I, we are. Very simple. Just remember that. You, understand the underlying signals and face reality. That's the reality we are facing. We've got wildfires, you remember Canada? The biggest one they ever had. We had in 1 week floods in September from Taiwan over to Spain, over to Burning Man Festival. In 1 week, everything was flooded. And Libya, you remember? All in 1 week. We had droughts in places where we never experienced that. And we had hurricanes coming up. You remember the one in Mexico? It speeded up like hell and no one could explain why. Why? Because of that. That's what you see is the NASA curve of parts per million GHG, greenhouse gases emission we have in the orbit. We are at the moment at 424 ppm, parts per million. And what you see there, it's an exponential curve. So we have to start, if we understand the signals, we have to understand what exponential growth means. And it doesn't mean that we have to perform, to increase our performance incrementally. No. In exponential times, if you improve your performance incrementally, step by step, you fall back exponentially. And that's what we're experiencing at the moment. We're trying to cut emissions, but step by step by step. We're trying to do this little pieces, and we think, yeah, it's going to be all right. No, it's not. We're going to fall back exponentially. So we are hitting a wall. We are coming through three curves basically. We came from the agricultural development. We went there, still in there. We had the Industrial Revolution coming around. We're still in there. We are playing on that curve as well. And we are in the digital world. And we're trying to solve everything with Facebook. Sorry, is that a solution? Is that a solution? The question, we have to really work on it? So we're hitting a wall. And when we're hitting a wall, we really should think. Imagine the unimaginable. Turn the world upside down. Be crazy at the beginning, because that's where you start to leave your mental pattern. And I would like to invite you to leave the mental pattern you have. I was in a team with BMW. With a team of a big OEM in Singapore. And we were talking about the mental model of mobility. And you know what they were answering? Yeah, having a good steering wheel and a good sort of an accelerator. That's mobility. We saw what mobility is yesterday. We have to change the mental model. So, we are obviously hitting a wall. And there's this digital curve coming along. And we might start to think, is this digital world helping us? And we saw already some examples. To move into the regenerative era of circular carbon economy. Let's talk about mushrooms. Mushrooms? Yeah. I'm not talking about the crazy ones, you know. There are some around as well. Well, let's talk about these ones. What you see here on the picture is the mycelium, so the roots of the fungus, the roots of the mushrooms under the forest soil, the back end of the forest, which is below. And actually, this stuff captures 1/3 of the carbon emissions we are having out there in the atmosphere. 1/3 is covered by the mycelium. So be crazy at the beginning. What if, besides having this natural mycelium, to build a digital mycelium, a digital network of networks, a digital network of networks which helps us to face the major problems we're having, but not in a silo, but connected. And what do we have to do? We have to adapt, because climate change is there. We can't ignore it. We have to reduce. Yes, we have to do that on a large scale. We have to remove the carbon emission, because we've got a legacy out there. And we have to restore the world we are living in. So let's take these 4 focus areas, and I'll take a quick trip on that one. So we wonder how we can solve the problem together, build up a network, like here. And to adapt, reduce, remove, and restore. I would take you a quick trip on that one. A company called InnerPlant. What they're doing is they're using plants as sensors. No tech inside. Plants as sensors. Because plants can understand, oh, I've got stress. I've got some fungi coming up. I've got not enough water. But that happens much earlier than some sensors in the soil can do. So what this company does is do some genetic engineering on it and bringing fluorescent colors on the leaves. So with a drone, you can actually capture the picture of it and you understand here's something happening. Way before a farmer understands what's happening. And of course, all this data has to be connected. Digital mycelium. VCG.ai, another company. Did you know that we're talking about circular economy quite a lot? How much percent of all the products are produced are going into circular economy? Any idea? 8%. 8% of all the producers we're doing is coming back into circular economy. 8%. And everybody's talking about it. There's something wrong. We're hitting the wall. So we've got to do something on it. So VC does it. And what they do is they focus on food production and the food waste on the production supply chain. We are talking about it, the supply chain of food production. And 1/3 of all the GHG emissions, at least in Europe, are coming from the food production. So we have to do something. 43% of all the food production waste goes to landfill. Landfill? Is that a solution? BCG.ai connects on one side the discovery of producers and the ones who can use it. And they turn it into valuable basic materials, like for pharmacy, and increase the value. Not to waste 143 billion per year in the European Union. 143 billion are wasted. Blue Planet, another one in the network. Company in the west coast of America. What do? They use the white chalk cliffs of Dover. No. They use biomimicry. They understand, why did these white chalk cliffs grow? How did it come? Well, it was actually carbon coming to the ocean. The calcification process took place, and they turned it into stone. Why don't we use the same model of turning CO2 into artificial limestone? That's what they do. And by the way, for the next 40 years, every month we're going to build a New York City. So with these ones in the network, it would help. Tom will talk about these ones, the carbon removal in India Alliance, and I will just skip that one. He's talking about biochar production, and how to regenerate, to restore. So what if we build a digital mycelium? A network of networks. To build a new, equitable, regenerative economy. Economy means working together, being connected. Being together on a digital mycelium, for example, like Beacon. You're not lost. You're here. And I love to work with you together to build this mycelium. And that's what we do as EDG, Enterprise Development Group. We read the signals, we come down to MVPs, we get them on the market, and getting out of the slide deck into real solutions. So please connect. I'd love to work with you together. See you. Thank you very much. Changing role. Going back to being the moderator on the panel, and I would love now to invite Sindhuja. Sindhuja from the FIDE Foundation. We were working very closely together, and she's going to take us on a trip to the Beacon Protocol story to be continued from yesterday. And she's responsible for all the programs across the world, so from Europe to the States. And Sindhuja, here's the stage.
Thank you, Jan. I hope I'm audible. Good morning, everybody. Very happy to be here. Thank you, Jan, for that introduction. I'm Sindhuja. I lead global programs at FIDE with Rajesh, who's not here today. Happy to be here. I'm here to talk about digital public infrastructure, or DPI, as an approach to climate action. And before we go too much into it, I just want to take a minute to recap. I'm sure we all heard a lot about it yesterday through the day, but I do want to take a minute to recap what DPI is. Just like you have physical infrastructure publicly provided, like roads, water, utilities, that help, that allow a region or an economy as a whole to grow and develop. I need the next slide, please. Yeah. Digital public infrastructure, or DPI, does the same for digital economies of today. And we have been using DPIs every day for the last couple of decades or so, probably without being very conscious of it or even realizing it. These examples must have been quoted a few times over yesterday, but I, like I said, want to take a minute to recap it so that we realize the power of providing digital infrastructures like these, on which private, public sector organizations, governments can innovate, all because of having a common protocol or language that underlies it. For the internet, it's HTTP. We are all familiar with it. We see it on our browser windows. For email, it is the simple mail transfer protocol. And I want to take you a little further ahead to consider having a similar language or a protocol that enables what we all do today, which is trade, transaction, and commerce on the internet, which, funnily enough, though the internet is open, the digital economies built on top of the internet are not, simply because of the lack of a common language. And which is why it's all closed. We are very familiar with this model, whether you want to book a ride, you want to book a stay, you want to buy something online, both you and the seller have to be on the same platform and transact on that platform. The platform becomes a store of value. It's all locked. What if we could unlock it, unbundle it, you stay on your platform, the sellers are on different platforms. You could probably make a purchase on WhatsApp, the seller could be on Amazon or elsewhere, and you still get to transact and interact on a common underlying fabric, an open network enabled by a common language. And this idea is something that is important to recap because we've seen that it takes time for this idea to sink in because it is not intuitive. Even now, if I have to make a purchase, I go to Amazon. I don't look for probably an open network. It's still not the first thought, but it's important to keep looking at it that way. And the common underlying language I was alluding to is Beckon that enables the transaction economy. And there are a few examples I want to quickly again touch upon. Sujit would have spoken about it in his keynote yesterday. He's the CEO and co-founder of FIDE. Some of these are at scale. The Commerce Network has about 185,000 sellers on board already in a couple of years. The Namayatri, which is a three-wheeler ride-hailing service in Bangalore and Mysore, just 2 cities in 1 year, has about 100,000 drivers registered. These other networks for education and skilling, health and energy are emerging. They are live, but not yet scaling up. We'll get there. These are live in operation on Beckon. So you can see it's completely sector agnostic. It's also technology agnostic, enabling any kind of provider, consumer kind of transaction. And this is not only in India. We're seeing explorations across the world. Jan spoke about a number of examples, so I'll skip those. But a lot of traction in Europe, in US, because this problem is common across the world. Latin America, Africa. Rajesh could not be here because he's right now launching a POC in Belém. So can we take forward the same concept that we have seen in, say, mobility, which is solving an intracity problem, or commerce, which is for a country? But can we take the same approach for a truly global problem, which is in the area of climate action? And I don't want to, the statistics are grave. I think we heard various kinds of statistics all through today and yesterday. But it is important to emphasize that we are consuming a lot, despite efforts in moving towards greener sources of energy. We're still at 83% today. I had 7.2% as a statistic. Jan said 8% of the economy is circular. Any which way, we are wasting 90%, at least 90% of resources that we are using in the economy simply through our take, make, waste model. And this not only requires a mindset change, it requires a lot of supporting entities to come together. And one element of it is digital, which is why I will talk about open networks a little bit more. And we are an interconnected planet, obviously, so the effects, there are ripple effects, cascading impacts to the world. Again, Jan gave a number of examples. I have a few. Spain had 60 degrees, I think, earlier this year. At the same time, there were floods in Amsterdam, Venice, Spain. I mean, it's here, it's happening. It's not some dystopian future. And the time to act is now. Obviously, we have a lot of action in place, but it's all kind of desperate. It seems like a complex problem. There are multiple moving parts. It is a complex problem because of having many interconnected value chains through the world, multiple actors. It's a cross-border problem, not easily solvable by one entity or one community or one individual simply because they are not in control of the entire value chain that is contributing to the problem. So it needs a response that is open and decentralized, and it's simply beyond the ability of one country or one organization, and if you may, any kind of proprietary technology. It needs to be open and decentralized if it is to solve a human scale problem, which is what it is. So it's about distributing the ability to solve. I know Sujit must have touched upon this yesterday, but again, it's important to emphasize this. Not only in the way we operate, but leveraging what we have at hand, digital technology, to help us do this. And this is a bit of a scary looking diagram. I'm sure it's not very clear. I got this from the World Economic Forum. Simply to emphasize, this is where we are today. And if we have to touch upon all the levers of reaching net zero by 2050, 2030, every country has its target, which material, energy, buildings, mobility are the biggest contributors. There are all of these digital and technology solutions required to get there. And it's simply not going to be possible if we have a bunch of disparate solutions, organizations working within themselves trying to tackle this problem. What if there is a way? If we could all learn from each other, collaborate, share our learnings, and tackle the shared challenges of solving this global problem. And Beacon is one such way. I wouldn't say it is the only way, but definitely, thinking with an open, decentralized mindset, using an underlying open network which is based on a common language, available universally, so that all you're focusing on is solving the problem and not about API integration and things like that, which large-scale system integration projects, but really focused on the problem that we're trying to solve, is an idea I want you to keep in mind as I present these 6 specific ideas of how open networks can enable climate action. I won't dwell into each of them. In fact, I would ask you to go check out Nandan Nilekani's video. He, the co-founder of co-founder of Infosys, tech billionaire, for those who don't know him, which is very unlikely here, also the co-founder of FIDE. He addressed the UN General Assembly, the 78th session of this year, earlier this year, and touched upon most of these. I just want to talk a little bit about circular economy, which Jan actually spoke about earlier in this session. I just want to look at it a bit in terms of having open networks enable the same. But before we go there, these are important problems which specifically open networks can address. The carbon markets are in dire need of transparency and efficiency, perfectly solved by having a decentralized open network. Cities contribute to 70% of GHGs. There are a number of solutions, AI, digital twin, ML, IoT, sensing tech, all of these need to come together to build smart cities. Again, in terms of sharing data or transactions, all of that, open networks are the perfect way. Climate finance, anticipatory climate finance, again, providing a payments infrastructure from government to people or entity to entity, whatever it may be, again, is something DPIs and open networks are perfect for solving. My colleague Anirban Sinha must have spoken at length about energy yesterday, so I won't dwell into it. An adaptation of the Beacon protocol is the unified energy interface. We're seeing a lot of traction and action there in India and elsewhere. No resource is a waste. So that's what the circular economy is about, and a lot of efforts going on worldwide around that. We're seeing a lot of action just in the last 3 months. Again, we were with Jan and Jose doing that. And all of this change is going to lead to loss of jobs, yes, but also a lot of reskilling and upskilling is required. It's going to create 24 million jobs, all the shift to EV, shift to green efficient buildings and all of that. And we are not equipped to provide all of the training, awareness, education, reskilling required, which is what an open network based on skilling and education will provide. Now I'll go a little bit into what an efficient circular economy on an open network can be like. And why, again, it's not a complex problem, it's fairly simple. We use the same underlying fabric that we use for commerce, for forward logistics. Flip it. I consumed something, now I have something, as not just as an individual customer, especially not as an individual customer. It should be at a B2B level because that is where the scale is. They are mass producing the waste. they want, even if they want to recycle or reuse or use it efficiently, there are no easy ways to discover who are the other entities who will reuse the waste produced, who are the other entities that can carry on the end of life cycle or upcycle these products, which is where the example of Jan gave of VCG.ai comes to play. This is just again one of the entities that is doing a lot of good work in this area, and we're working with them. Basically flipping the whole cycle of forward, take, make, waste to can we reuse, can we increase it from 8% to something more that will reduce the dependency on resources. This is all again on open networks based on Beacon. And having multiple open networks speaking the same language on Beacon, what this enables is a network of networks. So now you can suddenly unlock combinatorial effects, an agri, I don't have agri here, but agri waste from an agri business can now discover where can this waste be used. This is the chemical composition of the waste, which industry finds it best to use, and ship it there, because they can all see the information on the same network. They can seek, they can discover, they can book, order, conduct transaction just like you would in a commerce network. Similarly, plastics to road construction, textile waste to building construction. No waste, no resource is a waste, like I said, and if we all had an easier way of discovering waste to dispose our waste or even prevent waste, we would do it, and this is the solution. Some examples that I already touched upon. So just want to end by saying climate action can't wait, I think pretty obvious. But what I want to emphasize is having open interoperable networks is the way forward to tackle this problem. He said it better than I can, so I will not say anything. Thank you.
Yeah. What a story to be interconnected. Interoperable, open, getting together. Now we're moving a bit ahead of getting together, and I would love to invite now Sheba. Sheba from Hasten Foundation. Why did we come across? Well, we met actually with Peter Coughlin in the Silicon Valley. He's there for a long time, and we started to discuss to build up this network of networks, and suddenly he said, what, you're working in India? Well, we're working in India as well. What do you do? Well, we're working on climate change. What kind of stories are you doing? We're doing some reforestation there. Oh, maybe we should connect in a network of networks. So please give Sheba a hand on that one.
We live in an unstable world today. Billions of people across the globe are suffering from the impacts of a crippling pandemic, climate action, and accelerating loss of biodiversity. And our collective chosen path to a higher GDP at the cost of nature is massively affecting the way our food is produced, our health, our well-being. But even more, it's affecting our souls. Many of us have lost our connection to nature and are now seeking a purpose. Namaskar, I'm Sheba Sen, co-founder of Hasten Regeneration. 11 years ago, a tryst with destiny brought me to a beautiful village in the Himalayas, and it was here that I found my lost connection to nature, and with that, my life's purpose. To restore hope in communities and to turn back centuries of degradation and build a more resilient future. My daughter was one at the time when I started working with rural mountain communities in India on issues of sustainable farming, of health, education, local unemployment. I got to travel the length of our country, from the lush Western Ghats to the deserts of Rajasthan, and I met hundreds of farmers, and I learned how rural economies are very intimately tied with how land is managed, farms and forests, how water management is critical to economic development, and how the global crisis of climate change and nature loss looks like on the ground, up close. It became evident that the solutions out there were slow, complex, and difficult to scale, addressing the core causes of degradation, which is essentially the environmental distress of human economic activity. And at the other end, at the market end, there were trillions of investment parked, waiting to be put in projects for quick impact. So as I was grappling with these findings, and the world is a small place, I met Peter at the height of COVID in 2020. And as Jan mentioned, Peter was at the other end of the world in the Silicon Valley with 25 years of experience in design and systems at IDEO, waiting to work on actual nature restoration projects, but at a scale that mattered. So Peter and I came together against the odds and founded Hasten Regeneration. So Hasten is a mashup of a project development company, restoration ecosystems enabler, and a design studio. Our core goal is to make nature-based projects highly scalable, highly transformative, and bankable. We design and develop place-based projects, say 100,000 hectares over one generation, to be regenerated. We bring together appropriate context-specific technologies, digital infrastructure, and community incentives together that will allow the core ecosystem assets of that place to regenerate and perform at new levels over time. Assets like soil, water, forests, food and energy. And as the transformation of these assets happens over time, new engines for economic growth are created in that local economy. And at the same time, we make progress towards our climate goals. We conserve biodiversity, sequester carbon, and build climate resilience. At Hasten, we've developed a 4 goals framework, which is at the back of every project that we are working. And these 4 goals always go together in any activity that we design for that local economy. First and foremost, nature goals. So we introduce innovative, context-specific methodologies for native species reforestation in the area that we are working. And going back to Jan, native species are essential to build the natural mycelium. It's a non-negotiable. But at the same time, we team this solution with complementary solutions that inhibit and mitigate the risks of forest deforestation in the future. So if we are reforesting degraded lands, we have to address deforestation risks of the future, like forest fires, floods, fuel extraction that is forest-based, monoculture plantations. Second is social goals. We design incentives for communities that automatically drive nature-positive behavior. 3, financial goals. We have to make these projects bankable. We drive multiple pools of capitals into our project regions. Typically, our projects start with non-profit funding at the pilot stage, leading on to carbon financing, to impact investing, and ultimately private institutional investments, which is a while away right now. And finally, collaboration goals. We bring multiple unlikely partnerships into our projects to make these projects highly scalable and viable. One of our key projects right now is in Uttarakhand for obvious reasons. We have a history in that region and many developed networks. But the genesis of that project has actually just started at the back of my cottage in my backyard in 2018. I planted a forest of 6,000 native trees, and over the next 3 years achieved a success of 90% survival rate. And this is what the place looks like now. So as this transformation was happening and COVID was subsiding, we brought together neighboring villages, about 50 of them, tested various species, roughly spanning about 30 species currently, brought the local government on board, and conducted pilots onto planting about 50,000 native trees and achieved a 90% success rate. This was building. This was very small, but building, and it was working. Working in an area where native species had a survival rate of 10 to 12% at best. As this was happening, we were clear that just alone replanting never transforms a land, never transforms a community, and never transforms the local economy. We had to reimagine the local economy and bring in solutions that were nature-based, which would de-risk these projects, make them more investable, and create multiple economic engines for growth. So one example I can talk about in this project was the pine needles. In Uttarakhand, in the Himalayas, annually there's over 16 million tons of pine needles that falls on the forest floor. We teamed up with a local NGO that was piloting the pyrolysis of these pine needles, and I know there are people talking about biochar here. Converting these waste, excess, highly inflammable pine needles, that is the biggest cause of forest fires in the Himalayas, turning that into biochar and producing byproducts of clean electricity and bio-oil. Now, biochar, as we all know, is a very stable form of carbon, is a great soil enhancement material. Very, very valuable. At the same time, with clean electricity, we have new economic options for alternative grids, for value chain solutions of cold storage for farmers, bio-oil in the pharmaceutical industries, seed banks and nurseries to fuel reforestation at scale. This is just some of the examples of multiple complementary economic nature-based solutions that are teamed up with some core interventions. So this multi-pronged systems-backed lens to designing and developing nature-based projects sits at the core of Hasten's approach to reviving nature and making these projects bankable. In fact, we believe that this integrated stack of solutions sets us apart from others in this sector, where most conversations for regeneration are reduced to tree planting projects or simply carbon projects. Now, for these projects to be bankable, they have to be inherently scalable. And that is the piece that we are working on right now, where the digital infrastructure plays out, where we have to look at what is the digital MRV protocols that we have to create transparency here. What are the LCAs that we have to do even in simple activities of growing a native tree, that we go to that extent and show the footprint of these projects as highly regenerative. And I feel totally honored to be here with so many people working on these issues that can be brought into these place-based projects and actually lead to transformation on the ground. So what we're doing right now, we're exploring these interdependencies of how the local populations interact with their natural assets like forest, farms, water, and the physical assets in their physical region like mobility, roads, and what is the digital infrastructure that we can build here that create these data assets that drive nature positive behavior. For example, there's a smallholder farmer in our project area that is seeking a loan. How can that opportunity be used to incentivize that borrower to plant, say, 500 native trees in his village and look after them for the next 20 years? Making peace with nature is the defining task of the 21st century. We must make it a top priority for everyone, everywhere. These are the words of Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General. Making nature-based projects highly transformative, scalable, and bankable is critical to making peace with nature. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiva. That's great. What an incredible story. Make it bankable. You know what? That's about finance, getting it in. It's not about just doing good. It's about making it bankable. Then it can grow. So start doing it, and then look at the financial part and build up the ecosystem. Talking about ecosystem, I want to invite now Tom Mills on the stage, and I think he's bringing sort of a network of the network on top of that. And I'm very happy because I'm seeing already so many sort of synergies in the room with Shiva, Tom, Sindhuja, and all the rest. So, Tom, we'll talk about the carbon removal.
Carbon Removal India Alliance.
Give Tom a hand. And by the way, he's living in Goa. So just for the next panel, we're gonna meet.
It's really great to be here today among such a brain trust and to hear such inspirational and also very, very important discussions going on today. So my name's Tom Mills. Maybe even following on from the name-based discussion we had earlier, Thomas comes from doubting Thomas in the Bible, and I think it's important for us always to be questioning and also being curious, so that's where I come from. Hopefully we'll get into that today. I'm the co-founder of the Carbon Removal India Alliance, which is a group of organizations trying to catalyze a thriving carbon removal sector within India that creates jobs, builds investment, and leads the world in removing carbon in a way that increases climate resilience for those who are most climate vulnerable. And so it's wonderful to hear stories about those who are doing it today. I'm really going to talk about three things today. Firstly, that carbon removal is required in order to meet the Paris targets, 2 degrees, best efforts towards 1.5 degrees. That a portfolio of solutions is going to be required, and that scale up and that speed at which we deploy them is going to be something that has been unseen in many industries. And finally, that India has the potential to be the most land, energy, and resource-efficient place in the world to do this, while having the greatest benefit for global society. So what I wanted to start with was by showing you what a ton of carbon dioxide looks like. So carbon dioxide in the atmosphere is around 0.04%, so it's incredibly dilute. And when we start to scale up our emissions, we can see that this has a very large mass and a very large area. This is New York's annual emissions, 92 megatons, 92 million tons of carbon dioxide. In this presentation, we're going to be talking in quite high numbers, billions of tons. And when we're thinking about this is 92 million, just think about what a billion tons looks like and what it's going to take that out of the air. As we talked about earlier, we're talking about concentrations of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The blue line here shows this rapid increase from the 1970s, from around 350 parts per million to around 430. We're looking at that going to around 450 over the course of the next 2 decades, up to around 450 parts per million. Each year we add 2.5 parts per million onto that number. It's incredibly scary. We have 2 levers that we can pull. The first lever is around reducing the amount of carbon dioxide we're putting into the atmosphere, and we've been hearing about some incredible solutions that are being developed to do that. Transitioning our energy system, transitioning our devices and transportation over to electricity, and increasing energy efficiency and our ability to manage variability. That will get us almost all of the way there, and we hope it will get us all the way there. However, there will be some emissions that, due to political, social, technological, or economic reasons, won't be abated. And there's this second lever that we need to pull. And this second lever is there that we need to be able to take those emissions out of the atmosphere that still are there in 2050. So we're going to have 2 trillion tons of carbon dioxide that we need to take out to take us from that 450 to around 350 parts per million that we need. This is a massive, massive challenge. And when we think about where we are today, all scientific consensus shows that we will need to have carbon removal. The Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change says that by 2050 we will need between around 5 billion tons removed per year to around 10 billion tons per year, depending on the scenario. Today, we have around 2 billion tons of that taken out through these incredible projects that we were talking about earlier: forestry, regenerative farming, and coastal wetlands. The way nature can take carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. And that really starts to look at one of the key carbon cycles that we have, the fast carbon cycle, where we're looking at a time scale of between days, decades, and maybe up to a century. So when we're thinking about removing carbon dioxide, the big thing we're thinking about here is permanence. How long can we store that carbon dioxide so it's not liberated? We have, in addition to this fast carbon cycle, where we have some solutions to manage and look at and solving this, we also have a slow carbon cycle. This is where, over millennia, carbon dioxide has been converted into hydrocarbons, and then we've released those hydrocarbons into the atmosphere. But also, in very slow scale, we can see carbon dioxide be taken out of the atmosphere in terms of converting vegetation into inertinite or biochar, or by the weathering of rocks and silicates, which slowly carbonate and make their way down into the oceans, and then ocean debris filtering down and ending up on the bottom. So there are these, it's worth us thinking about these 2 carbon cycles when we're thinking about carbon removal. We also have this concept of like-for-like removals. So for this second, for these slower carbon cycle removals, we should be looking at permanent millennia geological timescale removals and solutions for that part of it. So in comparison to where we are today, when we're looking at those permanent solutions, we are nowhere near where we need to be. So we are around 0.05% towards getting to that 10 billion tons of where we need to be today for those permanent solutions. There's only a tiny amount has been delivered today, and it needs to scale up by around 150,000 times. So we're talking about, over the next 2 decades, building 30 companies the size of Royal Dutch Shell. We're talking about scaling at 46% per year on year to get to the scale that we require by 2050. We're also talking about reducing down the costs of doing this by about 15% per doubling of our units, quite similar to where we were with solar PV. However, the good news is we're seeing a massive amount of money coming in to this area. We're seeing big companies, Microsoft, BCG, Airbus, Morgan Stanley, Amazon, starting to directly purchase carbon removal credits, but also governments such as Switzerland acknowledging they will have to start buying carbon removal credits from outside their borders, and the US starting to directly purchase carbon credits onto its balance sheet as well. States of California, states of New York also starting to do this. So when we talk about a portfolio of solutions, we have the ability to speed up natural processes, for example, through accelerating the weathering of rock. We have the ability to take surplus biomass and convert it into, and lock that carbon into those solutions. We have the ability to suck carbon out of the air using big fans and putting it back into the geology. And we have the ability to store that carbon dioxide in products, building materials, and a variety of other aspects. But I really wanted to talk today about 2 areas that India is really leading the way in. The first is around biochar, and it was wonderful to hear so much reference of this today. Biochar is a process of taking biomass, typically surplus biomass, running it through a process of pyrolysis where we're taking oxygen out of a combustion and pressure chamber and resulting in a material that can be used either as an input into different industries, but also as a fertilizer. And this is incredibly interesting within India. And also the second area I want to talk about is enhanced rock weathering. Spreading silicate rocks over land, allowing it to react with water, combining to create carbonates, which then ends up over time in the oceans and is locked forever. And the great news on this is India is the one place in the world that has the optimal conditions for accelerating this weathering. Its climate is hot, it's humid, it has monsoon rains. Nowhere else can do this better than India at scale. It has a ready supply of basalt rock through the Deccan Traps, one of the largest igneous provinces in the world. And it also has large carbon storage capability. India has the biggest concentration of croplands in the world, 165 million hectares, and it has the second largest provision of surplus biomass. Combined with that, the third largest startup ecosystem, 1.5 million engineers coming off their training each year, and the sixth highest number of publications in research, high quality research journals each year. It has this ability to generate the research and development that will be required. Combine all this together, and India has the ability to provide between 10 and 30%, almost a third, of the world's requirement for durable removals technologies. And also, it has this requirement for this to be paid for in the global north, and for those who have historically contributed to emissions to transfer capital into India, which has contributed the least, but while at the same time is the most climate vulnerable. India has the highest social cost of carbon anywhere in the world. For 1 ton of carbon emitted, it will be felt the most in India. My last sort of 2 points is around, while doing this, we can avoid air pollution, we can enhance the soil. Soil quality in India is not robust, it's highly acidic. Crop yield improvement from these technologies are between 16 and 35%. We can include climate resilience, but also we can reduce that dependence on chemicals and fertilizers within the agricultural system. But we need technology to do this. We need technology to help us to measure, report, and verify the carbon removed. We need technology to build the marketplaces for those inputs that we're talking about, and also to have those outputs distributed. We need technology to create the farm financial products to allow them to benefit from carbon credits, and also we need to have the benefit from increasing logistics efficiencies to make the maximum carbon benefit. So India has the opportunity to be the place in the world to do this. It's why I, as a Brit, are coming to talk to you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. Great. Yes, if there's a market opportunity, there is one. Just jump on it. Just use it. Build the network of networks, and we saw these incredible figures.
A large threat to this ecosystem, plastic pollution, and I was determined to solve it. Around the same time, 3 friends from Germany were starting a company and were working in Indonesia to solve this exact same problem. I was fortunate enough to meet them and find out the way that we can go about solving this problem here in India. Not just to save my hometown, but everyone else's as well. What we need to understand is that rivers are the natural highways of the world. They don't just carry the water from the source to the ocean over very large distances, but they also carry the debris that comes with it as well. And this debris includes plastics, which leak directly into the oceans. The first best place to stop the plastic pollution is at the source. But in the Indian context, we know that this is not happening very effectively. So where is the next best place to stop the plastic pollution? It's in the rivers, before it leaks into the ocean, where retrieval of these plastic becomes next to impossible. And with that idea in mind, we had our vision. To save our oceans, we needed to clean our rivers. The way that we do this is very simple. We follow a 3L approach, which means local, low-tech, and low-cost. What that means is that the solutions and ideas that we have needs to be local. It needs to be homegrown, so that we are not importing technology and ideas from Europe or any other parts of the world into for problems that needs to be solved locally. Next, it's low-tech as opposed to high-tech, because these technologies are going to work in very remote areas where maintenance is a major issue. So having it low-tech means that the solutions can run throughout the year without any downtime. And ultimately, it needs to be low cost because of the scale of the problem, and it needs to be scalable to any parts of the world. And with this idea in mind, we created a technology, a very simple barrier that stops plastics from going downstream into the oceans in rivers. It's made of locally available materials, it's low-tech, it's passive, it doesn't consume any energy, and it is low cost, which can be made by anyone in the world. They don't need us. For this, we were recognized by the World Economic Forum and were invited to speak over there and present our solution in front of the crowd. And this 3L approach, it translates to the teams as well. I'm happy to say that all the project managers that we have for all the project cities are local employees. They come from that same place where we operate, and they understand the environment, the customs, and the governance, so that we have very little friction while carrying out our projects. The way that we do this, solve this problem, is not just by developing the technology to stop the plastics in rivers, but also creating an ecosystem where we do end-to-end services for this problem. We deploy the technology, we collect it using our own staff, we set up MRFs or material recovery facilities in all the project locations so that we can deal with the materials. We sort, dry, and process them and send it further for recycling or for energy recovery without sending them to landfills. And all this process is tracked from the beginning till the end so that all the impact that we create is verifiable. So far in India, we have worked in 4 cities. In Karnataka, we have worked in Mangalore, in Trivandrum. These are the 2 coastal cities. In the north, on the banks of River Ganga, which is very holy and very important to the context of India, we have worked in Varanasi and Kanpur. And also the place where it all started, in Indonesia. So far, since 2021, we have tackled over 37 rivers, have stopped over 1,000 tons of plastics from going into the oceans. Not just stopped, but managed the plastics as well and ensured that it is safely disposed and is not ending up in the landfills. And this is my favorite slide to share every time I speak about our work. It tells a story of not just the company, but also the people behind it. We have employed over 88 people in all these four or five project locations. And, I'm happy to say that we employ our people full-time, and most of them are from the informal sector of the economy, and we bring them into the formal fold by providing full-time employment opportunities with social benefits and insurance. Here is a story of Lakshman, one of our first employees in Varanasi when we started working over there. Deutsche Welle covered our story in Varanasi last year. And he said something that was very moving for me. He said that, before he started working for Plastic Fisher, he was throwing all the waste from his household out into the environment or burning them. But after he started working with us, he started keeping these dustbins outside his house. Looking at his example, his whole neighborhood was moved and adopted the use of dustbins. Now the entire community is responsibly dumping their plastics with the corporation rather than burning or throwing them into the environment. These are the true ambassadors of the work that Plastic Fisher does, so that the message that we are sending out doesn't just stay at the top level, but is translated onto the ground actions as well. Because of the verifiable impact that we create, we are a trusted partner that can create impact for environmental projects for companies that want to invest the CSR in environmental projects. We don't just bring the expertise of river waste management, but what we also do is bring the expertise of bringing multiple stakeholders like plastic users, producers, communities, NGOs, and governments into the fold of this project, creating a project that is holistic and well-rounded. Over 40 companies and brands have trusted us to create impact on their behalf. Yesterday, Naveen from Kindle was speaking about the collaboration that came out of this very stage over here last year, where we are working with them to identify plastic hotspots using visual AI models. I'm going to leave you with a beautiful picture that we took in Varanasi. This is the river Ganga. And, we have been working there since 2021 and have stopped over 220 tons of plastics from going into the city, from the city of Varanasi into the holy river of Ganga. If you're interested in our work, reach out. Let's figure out how we can fish together. Thank you.
Harish, please stay up. Can I get a mic? And I would like to call up now the whole panel once again, quickly up here on the stage. So, Shri, are you here? Great. Pandit, thank you. Shiba, Tom, Sindhusha. We do it while standing because it's good for the blood circulation. So please come forward. Right, so I just pass on. Oh no, what I do now is quickly, it's great to have you on the panel. I saw a lot of synergies already coming out of it. And I would like to start with Pandit, the matchmaking and the marriage counselor, with one sentence. With whom would you like to cooperate from this panel here?
I think each of them is like polygamy, if I can say, but there is a possibility of this where each of them will help. We can also collaborate.
We can sit? Okay. All right. Take a seat.
My answer is each of them.
Just, we need the mic working.
Okay. I said each of them. There's a partnership. In fact, I was thinking about what I could do to facilitate with whom. All that was going into my mind. So there's a big possibility.
We take your word, man. Right. Sindhusha, same question to you.
I think the answer is the same.
Whoa, we go for that. Yeah. Woo. John.
Well, this has been wonderful for me. We've made some great connections, and I think for us at CREA, we have these 4 things that we do: research, advocacy, reaching out to international partners, and also building an ecosystem. So as part of that, I think there are some great elements to do this. I think the technology element for me is fascinating. We've got a big technological challenge due to the distributed nature of Indian agriculture and being able to look at practices like Beckham that already got a digital basis using Aadhaar and leveling on UPIs and leveling on more and more technologies on top of that. It's fantastic. But also trying to bring the international money and power into some of these solutions as well that are homegrown within India. And we're trying to build an Indian homegrown IP infrastructure for CDR. We're bringing in, there's an incubator we're developing here for those CDR technologies, and it'd be great to look at that together as well. So lots and lots and lots that we can do together.
Thank you, Tom. Very nice. So, Shri. TechSpace.
No, I think it was quite an humbling experience for me to really look at the kind of work that's happening in India. Amazing amount of impact which is happening right here. So we'll be happy to really partner with many of the work through 2 channels. One is we have our own startup incubator in India. So we would be very happy to partner in that space. You know, you do get 2 years of mentorship and free software and things like that to really evolve your offering. Number 2 is we do have our own foundation here in India, doing a lot of good work across India as well, and we will be happy to really partner in that space as well. Thank you.
Wow, that's impressive. Shiva, you've got a mic.
Yeah, I'm completely overwhelmed. I might not look like it, but really, when I walked in today, I was sort of wondering that when you, I mean, my journey, as I shared, I put myself out there today. It's an organic journey, it's a personal journey, but really what, we're on a mission to do is more than just a singular mission of doing something local. And over the years where my worldview in working with nature has evolved is really with technology. And a simple example that I can give, when you, I'm a keen gardener, I love growing my vegetables and flowers, but it's quite something when you grow forests and you look at landscapes. And when you're working quite humbly in the garden, it's very rarely you'll think about a Beacon protocol or you'll think about digital twins, but really that is where I am today. And quite simply put, the regular conventional conversations about scale and restoring landscapes by using drones and throwing away seeds, that's not the way we imagine scale. We imagine scales through these underlying networks that are creating networks of networks, and that is the inherent scalability of really bringing back beauty. Yeah, so I'm deeply inspired, and I'm going to reach out to each and every one of you today.
That's beautiful to hear. Thanks, Shiva. So, Harish, last word on you.
Yeah, as everyone over here said, I think as Panditji said, that I can see every one of us working together towards a common goal of sustainability. But something that really resonated with me is the mycelium that Jan brings and Panditji brings. And then, of course, the work that Shiba is doing resonated on the story level, because I can see the same kind of story that has played out for me, has played out for her as well.
Thank you, Harish. Thank you for this incredible panel. I would love to see all these synergies taking into action, and I take your word. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Are there some questions in the room? Later on, we're going to have a chance to meet up.
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much for this panel. Give them a hand.
Thank you, Jan, for the great job of moderating. Could I ask you to all come a little forward for that final important page? Let's give a big round of applause to this wonderful panel. Thank you all. And now we are running about 10 to 12 minutes, late today. We will catch up during the day because there is enough cushion in the agenda. It's quite strategically made. There are gaps there that you don't see, but I know where we will fill it. Like yesterday, we will end 2 minutes before 5:30. Thank you, guys. And we now move to a very, very important and interesting talk. I am delighted to present to you Naganand Doreswamy, who will be the keynote speaker for Day 2 at TIS Summit. He is the managing partner and founder at Idea Spring Capital. Idea Spring Capital is a deep tech investor. This is patient capital. This is not capital that is looking for quick returns, but capital that is looking for good returns, long-lasting returns. Before Idea Spring Capital, he was co-founder and EVP at Span Infotech India. He also co-founded Lexa Networks and worked with PhotonX, Nautil Networks, Bay Networks, and FTP Software, and many other things. Usually in the India Advantage Summit, we don't do long introductions. I don't want to do, but because he's keynote, I said a few things. Rest you can Google about him and all the stuff, and I let him speak. Let's give a big round of applause to Naganand to come on the stage.
Thanks for having me here, and you said you're short of time, so I'll help you with that, so keep my presentation short. So good morning, everybody, and what I'll do is I know the topic for my keynote is digitization in sustainability, but I'm a startup guy and a VC now, so I think I will also add innovation to that. Digitization without innovation is very hard to talk about. So it'll be a mix and match of things, and I'll take you to through what's happening as we see in India, so you get a context of where we stand in India with respect to innovation, because a lot of good things are happening here. Love to share some of those with you. So next slide, please. So yeah, so this gives you a snapshot of where India is. Where India is with respect to startups. If you look at it, the numbers look very good, right? I'm not going to go through the numbers, but what I want to kind of give you a quick history of why, how we have evolved to where we are today, right? So if you look at India, we started with mid-90s with Y2K, right? The conversion of dates. That's the start of the revolution of IT in India. And then late 90s, we started maintaining code. And then early 2000, we started development. And along with that came the GCCs, the Global Centers of Excellence, or now they're called Global Innovation Centers. And then, so gradually it evolved, and 2010 is where startups started coming in India, right? The VC journey started in India 2010. So if you look at it, the startups, the investment, VC is a fairly young industry in India. There's still lot of headroom, ways to go in terms of maturity of what we need to do. And 2010, along with GCCs, we started developing products, architecting products in India. And 2010, 2015 is all about B2C companies, right? We saw the Swiggies and the Flipkarts of the world and so on and so forth. So that phase went through, and starting 2015, 2018 is where actual product companies started in India, right? Startups. I'm only talking about startups because large companies are innovating, because innovation happens in large companies, but faster innovation happens in startups only because of less bureaucracy, not because of talent, because talent is available everywhere. But all of us have worked for large companies, and we know what it takes to push something through. So innovation happens much faster in startups, and now we are seeing the phase in India where a lot of startups in product innovation are coming up. Now that's a great thing for the country. And in addition to that, there is one other key change that has happened in India recently, which is defense buying from startups. That was never the case in India. So if you track what is happening, defense has created a different organization called IDEX. IDEX puts up challenges, either because through DRDO, Navy, or Air Force, or Army, and any startup can bid for it. And if you're given a grant, you're guaranteed 10x of your grant amount in terms of purchase. Okay, I think this will be a phenomenal shift if that works. It's still in the very early stages, but if IDEX were to work in India, I think we'll start seeing phenomenal shift, because what has kept India back in innovation and sustainability is the fact that there is nobody to buy the startup products in India. Then you cannot build a deep tech product in India and say, I'll go sell it in Europe or I'll go sell it in US. There's no hope, because people will ask, what have you done? How does your product work? So it doesn't work. So we are all very excited about it in our industry, and there's a big shift in the VC industry as well, wherein people are now starting to put money into product innovation companies, some of which will be deep tech. I don't want to use the term deep tech very loosely, because we say SaaS is deep tech, which is not the case. But I think true innovation will start to happen in India, and we should all watch for it, right? So that's the context for what's happening in India today. Very exciting time, and the numbers here speak for itself, because if you look at it, $175 billion in Indian context is a lot of money, because you all know how much money we used to send Chandrayaan, which is one Hollywood movie, is what it takes to send something to the moon. So there's a huge differentiator that India can bring to the table. So in terms of startup funding, obviously the last year has been dismal, right? But we all expect cycles in our life. There's no such thing, nothing is positive all the time. For anything that goes up has to come down, and then it averages out over a period of time. So we are in fact seeing the downtrend right now, and we expect that to continue for another couple of quarters. But after that, we expect that across the world things will start to improve. I think we took two big back-to-back hits. One was COVID, and post-COVID, the irrational exuberance, you saw what happened in the industry with respect to value versus valuation. Valuations got way out of control. We got whacked. So the correction is happening now, and we always know it's a pendulum. You'll swing to the other side. So it went all the way to the left, now it's coming all the way to the right, and hopefully it'll start swinging in the right direction very soon. So India has been no exception to it. So the number of startups, number of deals, they're all self-correcting now, and this is bound to happen. If you look at the sectors in sustainability, I'm sure you all are aware of it. But in our own mind, when we look at this, because IdeaSpring as a fund, we also have invested in some of these companies. But there is renewable energy, which is a key thing. And I'm saying, in all these cases, India is focused on solving some of these problems. I'm not saying we're solving all the problems, but there is impetus from the government. There is impetus from companies now becoming aware. For example, Tata, one of the largest industrial houses in India, is very, very focused and very, aware of what it takes to be environmentally safe, socially safe, right? It's not about just environmental safe, but also social safe. and the concept of CSR coming into India, and then trying to do corporate social responsibility. And corporate social responsibility also includes sustainability and environmental friendliness. So I think there's a whole bunch of things that are happening in the market today that is enabling all these sectors to move forward, because obviously two things are required for anything to move forward, right? One is your intention to do it, and second most important is the capital required to do it, because nothing moves without money. We all know that. You can have whatever intention you want, but if there's no capital to support it, then it stops right in its track right there. So I think a lot of stuff is happening on all these different sectors, and with the recent European mandate of saying you need to know what the carbon tax is before they import anything, or they're going to add a tax, and that is causing a little bit more ruffle in all the industry and in the startup space. So it's an evolving evolving space. A lot of things are happening, and then we are also looking at it quite closely. But in terms of the global funding, obviously the peak was about 3 years ago. In any startup, any graph you look at, 2021 will stand out as the time where there was maximum investment that went into any startup. But then that's true even with sustainability. If you look at the data, that's what you see across all these sectors. But I will not go with the data we have for the past 1 year, because it's definitely quite tough. But you see that, but I read a report, I don't know if some of you might have read it in Wall Street Journal yesterday, that ESG as a generic sector is losing its shine a little bit, because like anything else, everything was ESG. If you talk to anybody 2 years ago, it's all about ESG. Funds wanted to invest in only those companies that have ESG policies in them, so on and so forth. A lot of repercussions on that, but the article said now a lot of hedge funds that are just focused on ESG now are giving money back to the people. So I think ESG also has to stabilize at some point of time. So when we talk about sustainability as a topic, which is what we are talking about here today, I think it will all even out at some point of time. Same graph held true even for ESG. It went up quite a bit. I think it is coming down, but we all know climate is important. We all know environment is important, and people will invest in these. And then as an investment in India, I don't have the exact data. I was trying to get the data as to how many funds have raised capital just to say we'll only invest in sustainability or whatever. That data is not clear. So it's not. So I didn't want to present anything, but we know that every fund, including us, and although our fund, sustainability is not a key parameter for us, right? At least for me, it is not. But there are some companies that we have invested in that kind of borders this area, and I'll give you those examples. But in India, there are a few funds I know at least that have said, ESG is a specific focus for us. But the problem is they will try and pick any startup and then say, put a ESG spin to it, right? And that is not true ESG, in my opinion, because you can do whatever you want. Right? You can play games with anything you can give, you can play games with it, and that is not the true intention of doing anything. So, but there is work happening here. But if you look at it in the startup segment, these are some examples of Indian startups, right? So, you have startups in electric mobility, quite a few, in fact. If you look at electric mobility, two-wheelers, three-wheelers market, four-wheelers is not still big in India when it comes to electric mobility. Because, there's hardly, Tata has a new car, Nexon, but still very, very small market. But biggest market in India is two-wheelers and three-wheelers, in fact. Because it's used for fleets, it's used for transportation and so on and so forth. So there's a huge sector in electric mobility, and not only that, supporting those, I have come across a lot of companies doing indigenous development of electric motors, electric drives. So there's a lot of companies, although we don't invest in it because as a fund, IdeaSpring doesn't invest in manufacturing heavy companies. So, but there are a lot of such companies. So any of you interested, you should take a look at some of this indigenous development that's happening in India, product companies coming out specifically addressing these segments. Circular economy, is huge in India. India, if you look at it, although it is not formal, but very large informal sector of recycling. Okay, plastic you might say, but you'll be amazed how much plastic is recycled in India, right? Because they go pick these things up, they recycle it. But now you're also looking at circular economy, building for sustainability, the design for sustainability from day one, all those things are happening. Quite a few companies in clean energy. Greenko is a fairly large company now, so that's another space. And agri, right? 51% of India is employed in agri. GDP is only 17%, but 51% in agri. So there's huge amount of work happening in the sustainability space. Some of it is digitization and some of it is actually manufacturing. Because I have invested in another company personally called WasteLink. What they do, they collect all the food waste and convert it into animal feed. And they're working with large companies like ITC and Procter & Gamble and things like that. So they collect all this waste and then convert it into animal feed. And this is not digitization, but actually contributes to sustainability. So these are some of the investments, just to give you a flavor, because I know my startups the best. I can't talk about various other startups, but this is some, these are companies in IdeaSpring, in various sectors that I just discussed, that talks about what is happening in India with respect to startups. So Electric Mobility, Numosity is building a middleware to manage all the charging, payment, all the infrastructure. SmartShip, which is building a digital twin to reduce emissions in ships, and also completely digitize that pollution. And when you enter a port, you have to file all the documents, including pollution and gas, what kind of oil and so on and so forth. We are doing that. BlueJay is a company, eVTOL company, that's using hydrogen fuel to carry 1,000 kg payload. I think it'll be a game changer with respect to logistics. And then we have KCAD, which is an enzymatic company, which is building, manufacturing or identifying enzymes to replace all the chemicals in the APIs. And then we have Ambi, which is providing climate data, and then Oculo, again, a combination of solar and electric hybrid for surveillance management. So a lot of work. This is just one example of what's happening across India. Of course, our fund is focused only on tech. There are a lot of other funds that do both B2C and tech. So I think in our case, you will see a deeper or a higher proportion of product companies. But this gives you an idea as to what's happening in India today, right? Because if a small fund like me can invest in so many startups, just extrapolate it and you'll know what's happening in the industry, right? And this is, this better than me, I guess, in terms of what's happening with respect to global initiatives. But what is more important is India initiatives. So like I said, both state government and the central government is focused on a lot of various policies to enable and to further the cause of sustainability in India, right? And add to this what we are doing with respect to, yesterday I think you heard about Beacon. Beacon is one that is ONDC, but if you look at UPI, you look at Health Stack, I think the key change that has happened in India is India has become the powerhouse to soft export and software export, right? Now, MOSIP is an organization that is basically enabling 10 other countries to deploy Aadhaar in their own countries. And we are working with the UN and so on and so forth. So I think in terms of our ability to develop software and deploy it for the world has gone up significantly. And our awareness has gone up quite well. Capital availability has gone up quite well because we have a lot of other countries showing interest and investing in India. I think, not to say that there are no problems, government is government across the world. You have bureaucracy, you have issues, flip-flops. We all have to deal with that. That's part of the game. But overall, quite positive about where we can get through. Going through a tough phase right now. Hopefully, by the next conference, it'll be looking better. So that's all I had to say. And happy to take a couple of questions. Hope it was informative and you got something out of it. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I will only ask. Okay. Wait.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation and also showing us your portfolio of companies. So because we are running a little bit late, I will just ask one question, and I think you are there here in coffee break as well.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. From my side, I just want to ask you one thing. What do you see in the next 3 years for the investment cycle? Of course, we saw the Arctic 21, we saw it now. How far is the curve? Or is it still a slide for some time? Just personal estimation, if you don't want to do it.
Yeah. So one thing I've learned is not to predict the future, right? So it's always very dangerous. You say something and exactly opposite thing happens. But I think, in talking to a lot of other people and seeing where the market is, we still believe the next 2 years will be tough. The next 2 quarters will be tough, right? Now, beyond that, it's anybody's guess. One more war or escalation or whatever will throw everything out of sync. So the only thing I can say is if things go as is, hopefully in 2 quarters you'll start seeing things improve. In India specifically, I'll talk about India because that's a market I understand quite well. I think early stage investments have not seen any issues. People, we are seeing very great entrepreneurs, great companies, and ability to raise early stage capital. But Series A and beyond is very, very hard at this time. So we'll see a strong correction. Many companies will fall in the next 2 quarters because there's no capital, valuations are high, and corrections will happen. But hopefully in 2 quarters, at least in the startup world, we'll start to see increase. And I don't want to comment on large companies because I don't understand them. Yeah. Yeah. It'll sit. It'll earn interest, right? Because I know it is not the return VCs want to give, but it'll sit there because obviously, there's so much uncertainty right now, right? In terms of, because everybody thinks this deal will be cheaper 2 quarters down the road. If that is the case, no one will want to put money right now. So I think it's just wait and watch.
So it's value fishing.
Yes, absolutely.
People are also fishing, the VCs are fishing. So all right, just 2 digital thoughts. If you're a startup, put your head down and build. First round is easy, to start. That's what ideas brings.
Nothing is easy. I didn't say it. Capital is available, but nothing is easy, including VCs raising capital.
All right. So it's tough also for VCs to raise, the capital that they need for a particular fund. So yes, it's a time to collaborate. Probably that I would say. Second, find partners. Next 2 quarters, be watchful. Look at your expenses and control them well. So let's give a big round of applause to Rajanas to give us good straight of the heart. Thank you so much. We'll be here till post coffee and so on. And now we have our celebrity speaker for day 2. Could I request Jonty Rhodes, cricketer, coach, inspiration, fitness guru, and motivation for many people to look at life from a health perspective. I request him to give his 8-minute address and tell us how he drives. Yesterday we had a few of us with him, and it was really inspiring. Everybody's messaged me that they're truly inspired by Jonty, so it's very nice to have him here give this celebrity speaker keynote. Over to you, Jonty.
Hello.
Big round of applause.
Namaskaru. Good afternoon, morning. Indian stretchable time, is it still morning? It is, eh? Morning, thank you. Tom, I'm another person claiming to live in Goa, but I reckon we need to check Tom's Aadhaar card, his PAN card, because if you stand up here comfortable in your suit, I'm not so sure. If you talk with your hands and not so much with your head, but if you have a PowerPoint presentation, definitely doesn't live in Goa, so I'd watch what he claims there. Yeah, it's an interesting environment for me to be here in India at the summit, because I remember in 2014 when Modi ji, when he launched the scheme of Make in India, I can still remember I was working with Mumbai Indians, the IPL, and obviously I get my threads made in Juhu, and a lot of the Indian players that I was working with were just going, no, they get their clothes made in South Africa. Because the perception at that stage was, if it's made in India, it's not as good as anywhere else in the world. But being a good wannabe citizen of India, I listened to Modi ji, because in 2015, we made India Rhodes. She was born in Mumbai. In 2017, Nathan Rhodes was born in Mumbai. So that Make in India, I've been a part of it for a very, very sustainable time. It was interesting because I worked for Mumbai Indians for 9 seasons, and one of the most, at that stage, had just become the most successful franchise. Obviously, CSK was neck and neck. And people ask me, why did I stop working with them after 9 seasons? And it's common knowledge that cricket players are quite superstitious. So if you're sitting in a chair and there's a partnership going, you don't leave the chair. If you need to go to the washroom, you sit, you don't move. And apparently the owners of the cricket teams are just as superstitious as us. So Nita Babi, Mrs. Ambani, Nita Ambani, she was the owner of the Mumbai Indians team at the time. So 2015, Mumbai Indians won the trophy. Rhodes has had a baby. 2016, no baby, no trophy. 2017, 1 times baby, 1 times trophy. So got a phone call from the logistics and said, Mrs. Ambani wants to have a meeting. And she said, John, I need to just make an addendum in your contract. Going forward, how many more babies can you produce? Because trophy count has gone up, aligned to how many children that you're having. So that also, my wife just said no more. Okay, time out. So my journey in India has been really, really fascinating. And it's also a case of then going, so how am I involved? Am I just jumping onto or into the bandwagon where scalability in India is something that everybody wants to be a part of it? Because we know that the numbers in India don't lie. And if you get involved and you start producing something and there's a demand for it, then you are really on the way to a successful business. And the interesting thing for me is that people talk about fitness. My cricketing career was all about fielding, stopping the ball. In 1993, I achieved a world record in my discipline. Well, it wasn't really my discipline. I was supposed to be someone who scored runs, but I became renowned for somebody who saved and stopped runs. And I achieved the world record, and not because I want you to know that, but the irony is that I didn't even have a coach for that record that I achieved. But I was somebody who played football. I played hockey, land hockey, field hockey. I played tennis as well as cricket. And what gave me a slight advantage was that movement. And I think we talk about sustainability in India. Yes, it's really important. We know about the sustainability requirements of the planet. But my concern is about sustainability of people and organizations. And that's something that I've become exposed to in the last 10 years as a speaker, as a keynote speaker at various corporates around India. And always it's about improving or increasing the productivity, inspiring and motivating people, the workforce, the employees, to lift their game, to sustain their good performance. And I've really become concerned about the state of these employees. Not just the health from a physical state, but then also an emotional and a mental state. Because we've seen in a cricketing environment where international cricket players have actually stepped away from the game because they can't handle the stress, they can no longer justify spending time in the game. And I don't think we spend enough time analyzing what we're doing to the people around us. And I think the pandemic certainly showed me two very important things. One, the importance of community. The importance of community. And I think India has that inherent advantage. Everything is about community in India. And the second thing was that the state of the nation, and every nation, not just in India. I think we've taken a lot for granted with regards to health and wellness, because yes, too often for us it's something that's not achievable because it needs to go to the gym. You need to have 4 lessons of yoga or 4 sessions of yoga every week. But it's not about that. And the amazing thing is this Life by Jonty. I'm now throwing my hat in the startup, and I'm looking to get into a business where I have an incredible opportunity to make a difference in the life of people in India. I mean, I was diving around the field, on the cricket field, in 1992. In 2008, the first IPL was held in India. And suddenly they were employing fielding coaches. So that's a long time where fielding was pretty much putting a foot out and stopping the ball, or asking the kids on the side as ball kids, throw the ball back. So my concern is that in 2015, 2016, 2017, when I was talking to corporate employees and seeing the state of people's health and wellness, I was then talking to leadership about looking after your people. Because as a captain, I wasn't a captain in my team, but I was certainly a leader in the discipline that I had. But I had a captain who understood that every single person is unique. And that's important. That's what we're trying to do, what I'm trying to do, is show people that in your environment, yes, we heard yesterday from a sustainability point of view, the first mile, the last mile, people put their hands up with regards to over an hour of commuting, nearly 2 hours of commuting every day. So what can you do in your daily existence that allows you to be a little bit stronger than you were the day before? Because I would drop for 2 seasons, for 2 years from the test team. Cricket's a game of habit. So to change a habit when you're facing a ball coming at 140 kilometers an hour, to not think about it requires daily practice. And it's quite interesting because it does. There's 22, 23, 24 days before something becomes a habit. So if you can make small changes that are be incorporated into your daily existence, it doesn't require you to drive another time or spend more time in traffic. Small things that we can do every day, from the minute we wake up to the minute we go to bed and leave our phones outside the room, that can make a difference. And I think that's something that my wife taught me as a yoga teacher and somebody who practiced Vedanta philosophy. We in our household, it's all about movement for our family. We don't have a TV. It's quite a hard choice because it means you have to babysit your children, not the iPad or the TV. But the most important thing was the nutrition. Because as an architect, she just said you can have great foundation or a great roof. It is all connected. So what goes in is just as important as what you are doing to stay healthy. So I think from that perspective, I'm really excited. I have access to a lot of people. And I think, as I did with the fielding, where I'm perceived as the father of modern fielding, I really believe, now a bit like the grandfather of modern fielding, but I really believe that I can make a difference understanding the accountability and the way that teams operate and inspire individuals who sometimes need a little bit of nudge. And if we want to be productive and for people to be sustained, and that productivity to be sustained through the people, we have to look at them on an individual basis, not just a whole group or a whole team. So I'm excited about where 2024 is going to take us all, but I know I've got to be in a pretty decent shape to keep up with what's happening around me, in my family, and in my business community. So thank you very much for your time. See you all later.
Thank you so much. No, we'll just make one or two questions from the audience, and then we have conversation. Anybody wants to ask? Yes, please. Stand up.
Dharma.
Can we get him a mic quickly? Yeah. So anyway, somebody suggested there are rights that we can throw.
Sure.
Next year we'll have it.
Thank you.
We can order it.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing the perspective to the human side of it. We are all talking about network, but we forget the human network, the human intelligence. It's HI, not artificial intelligence. And thank you so much, Jonty, for bringing this up. I have a very personal question because after I went yesterday, I was looking for you. I want you to share about your experience of having a swim in the Ganga. I know it was a very spiritual kind of experience for you, but how do you connect and the whole essence of movement, water, life, all of that, if you can share for the audience, it will be great.
Well, I'm really grateful for the work that the fishers are doing because there was no plastic in the Ganga at that stage either. But I think, my wife, as I keep talking about her influence in my existence, because I was always a fit person because I moved a lot. Not because I went to the gym and specific training. It was about, I started surfing when I retired and I bought a mountain bike. And my mountain biking was similar to my cricket. Lots of enthusiasm, not so much skill, which is quite scary when you're flying down a mountain. But my wife has always been about energy. And it's such an important lesson. I think that all around us in an environment, we all have different skills, we all have different perspectives. And if we are blinkered and not open to that, and that's been the most amazing thing about me traveling to India as a cricket coach, because I get outside and I experience India on two wheels. So whether it's a motorbike or whether it's a bicycle, I get out and see more of India than my teammates. And it's been fascinating because growing up in apartheid era South Africa where they segregated people as per their race, I've learned so much about myself by learning about other people from different cultures. So all that from an energy perspective, I knew that I had energy, but I didn't know where it was from. So I was passionate about fielding. So 90 overs in a test match in a day, it's 6 hours with tea break, lunch break. I mean, explain to the poor Spanish or Germans who don't know about cricket. You have a break, you play for 5 days, no result. How can that be? But I had the same energy. The first minute we all ran on the field at 9:30 in the morning, and the same energy at the end of the day at 5:30 after 90 overs of chasing the ball all around because I was passionate about that. So having been exposed to India, been exposed to passion, been exposed to energy and different cultures and different perspectives, without a preconceived idea, I see you looking at your watch. it has been an incredible growth time for me. And hopefully, again, the lessons that I have learned, I can impact on many people in India, and not just one or two. I was in the river, yeah, energy.
Energy, okay, all right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Energy. Let's give a big round of applause to Jordi. All right, now one second, Jordi. We have to do one interesting thing. I think, Jordi, you take a selfie with all the people. You know how to do it, right?
No.
Yeah. No, because otherwise you will be mobbed for individual selfies. So I thought this group thing is a bit.
It's not going to happen. I'm going to get mobbed anyway.
Anyway.
No. No. I'm happy to take selfies outside during coffee break. Technology. I'm an old school guy.
Okay, perfect.
No TV.
All right. So thank you once again, Jordi, and we now have a short, quick 10 minutes break. Bring your coffee and come back. We will start at 11:35. 10 minutes. So please bring your coffee. They will ring the bell when you hear the bell. Bring your coffee in. Please network. We have a longer 1 hour lunch break, so that time you can network even more. All right. So see you in a few minutes. Some music, please.
Now this session is called the institutional panel, and don't worry, people are coming with their coffee. I asked the organizers to get some bells ringing outside. So those who are, who are still outside, please come in a few minutes. We will start. So this panel is called the institutional panel. What do we mean by this institutional panel? These will have speakers who are ecosystem players. Now, ecosystem players are people who think beyond their specific selfish need. So what I mean by that is they are part of groups, associations, and larger networks that are there to enable other people to succeed. So that is the main panel that will be next. We will have Bala Parthasarthi, chairman of Freo. Freo is a very, very interesting cutting-edge fintech company who will speak first, and after him we will have Bhavin from CII Young Indians. They're doing great work helping young people build startups, volunteer, solve problems, join the larger formal economy. So Bhavin will speak after that. Then we have Colin from AtSign. Now, why have we brought Colin here? Because yesterday and today we heard about digital solutions, connecting everything to the network. Now the problem with that is once you connect everything to the network and link everything, you can also be vulnerable to attacks and everything can get taken down. Some time back we read about a hotel in Las Vegas where everything got locked out and they were asking payment in cryptocurrency to unlock everything. Now Colin uses the word cryptograph, but that is nothing to do with cryptocurrency. It's about securing each IoT device with a unique, complicated, looks simple but complicated code so that you cannot hack that particular camera, that particular lock, that particular system. So as we spread IoT devices and networks across the world, across cities, across organizations, we need to secure. And to secure and build that ecosystem, we need digital security. And today there is also a booth by AtSign. You can go and have a look and find out what exactly they mean by that. It's called Networking 2.0, something very unique that he will speak. Then we have Ms. Wiebke Dorfler from the Bavarian Indian Center for Business and University Cooperation. Yesterday you heard Professor Heike, who talked about one project that started between Becken Protocol and the German university. She will talk about some of the other projects. Then we will have Amrita Gandikopa from the GINSEP, or the German Indian Startup Network. Then we have Mr. Manohar from VDMA, or the German Engineering Federation, and what they are doing to help German MSMEs, SMEs and large companies move on the sustainability path as a federation. And then we'll have Abhishek who will talk about what V Founder Circle is doing and how they are helping ecosystems and startups. So those looking to raise money and so on, you can meet Abhishek. He will also be here during lunch. And finally, we will have Sanjeev Gupta as a special address from the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. That's the whole layout and plan. So without much further ado, because we have an audience online that's watching and following, may I now ask you to give a big round of applause as we welcome Sri Bala Parthasarathy, Chairman and co-founder of Freo. But he's also advisor to the board of FIDE. FIDE is the Foundation for Interoperability in the Digital Economy. Yesterday you heard Sujit, today you heard Sindhuja, you also heard Ravi, and you also heard Anirban, who talked about different things. Bala is actually helping take things global. So over to you, Bala, and I would ask you also to do a short introduction about yourself before you go to your presentation, because it's best if you tell us, you know, some of the amazing things you have done, especially from the start of, you know, the first VC fund that started in the world. So over to you, and let's give a big round of applause to Bala. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. My name is Bala Parthasarathy. Just to give you my brief background, I grew up in India, went to a college called IIT in Chennai. And then I lived in the Silicon Valley for 17 years. I've been very lucky to be at the right place at the right time. And the topic today cannot be better suited for me personally as my passionate topic of innovation ecosystems. I was in the Silicon Valley just purely by luck at the right time, just before the whole software and the internet revolution took off. So I've done a number of startups there, but the one you probably know about is a company called Snapfish. Snapfish is one of the largest players in digital photos. We did okay. We grew the company. We sold it for a few $100 million to Hewlett Packard, and then I ran a business in Europe and Australia and all over Asia, including China and Japan, which is what brought me to India, because the travel from San Francisco was a little bit too much. So I moved to India in 2007. I've been here in Bangalore ever since. In early 2010, I was lucky to meet Mr. Nandan Nilekani. I think most of you know who he is. I went to his house to ask for advice. I came out of the house, put in my resignation, and worked for the Unique ID project, which is called Aadhaar, for the next 2 years as a volunteer. It was a great experience. And then I left and started a fund. The fund is called Prime Ventures. It's a venture capital fund. And it was a very, very early stage of the ecosystem in India. The Indian ecosystem really took off only in 2015 or so. And those days, starting a fund was particularly hard because nobody had ever heard of it. But we did the fund, we grew the fund. It's about a $250 million fund right now. We've done a number of fairly successful startups. And then I went back into the world of startups. I started a fintech company called Freo, and that's sort of the company you see over there. I'm the chairman right now. I was the co-founder and CEO until a couple of years ago. And right now I'm back in the ecosystem working with Nandan on a couple of interesting things. One is Beckon, which I think all of you heard about it yesterday. So I won't repeat what Sujit must have talked about. The second one is about AI. So I've been in the ecosystem for a while. I've been in the Indian ecosystem. My wife is German, so I've been married to a German for 25 years. So I'm reasonably familiar with what's going on in Europe, both from a business standpoint as well as sort of a cultural standpoint. And what I'm here to talk about is digital innovation ecosystem. So this is digital, so I'm not an expert on chemicals or electrical manufacturing and so on and so forth. Other people are. But I do know a couple of things about digital ecosystems, and that's what I want to talk about. So I want to start with the most obvious thing, which is unicorns, is what the hottest topic is. Unicorn is a company which is worth over $1 billion. So today, the top 3 unicorns are countries which have maximum number of unicorns are US, China, and India is number 3. So the question is, what makes this ecosystem happen? Why do they happen in some countries and not in others? And what are the ingredients for this? So traditionally, the success factors are, there are a few must-haves. So obviously, you need to have access to large markets, whether it's a local market, like a US or a European market, or access to a global market. So for example, Israel is a very tiny market, but it has access to the US. Or the Indian IT services, Indian IT service is very nascent in India, even now, but it had access to the global markets, and hence Infosys and other companies were able to succeed. The second most important thing is free flow of capital. Capital needs to come in and capital needs to go out. And in India, the magic did not happen for all these years because it was hard to get capital in and take capital out. But when that changed in the last 10 years, magic happened. The last thing is, of course, talent. You need entrepreneurial talent. You need, if you don't have talent on your own, you need free immigration laws, easy labor laws. And these are, I think, in my view, the most important things. There are lots of nice to haves. It's good to have research universities like a Stanford or a lot of universities in Germany. But India and China did not, the innovation did not happen around the universities. Now the universities are catching up. IP protection is a nice to have. US, UK, Singapore have nice IP protection, but India and China don't. And yet we have innovative ecosystems. So these are nice to have. Political stability, of course, is nice to have, but again, Israel is a good case in point where it's not politically stable, but they have a pretty thriving ecosystem. Government policy is a little bit of a love-hate relationship that entrepreneurs have. So Singapore, very active. India is kind of learned to be more nuanced. Silicon Valley does not like government regulation. So I would say that's kind of like a mixed bag. But what I want to talk about is India. I don't want to go through every piece of data here, but the most important thing to see here is India produced a lot of startups. Most importantly, in the last 7 years, India produced nearly like 100,000 startups. It was basically about 1,000 startups in 2016, and it's 100,000 now. So what happened in the 7 years, which we did 100x? Now, when something happens 100 times, you got to stop and take notice. Right? Something must be different. So having been a participant here, my view is this is what happened in India since 2016. So number one, we had a lot of tailwinds. Number one, we had mobile phones, just took off, cheap Chinese phones. App stores were here, and the internet for us luckily matured at the right time. If it was 10 years earlier, nothing would have happened. But we were there at the right time. But the most interesting thing, which is unique to India, because internet happened everywhere else in the world, mobile phones happen in all countries. But on top of the mobile phones, India had a digital public infrastructure. And I'll talk about this in a little bit, but digital public infrastructure is the basic rails. So we had the digital identity systems, which I think somebody would have talked about yesterday. We have a backend protocol. We have the universal payment interface. So these are all open systems. They're free, and they are fully powering the country. So everybody in the country has an Aadhaar, a unique ID. That's 1.4 billion people. So when you have strength of those kind of things, innovations can come cheaply on top of it. And that, for us, was very unique. This has not happened in any other country. Along with that, the government opened telecom, and Jio basically used Aadhaar, and they were able to do 1 million new connections a day almost at the peak. And they lowered the cost of bandwidth so that everywhere you go in India, you have people using the mobile phone. And of course, we have a large and growing market that attracted foreign capital. And the free flow of capital I talked about is obviously a very key factor. So the secret ingredients, this is all great. This could have happened everywhere. But what I think we had are hungry entrepreneurs. So in my mind, I've been a hungry entrepreneur many times in my life. I deal with entrepreneurs all the time. I talk to them every day. To me, the secret sauce of what we have in India, and it's there in other countries as well, you need hunger. Right? You need people who have fire in the belly, who spend those sleepless nights, and they are the ones who actually make it happen. Everything else is an enabler, honestly. And one thing we should realize is that this is what happened in the past, but that's not necessarily the formula for the future, right? So the past and the future, so people say history repeats itself. In my view, history doesn't repeat itself, it rhymes, right? So Robin Williams has his famous line in Dead Poets Society, where he makes this line that history doesn't repeat, it rhymes. It's similar, but not exactly the same. So what is going to be different is my view is most interesting. One thing is that AI, whether we like it or not, whatever our opinion is on AI, will dramatically change the ecosystem dynamics, right? And the must-haves are still the same. You still need the hunger. If you're smart, you would be using DPI. If today I'm putting together a new ecosystem in any country in Europe or Australia or anywhere else, I would be using digital public infrastructure. I would identify the hungry talent. Entrepreneurs will make it happen. But what you really also need to do is to do AI. Because what AI does is that, and this is the takeaway, is that if you have AI and you have imagination, you can shape the future because the need for having a mass amount of talent actually comes down. That's what AI is doing. right? So you still need talent, but you need like very smart talent. You don't need like a huge army of it. And if you want to create a new ecosystem of the future, this is what I would be saying, and this is the kind of the advice that I give for ecosystem builders around the world when they ask me this question, like how do I build the next 20 years? It won't be the same as the last 20 years, but it'll be similar in these ways. So that's my takeaway. Thank you very much. I know I have a very short time limit here, but thanks for your time.
Again? Yeah. Thank you, Bala, for that wonderful presentation. So Bala will be here till about lunch. So people could meet with him, connect with him, and see how you can collaborate. There are multiple lines of collaboration. And like I was telling you the story yesterday about the deputy mayor in Paris and everybody sitting up on the table, because we explained a little bit, and Bala was in that room and he was in that picture, and then the deputy mayor tweeted that picture, and that became quite a sensation. Within 1 hour, 12,000 people were reposting it and so on. So thank you, Bala. Let's give a big round of applause to Bala. I would now like to invite a good friend and mentor, guide, startup advisor, and also he wears another hat. He works at Swiss Re. But today he is also chairman of the CII Young Indians Association and Karnataka chapter. So I request Bhavin to come on stage and tell us what interesting stuff they are doing and how we can collaborate and network with CII and also connect with you. Let's give a big round of applause to welcome Bhavin Pandey.
I hope it's audible. Yes. Yeah. Thanks for a generous welcome. Jose. Okay. So what is YI? It's not the one that you see on the papers, right? It's not the Young Indian that's owned by Congress. We are Young Indians. And just want to clarify that right up front, it's the collective that makes the difference. We are Young Indians. We were born 21 years ago as a part of the industry leaders think tank, basically Anand Mahindra, KV Kamath, Narayan Murthy sir, and all of them, they got in and they decided that, yeah, India's demographics are going to change. So we need, to build young leaders. And that's how Young Indians was formed 21 years ago. What do? We do a lot of things, working with 4 different stakeholders, which I will cover in some time. Okay, thank you. All right, I thought that was a hoot for the right things that we are doing. So we're present across 65 cities across India, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities. And what we work on is nation building, youth leadership, and thought leadership. We primarily work with 4 different stakeholders, our own members who are young professionals, entrepreneurs from the city in Bengaluru. In India, we have 6,000 plus members. So we work across with 6,000, either they are entrepreneurs, mostly entrepreneurs, or professionals like CAs, doctors, and so on. And we work on multiple projects and initiatives. We also work with college students, school students, and rural communities. What do we work on then? We work across 5 projects, 2 initiatives primarily. The 5 projects that we work on are accessibility, climate change, which is what I'll be covering in next few minutes. And then on health initiatives, like getting blood donation for kids affected with thalassemia, to conducting health camps for urban slums, to, for our members, we have certain activities that we conduct. So around health, and then road safety, we've done something fabulous. We also have tied up with the Traffic Wardens Organization, and this year they have given us a plaque of honor for training over 350 traffic wardens on CPR. All of us know CPR is important and it's endemic. So we are creating more of Train the Trainers, and that's going to only scale up in the years to come. And thanks to our partner Manipal Hospitals who are helping us do that. Then we also work on something called as Masoom, and I'll cover that in a little bit. That's the most closest project that we have apart from climate change and a couple others. We also work on entrepreneurship and innovation. Now, I spoke about accessibility, health, climate change, I'll talk in a little while. Road safety, we create Chota Cops, which means basically small cops. There are report cards basically given to students from schools, and they imbibe right road behaviors right up front, and also nudge their parents, grandparents to imbibe the right behavior. So we have a report card. Now the report cards across India have been collected. We've sent it to IIT Madras, who is working on that data, and we will come out with a policy document. We work on 3 different phases across any of these projects or initiatives. Primarily, create awareness. Second, create action. And third is advocacy. So when I was talking about taking that data and pushing that forward to, or sharing that as a public policy for the Ministry of Road and Transport, it is a part of advocacy. Now, yeah, we do this across 65 different cities. That's what makes us unique. We echo in one voice that, you know, we can, we will. And we work across, like I said, you know, different projects and initiatives. On international engagements, we are the founding members for G20 Young Entrepreneurs Alliance. Just in this room, we hosted a G20 bilateral for young entrepreneurs way back in July, where 9 country representatives of G20 countries were present, where we hosted them in the same room. The main summit happened in Taj Palace in Delhi, again in July. We are also the founding members for Commonwealth Alliance of Young Entrepreneurs. This is the impact numbers that we have. We touch over 1 million college students, over 10 million, 100,000 college students, and over 1 million school students. Now, yeah, looks like a good headline when you have like a Jaunty Roads, you have a CSK, right? So CSK is supporting us for a good cause, which is Masoom, which focuses on child safety, prevention of child sexual abuse. If Jaunty was here, I was just asking him, if he could have Neet Ambani support us on other causes, that would be great. But yeah, we're looking forward. We collaborate with many people or many organizations as well across. For instance, on coming to why we are here on climate change for this year, we've collaborated with Schwingstetter, where we've piloted afforestation, basically 2,500 plant saplings of native species across 10 different cities. As we are talking, there's work in progress in Shivamogga, and that would be closed in a few days. We also have a plantation that's going on in Mandya. Now, while I've shared all of this, I've missed sharing a key fact. The 130 members or 6,000 members, 130 members in Bangalore or 6,000 members across India, we do all of this pro bono. We work on it in the evening, in the morning, in the night, or weekends. We just come together as a collective with a focus on converging, leading, influencing, and co-creating India's future. Because we do believe that India is going to be a better place. And it is with that spirit we work on a pro bono basis, sometimes giving up our family time to, just ensuring that some other families, get their, get their best that's possible there. Another thing, a food for thought, Jose, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we did a national summit to pilot it, which was a carbon neutral event. Can we have events that are carbon neutral? And we did offset it, and this was something that we are very proud of. After doing this, because one of our members were also involved in Invest Karnataka last year was made a carbon neutral event. It did cost us, maybe 60, 70, 80,000 rupees more. But the question really is, can we offset the carbon? And it's very much doable. And here's an example for that, which we did it in Radisson Blu Atria last year, July. We had 300 people traveling from 40 cities. So we captured the data for everybody. There are agencies that are available. So we would encourage all of you to also go ahead with when you're hosting any event, have those as carbon neutral events. We also focus on, like I was saying, we work with school students, college students, blogging. So with the Plog Man of India, we work with him. We also have water warrior sessions. I spoke about awareness, action, advocacy. So this is part of awareness in terms of creating the awareness for school students on what are the right water habits. And it's a 10-point report card that you can see over here. It's not pretty legible, but these report cards are handed out to students. They go back home, they look back and check if they've done the right stuff. We also have tied up with Navsayog Foundation. This is to create ponds for farmers to ensure that the water tables are sustainable for them. As we are talking, we've supported them with 3 ponds. We aim to get that to about 100 or so. Now, the target is to have 800 ponds. If we are able to do that, I think we are successful. We look for collaborations as well. Our honorary member is Ricky Cage. If you don't know Ricky Cage, yeah, he's 3-time Grammy Award winner. Plus, he does a lot of stuff around climate change. He's also, if I recall it right, a global ambassador for UN for 3 different things, including climate change or desiltation. What we do is we play the national anthem that's Ricky Cage's version of national anthem. You can look it up on YouTube. So every event that we have, we play that national anthem, which focuses on the biodiversity of India. So do look it up. It's a beautiful version. It reminds us of the beauty of India. Some of the past partners that we have, and this is just a small list. We are an organization that's 21 years old, and I can just go on and on and on. But these are just taken from 2021. As we are talking, we are also looking at partnering with the others. Where Jose and me met were Indo-German Young Leaders Forum, so that's where we met. I'd like to, like I said, this is a forum where we all come together and make it happen. So I'd like to call upon, Vinod, who's leading climate change, and Sanjana, who's leading climate change, quickly on stage, and you could connect with us. I didn't know I would be on time. Thank you. So that is us, and we all, like I said, work on a pro bono basis. Anything, you can reach out to us. Thank you, everybody. Okay.
Thank you so much, Bhavin, Vinod, and Sanjana. Yes, it's really great to see the work you're doing, especially the honorary part. It's difficult. People say they don't have time, because maybe they are stuck with social media. But like somebody said earlier, what can you solve with Facebook, right? You can't solve much, but if you can give time to some of this, it's really nice. I personally will, spread that picture so more people will reach out to you and connect with you. I also saw in their partners list the Consulate of Israel, right? I'm happy that we have 2 representatives from Israel here today who are attending. Thank you so much. Tammy, who is the Consul General, is also an advisory board member. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here. Usually she comes and gives a great talk, but they're here from the ecosystem. Somebody wants to connect them from a startup perspective. Let me know. I'll be happy to connect you to their innovation head who's here in the room. I also saw the Netherlands Innovation, yeah. Thank you. Our good friend is here from the Netherlands as well. If somebody wants to meet him, let me know. That's Balaji. He handles stuff. So yesterday you met with the Swiss ecosystem, the German ecosystem, who else? Swiss, the German and the French, yes. And now we have the Danish and Israel here. So please connect, collaborate, and see what opportunities we can unlock together. All right, now we are back to securing all this, right? Building ecosystem, connecting everything is good, but if we become vulnerable, it's a problem. So over to Colin Constable from @Sign. They also have a booth there, so please go and drop your card if you find after listening to this speech that you want to secure your network or your ecosystem. Then could you use the new way of networking 2.0. So over to Colin. Yes.
Hey everyone. I want to talk to you today about networking 2.0 and networking everything, and I mean everything. We founded the company with the idea to enable people, entities, and things to be safe on the internet. The internet's something that's transformed the world, there's no doubt, but it's also a very scary place. And we see every day people being attacked, and we don't want that to happen to people. We also see this world where everything that we do is being monitored, this surveillance economy. That doesn't seem to be the way that's not the world that I'd like to be lived in, and we want to make sure that people can connect freely without being surveilled. So I want to take you to the future. So imagine for a moment you're moving to the future. Maybe it's not as far into the future as you might imagine, but into the future nonetheless. And you've just pulled up your application on your phone, and it's a Mercedes application, and you want to have a car, you want to get across town, and the car turns up. It doesn't have a driver. And you take the option, you know what, I'm going to do it old school, I'm going to drive this time. So you're driving the car, and then all of a sudden the car starts talking to you. And it's a familiar face, and a familiar voice, and it's your own personal AI. And your AI has tracked where you are, saw what time it is, knows where you're heading with your schedule, you're going to cross town, and thinks, hey, you probably need a coffee by now, and would you like me to get a coffee? And you say, yeah, I'd love a coffee, that'd be great. But I wonder if there's any possibility of meeting up with Jen along the way. And your personal AI gets back to you and says, yeah, let me find out. A minute later, your personal AI gets back to you and says, hey, Jen can meet you at this coffee shop. Would you like me to drive there? And you've never been to that coffee shop before. So hell yeah, you'll let the car drive you there. You meet up Jen there. Jen's sitting there already with a coffee. Your coffee's waiting on the side. Somehow your AI must have recorded and found out what your favorite coffee was, and told the coffee shop what it was, and it's ordered, and it's nice and warm waiting on the side. You have a conversation with Jen, life's good, you get on with your day. Sounds good, right? Sort of good, apart from if you're the IT guy that has to make all that happen. Anybody in here have to do IT? Yeah, well, it sounds magical, but if you're the IT guy, this is what's going through your head at the moment. Terrifying. How do you get all those systems to talk to each other? That's a big problem. How do you get all those systems to talk to each other safely? That currently is an impossible problem. And that is what worries me. We're at a crossroads. And it's to do a little bit about AI, but it's about all the other systems that are ridiculously complicated at the moment, in particular networking. And in the financial world where I come from, we also tend to talk about consolidation. And we have down one road, huge consolidation, where all those magical interactions with technology get owned by larger and larger mega corporations. So it should be no surprise to you that Apple may well be looking at creating a car, because they want to have an Apple car, and everything would work within the Apple environment. It wouldn't surprise me if Google start making a car, because then everything would be in the Google environment. That is mildly terrifying, because in my story, Mercedes has to play along as well, and they have to consolidate, and they have to go by other companies to create the Mercedes environment, so you can have that. And none of those will interoperate, because it's all about being the platform. I don't think any of us really want that to happen, but if we don't do something, then that's what we're up against. What we really need to do is go down that other world where you can network all these things together from a technology perspective, safely and securely, and allow that innovation to happen. If you want to have a Mercedes or a three-wheeler or a two-wheeler, we don't care. You make those choices. The platform doesn't make that choice for you. The thing that's holding that back, the decision we've got to make is, are we going to adopt a platform, network, not too sure which it is. There's lots of words that are missing in this world, so we called it Networking 2.0. So this is an abstraction of the internet that allows you to safely communicate between people, entities, and things, and where people know for sure who they're talking to, and they know for sure that no mega corporation can surveil what they're doing and who they're doing it with. It also happens to be way less complicated. And way less complicated means way less expensive. And way less expensive means all your ideas for your cities, your towns, your communities can actually happen. So why is there a network protocol? Well, network protocols allow you to do things where you can communicate and make sure that things are end-to-end encrypted. And that means no surveillance. If you have a web server, if you have an email server, whoever's running the server can see all your data. Sorry if you didn't know that, and it's a big surprise, but if you have an email address, whoever's running your email server can see all your data. It should be terrifying. We seem to put up with it. I'm not too sure. If we had a new network protocol that didn't allow that, then that would be good. That's essentially what we've invented. Network protocols need addresses. It doesn't matter whether it's any network protocol. If it's a network protocol for the network of the mail system, then you need an address. You need a mailing address, right? The IP network of the internet is no different. You have an IP address. It's sort of hidden a little bit through what we call DNS. So DNS is, I know, in my case, bbc.com is the address I know. It gets translated to an IP address, and away we go. We haven't got that really in any other sort of physical network, but maybe we should. So addresses are pretty interesting. We've never had a protocol that could allow us to have an address of addresses. So that's what we include in our network protocol, the app protocol. So if somebody asks me, what's your phone number? My answer is @Colin. If somebody asks my email address, it's @Colin. If somebody asks me my work email address, it's @Colin. And what about my bank account number and my routing number? It's @Colin. Everything's @Colin. And I own that data. And when you ask for that data with your @sign, I can say, yes, you can have it, or no, you can't. And the beauty of that in the web world is no more form filling. Wouldn't that be great? The one thing that stops most commerce on the internet is filling in stupid forms. And this just eradicates that because it's already stored. You only store it once, and you allow people, you disallow people. It has to be private, so any communication between an @sign and an @sign is encrypted end to end, and you own the keys. Nobody else owns the keys, you own the keys. And probably most important, when somebody asks a question, you know who it is who is asking the question before you have to give an answer, which means you don't have to give the same answer to a different person. Somebody can ask you exactly the same question, like, location @Colin. Yeah, I'm in India. That's all you need to know. Or if Bala asks, what's your location? I can say, well, I'm in the ballroom, and he can come meet me, because context matters. We've never had that in a protocol. It's a very human thing, but we've never had that in a protocol ever. So what? Well, let's go back to those coffee participants. If they all had @signs, so they've all got their own data, they own all their own data, they could be connected via a network protocol. How do we do that? Well, everybody owns their own keys. There's a microservice out on the internet, and that is your butler to the internet. The interesting thing is, though, that the server holds data that's always encrypted with keys it never has. So whoever's running that server cannot see your data because they never have the keys. It's that simple. You own your keys. So if you're using our protocol, all those coffee participants can talk end-to-end encrypted. All we really need to do is network them together. So we network them together, and they have a language to talk between all those different nodes. And that language could be, we've been talking about beckon a lot here, that could be beckon. There's absolutely no reason to do that. It's a way to talk universally across people, entities, and things. But it could be natural language. It could be anything. It doesn't matter. So what does this change? We believe everything. So we made sure that everything can be changed. Everything we do is open source. Everything is available for free on the internet right now. And it means you could use agriculture, payments, air travel, chronic disease, retail, smart cities, fleet management, clinical research. The list goes on and on and on. We have written software, so there's SDKs. Everything's ready to go. We can support everything. Thank you very much. You can see me. My ad sign really is at Colin. If you go to wavy.ng and type in Colin, you can see data that I own on a web page. So it is real. Go look it up. Come speak to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colin. That was really awesome. I think, last year when we had TIA Summit, we had showcased backend protocol. And this year we are happy to have Networking 2.0 as an interesting thing that we could say we showcased. And now, of course, because we are live streaming this summit, I just want to give two announcements. At www.tiasummit.com, you can find whatever is happening here live. If you scroll back, you can see everybody's speech. So if you want to know what Tom said about Kriya, you can go back and you can find it. In case you want to pause, you can pause and see the slide a little bit longer. So that possibility is there, so inform your friends. The other thing is also follow our LinkedIn page, which is the India Advantage Summit, because as we have more opportunities to connect and engage with speakers. So for example, if Bala is doing a roundtable with some people, we will put that information at the TIA Summit page. So if you reach out early enough to us, we could invite you to some of the things. Of course, not always we have large events. Sometimes it's smaller boardroom kind of events. But if you reach out to us, we will be happy to accommodate wherever we can. So with that, now we move to a completely different universe, from there to the universe of universities. So Wiebke, are you here? Yes, all right. So happy and delighted to welcome Ms. Wiebke Dofler, who is also my colleague, and she heads the Bavarian Indian Center in Germany, while the other office is in my office in Bangalore. They are doing some great work bringing the world of universities and businesses together and trying to find the sweet spot where opportunity and light can be seen together. By opportunity is solving tough problems. Light is getting the right people to see that you're solving it, so that that solution can be amplified and scaled up. So let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Dofler.
All right. Okay. Very warm welcome also from my side. As you know, in science, we always start with a question, and I think Joel's actually already laid out our question that we are having. So our question that drives us is, how can we actually create sustainable innovations through collaboration, right? So for us, we are like a government-funded organization that represents around 30 universities from the southern state of Bavaria. And for us, kind of the biggest question is, how can we actually make them work together with India? on one hand, but then on the other hand, as you see, there is also this part of business in our name. How can we actually bridge the gap between academia and industry? And honestly, there's a lot going on in India in these fields. There's a lot of changes in the recent past that I've been observing, and listening to all those great tech innovations in the last days. I'm really looking forward, to get more traction also with our institutions of science. Just to kind of get a rough idea how that would look like, or kind of what kind of topics are lying in these fields. I just probably switch to this. So for us, I mean, we are basically just trying to be a catalyst and to make a little bit easier to understand how that could actually look like. I just brought you like a few examples. So I mean, one of the things that it's something that we are always trying to implement, or implementing kind of on a very low level, is someone is interested in the other respective market. We bring in some universities, we bring in some students, you get some market research done, get in first idea, okay, can I move there? What can I expect? How would it be going? Of course, also, we are trying to get this kind of exchange done through, placing people in companies, and then again, kind of bringing the knowledge from the universities in Germany into the Indian companies. And then yesterday you already heard from my colleague Heike from Hof University about the project that they are actually doing with Becken. And this is kind of an ideal setup that we would be promoting, where the universities are getting together with institutions from or this kind of innovative, I know it's not a platform, but from India, and then starting to work on small-scale projects and trying to bring some innovation across that we can then together make bigger. And then there's another project that we are currently also working on, and you'll get a little introduction on this later on from my colleague Jasmine, which is in the field of sewage treatment for the pharmaceutical sector. So this is another topic that we've kind of built quite a bit of knowledge in the recent past. And then to make it even more practical, there's actually a call out where we are currently looking for partners, and that we are trying to promote. As of course also kind of to really bring it to a very practical level. There's a funding scheme currently out that looks into sustainable AI in different fields. Of course, one of the topics is climate modeling. Another one is infrastructure, and then the third topic is actually looking into ethical AI and fair AI. So we are currently gearing up our universities, to apply. So whoever has or is interested to collaborate in these fields, this is kind of how it looks like. These are so-called 2+2, because you're actually needing a partner, a university and a company partner from India and from Germany. And then it's kind of, the projects are normally funded for 3 years with 350 lakh investment for the Indian side, like for the two partners. And the call will be open in mid of Jan, so we are kind of just currently trying to get kind of the networks together and bring people together to have the ability then to apply within the next year. That's it already from my side. I'm trying to keep it short. Also, luckily our mission is not that super complicated. We are really looking forward for your inputs and to collaborate and to really bring our universities and industries closer together. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Veepka. You know, it's clear that to be effective, one need not speak too much, right? So thank you for that short and sweet speech. All right, now we move to completely a different kind of organization, which is called German Indian Startup Exchange, or GINSEP. They are also a strategic partner with TI Summit, and every year we've kind of seen how we could bring the opportunities that GINSEP brings to our ecosystem, so that some of the startups and other ecosystem players, I can see Incubate Hub, I can see 7th Gen, and so on, they can connect and see what they can do together with GINSEP, because GINSEP tries to bring delegations from Germany, among many things, but one regular program is that. So let's give a big round of applause to Amrita, and she will explain to us what GINSEP does and how we can collaborate. Over to you. Yes.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for this opportunity. Thanks, Jose. I think this has become almost a tradition for me to come and share a few pointers to you all. So yes, as Jose mentioned, I would be talking a little bit about the German Indian Startup Exchange Program. My name is Amrita, and I'm the founder of Primed in Fabrik, and the German Indian Startup Exchange Program is one of the projects that we work with from Germany. So GINSEP is an independent initiative, and it is driven by this organization called Beyond Borders Innovation from the German side, and as I mentioned, we implement it on the India side. And what it is an open platform for all enablers and startups, both from the German side and the Indian side, to collaborate and to co-create. One important other aspect that I would like to mention is this is also an initiative that works bilaterally, both India to Germany and Germany to India. And precisely, we work on these three aspects, market access, talent, and capital. I'm sure by now, in this very all-encompassing event, you would have already realized that there is something called a dearth of skilled talent opportunities in Germany. So that's also a gap which GINSEP is bridging, but I specifically work in the market access and startup internationalization space. Whereas my colleague Julian Six, maybe some of you already know him, he works in the other spaces as well. Okay, I'm still trying to figure this out. So these are some of the areas that GINSEP has actively been working on, and GINSEP has been active since 2017, and we have really created a strong expertise in creating networks and creating market access for startups from both sides. And we also collaborate with impactful events like the TIA Summit to cross-create and cross-collaborate for startup exchange across different locations. And during these years, this is a small with our partners, and here I'd like to take a second and talk a little bit about ambassadors, because this is a unique aspect how we engage with the community on both the German and Indian side. I think in the room also we have a few GINSEP ambassadors, and this is basically subject matter experts, corporate leaders, and enablers who are strong in their field and want to give back to the startup ecosystem, and we engage with them and create masterclasses, workshops, or even create programs with these experts. And here are some of the partners that we have engaged with through the years, and a quick milestone about what are the programs that we have done. One aspect which I'd like to quickly mention here is also the Indo-German Startup Week, which is basically an event which brings together all the startup community, both from the India and German side, also with a big pitch marathon with startups on both sides as well. And some services that we are working with at the moment are for market entry support for startups. This is a much more leaner basis, more ad hoc, because this is also the biggest request that we get both from the India side and the German side is to have understanding and support to enter the other market. And for quite a bit of time we were working with it in a very ad hoc manner. But now we have initiated the soft landing programs, about which I'll come to you in a moment. The other ones which we also closely work with is startup sourcing, and this could be either for think tanks or corporates or governments who have a particular challenge that they would like to work with. So this is also something we strongly engage in. And now is the soft landing program, which I would like to talk about, because all through the years since we have been getting these requests, we also thought of creating a clear model of engaging with startups in a more qualitative, cohort-based manner, which is both online and offline. And then this is usually tied to online to an event in Germany or in India, where startups go and visit and actually have a physically immersive experience in understanding the local market. So yesterday, you must have seen the presentations from Nordrhein Rhine-Westphalia. So this was one of the federal states from Germany we explored in August. There's this event called the Digital Demo Day, where we had a startup delegation of 16 startups, I think one of the largest delegations that we dealt with, and spent over little more than a week in understanding the local ecosystem and trying to give the startups opportunities to leverage these new networks. Here is a quick barcode in case you're interested. You can just quickly scan it to understand what are the next upcoming programs that we have, and these are also the sectors that we typically work with. And going by the theme of today, sustainability, energy transition, and these topics, clean technology, climate action are also quite important aspects and sectors for us, and we always open applications for startups and also collaborate with other enablers who are specifically working in these fields. Yes, and that's my colleague Julian, and he leads the project, and I represent on the India side. And please feel free to write to us. I'm here, and I'd love to network and learn more about you and see how we can work together. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Amrita, for that really perfect, explanation. I think nobody has any doubts, and this is nice when you're present in this structure. When people come to talk to you, they will know exactly what they want to ask. For example, when is the next cohort? How can I join? When will the application be online? Things like that. In the morning, we heard Naganand from Idea Springs say that the funding winter might last for 2 quarters, or he doesn't make long-term predictions. But generally, when you meet him personally, it's a big of a challenge. There is a 1-2 year window which will be difficult. So I think startups cannot say that I will only raise capital and wait for that, send my pitch deck. I think startups have to explore many opportunities in parallel. So whether it is to join GINSEP in one of their cohorts, whether it is to meet some of the ecosystem players like Incubate Hub and see if you can solve a challenge already for a corporate and therefore prove your excellence and value. It's something that people have to explore. And there are other accelerators, and some of them are also partners with us. So we have 7G that you find, and Suspot is another one that works with government on policy. Mithwachan, are you here? Mithwachan, okay, maybe he's on the headphone. Anyway, all right. You can see on LinkedIn and connect, because everybody is connected. The other thing I want each of you to do is, if you liked any particular speaker or any particular product or service, please comment, because all of yesterday's speakers are on LinkedIn. Today, the first panel is already on LinkedIn, so you can find the speaker, comment about them, because everybody says, what can I do? I'm very small, I have one company. No, you have a voice, and a digital voice and online voice, and that can go to amplify those who are already doing something, and then you can find ways to join them. All right, so with that, we now go to the next speaker. It's a good friend from VDMA. VDMA is the German Engineering Federation. Manohar is really that long-term experienced, and you know, he knows the in and out of many things that happen in India, especially in the engineering world. And VDMA, which is led by Mr. Rajesh Nath and Manohar, together they have built and curated a kind of culture of excellence, sustainability, and precision in that sense for market connectivity for the German engineering companies. So let's give a big round of applause and see what VDMA can do as an ecosystem player with all of us.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. How many people from manufacturing sector in this room? I heard since morning digital, fintech, health tech. How many people from manufacturing? Can you raise your hands? Wow, that's a good number. Great. So to move forward, there you are. I just would like to talk about digital transformation and sustainability in manufacturing. 10 minutes is a very short time, so I'll try to cover as much as what we can fit in this. So I have a slide on about VDMA. VDMA is the largest industrial association in Europe. We cover almost 90% in mechanical engineering in Germany. Founded 31 years old back in 1892. We were more focused in Germany earlier, but now last few years we are now getting to Europe. We have 250 members out of other than Germany, from Europe, mostly from German-speaking countries. Our members employ 1.1 million employees, produce 242 billion euros in production. Very interesting statistics. 82% of that production is exported out of Germany. So in words, more than 1 million people are working for outside Germany. So that's a very interesting statistic. And I mean, if you look at the machine tool industry in India, which has a market size of around Indian rupees 12,000 crores, almost 60% of that is imported into India. So that's a big, I mean, that way Germans gain a lot of it. So from that perspective. Another interesting statistics or data point is 10% of the expenditure is on R&D. Whereas the worldwide is average is 4% and India is less than 1%, 0.7 or 0.8%. So we are categorized into mechanical engineering is a very vast area. We categorize to different sectors like robot automation, agricultural machinery, woodworking machinery. We're not going to depth of that. And we have offices, as you can see, apart from India, China, Brazil, USA, Japan, Australia, Belgium, and Poland. We just add a statistic across the German exports to India from the year 1985 to current date. As you can see here, it started with 500 million. Currently, we are at almost 4 billion euro, growing at 28%. So last year, we grew at 28%. Very interesting. It adds its ups and downs. As you can see it here, 2014, it scaled up. 2020, it dipped because of COVID, and is growing at a phenomenal rate now. So that's a good growth happening at the moment. And this is the export from Germany, from India to Germany. It started at, again from 85, it started at 0 as you can see, and currently it's at close to 1.35 billion euro and growing at a very fast rate, 38%, 39%. So it's a very good growth. Between them is around 4.5, which is close to, and the Indo-German trade is around 28 billion. So it's around still a very, very big potential for India to scale up. So as you can see, the aircraft is taking off, and I'm sure that with the startups in this environment, focus, mechanical engineers are not, it's not like a platform, fintech, you need to do things, Internet of Things and other things so that people get into that. And it's today, I mean, when I did my engineering, mechanical, we used lathes, drilling machines. Today it's all G codes and M codes. So it's today more digital in mechanical engineering, unlike days of my years. So and what is this $3.9 billion exports to India? As you can see here, power transmission engineering, which is significant portion of mechanical engineering. It's almost, I mean, if you see automotive is almost 49% of mechanical engineering, and power transmission you need couplings, bearings, and all transmission equipment. So that is a significant portion. And if you can see, the blue is last year, and the orange or yellow is the previous year, so it's been a good growth, except for the plastics and rubber. So except for that, every year it's been growing at phenomenal rate. So there's a good growth of, that shows the Indian mechanical engineering industry is doing well across. And if you ask me, we are out of the 3,600, we have around 600 members in India. Everybody have been doing phenomenally well across. So that's a good sign of the Indian mechanical engineering story across. And this year, as you can see, the auto sector is exploding across. I'm sure how people are buying across. So that's the statistics. So it's doing really well. So coming back to sustainability and manufacturing, there's a video. I just want to show it across. Can I have the volume, please? Well, that's a video from the MO Fair, which VDW subsidiary of VDMA organizes every year. So there's a statistics from BCG, VDMA with BCG, which says that up to 86% of global emissions are from the mechanical and plant manufacturing engineering. This is from BCG across, and it's a very good opportunity. And if mechanical engineering companies explore the solutions in this sustainability engineering, together they contribute production of almost 10 trillion euros. So it's a big opportunity for the mechanical engineering sector in the sustainability. It's as you can see from the graph there or the picture there, it has three big areas: circular economy, which I will talk in a minute, and then climate change. I think you have been hearing a lot about plastics and other things this morning. I don't want to go into depth on that. Then there's the cross-cutting issues that combine the two. So it is very important. There's something called digital passport, which I'll talk to you in a minute. And then, of course, there are a lot of legislations. And one another important thing that would impact India is the carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBAM tax. That's actually started from 1st of October. And they're monitoring the amount of carbon data that's being, whenever you have to export, the big industry that's going to impact all the steel, cement, etc. So, and it is effective from 2026, January onwards. So that's going to be a big impact across. Well, it's a graph which shows that the entire supply chain is involved. You need both the upstream and the downstream, and it's transparency. Entire thing need to be transparent. The data has to be collected from your first tier, second tier, and from your various ecosystem. You have scope 1, which is direct, scope 2, which is indirect. So you have the entire legislation and the policies viewed around these two activities, which is very important. And I think most of the organizations would need to look at compliances and regulations in a big way to move forward across. Very important. So how do you get the entire data from across the supply chain, whether it is downstream or upstream? We need something very transparent. This transparency model should give all the information: what is the product, what it is about, when it is manufactured, when it is shipped, everything about what it constitutes, everything about. So every data from right from the manufacturing side, it's a simple QR code which most of the, I would not like to get into depth of it because there's something called a platform called OPCUA, Open Platform Communication for Unified Architecture, which VDMA is a board member there, and it's also present in India, where VDMA is also a member on this board, which we worked around this digital passport, which helps organizations to transport materials with this QR code where every item, I'm not saying every, what do you call in e-commerce language, every unit job is monitored and tracked across. So this is a very important thing. So sustainability gives an idea when it is manufactured, and also gives, I mean, the days in this activity, as you can see there, you can also collect the amount of emissions across. I think I've just got on a few seconds. I will try to skip all these slides and talk on one important slide, the 10 R's of circular economy, which is very important across. So the first R, as you can see across, is refuse. It's very important thing that you need to combine functions, features into one product or refuse some of them. It's very important in circular economy, which helps you in giving a thought about it. Rethink, it has to start from the design phase. Somebody talked about our design today morning. I just heard it across. So design for recyclability is a very important thing. Innovations in enabling technology. Then you have, of course, reduce. You need to reduce all the things. I know my time is up, Joe, just give me a few seconds across. Reuse, something very important is happening in battery manufacturing. Use batteries for the electric vehicles after the lifetime of the batteries in the electric vehicle, 4 or 5 years depending upon the type of vehicle. Use it for storage. That's an important thing. Use it in your homes. Use it in various activities. So very important thing. So that is what is reuse, repair, refurbish. Refurbish is bigger than a repair, where you, I mean, you can actually refurbish most of the things that you use in your home or in your factories and use it for better other purposes, which also is there, repurpose is there. Remanufacture, repurpose, recycle. Repurpose is something, as I mentioned to you, is a very thing, we do it in plastics. I mean, a lot of FMCG companies who use this Coke bottles, they use it for a lot of other purposes, repurposing the entire product that you use. So when you design a product, please bear it in mind. When you design a product, the product manager should think after the product life and cycle, what it can be used for again. So that's the most important. The world is, I mean, I don't want to go into statistics today because since morning you're drowned in statistics. But today the world is, we need to ensure that it's a better place for the next generation. That can be only done by circular economy, not only in manufacturing, well, my emphasis is on manufacturing, but not only in manufacturing, but also in the daily life. Well, this is about how do you do a sustainability strategy, right? And you can see the analyze, it's a typical management work, and we formalize, and all those numbers are there. I think this is being circulated. I think people can read it. Most important in circular or in sustainability process in manufacturing is the 3 Ps. The people, very, very important. I mean, today you need to be very simple thing. You walk on the street and eat potato chips, ensure that you drop it in a bin so that the person picks up the next day and recycle. That's the most important thing. A person has to do it on the street. So that's very important. And planet, yes, that's a safer planet. Profit, I'm sure most of the organizations doing sustainable engineering or reducing GHG are the most valuable companies. And today morning we all heard from startup mentors and the VCs talking, saying that they are the people who are betting the money on that. So that's the important thing. The profits are there and all things will follow. Thank you very much. I'm sure it was interesting, and please make planet a better place for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Manohar, from VDMA or the German Engineering Federation. You have given us a very interesting perspective. Just for the information of others, you can go to TIA Summit. You find the live stream, because some of the slides were very heavy, so you can just pause and you can look at the slide in full screen. So you can see, because he went through all the slides, so you can see it, at your pace and at your time. All right, now I would like to invite Abhishek from WeFounder Circle. Abhishek is an incredible person, and you should meet him somehow during lunch if you can, because he does a lot of things, wears multiple hats. But today he is here as part of WeFounder Circle, which has invested in a lot of startups, and I think he will do that short introduction. So let's give a big round of applause for Abhishek.
Thank you.
From WeFounder Circle, yes.
Great. Hi everyone. Abhishek, an ex-Big Four partner, venture partner with India's largest investment group called We Founder Circle. We are close to 3-year-old company. We realized that what our startup founders are showing us on day-to-day basis, that innovation is the key, and that's missing in the VC industries. And VCs knows one magic. They can convert dreams into term sheets. And those term sheet then goes into the next 1 year, 2 year performance. Where is the ecosystem? And I heard Jonty today morning, community, which is the biggest piece of supporting this ecosystem. So what we have got together is 3-part. Before I jump into that, if you look at the numbers, India is now at the cusp of making a startup investment into a sustainable long-term investment opportunity. And angels, if you look at, are the big percentage of this. So if you look at 40% funding in last 3 years, which is total $100 billion plus, was done by the angel groups. And 29% was the VC group funding. So angels are now stepping up to join this wave. 4 big problems of this entire ecosystem. Lack of curated deals. You have platforms where everyone can come and upload their deck. There's no due diligence. You have to go and talk to the founder. Founder wastes enough time in talking to multiple angels. Ease of investment. Today, everyone wants to kind of invest in a safe manner. They want to get into the cap table or maybe through a syndicate, but the process is cumbersome. You need CAs, you need CS, you need lots of offline documentation. Disconnected ecosystem from, we have everyone in this room, but we are not connected digitally, right? We have Rajiv from Incubate Hub, we have many other, we have Jos supporting German startups in India, quite a lot of things happening, but all disconnected. Last is liquidity, which is the biggest problem for the angel investment as a community. Liquidity comes at certain terms and condition, and the tenure is not fixed, unlike any other investment class. What we have done is we have got tech, fund and community together. We have built the first angel investment platform in India, one of the very first, which gives you ability to find curated startups. You can come and participate in our deals. You can run your own syndicate. You can say private syndicate, public syndicate. Then you have funds, so you can take fund as a service. If you don't want to have your own AIF approved by SEBI, which takes long time, you can use our fund as a service. And the last is community, which is the biggest support ecosystem. We have CXO network, we have networks in Dubai, in Singapore, in Australia. These chapters help our startups in opening up their growth or even their shops in those respective countries or in a sector. We have built a safety net around these founders. So the success factor of, 80% of the startups, they go out of business in 3 years. We are trying to reduce that number by creating this ecosystem. So 4th thing which we have enabled, ease of investment, cross-border startup investment. Our fund is registered in Gift City, Gujarat. So anyone from outside India want to invest in India, anyone from India want to invest outside India, or let's say the startup is in Singapore, the syndicate members are sitting in Australia, Israel, US, India, all together. All types of deals are possible now with that fund. Global networking, 12,000 angels in 50 plus countries, and liquidity. So we are working on the liquidity part under the remit of the compliance provided by the SEBI and the RBI of the world. So 4 legs of the full stack value creation. Investors, startups, professionals and operators, and we are bringing all of them together. So the app on which you can do the deal also works like LinkedIn for investors and the startup founders, so you can chat with them. And core is, we don't want to waste founders' time. Founders' time is very, very critical. So what we do is, once he has made a pitch, the Q&A is done, everything is on the portal. You can go and read, you can go and listen to the pitch, and there are terms and conditions. If you are interested, yes, say I am interested, and then you can be part of the deal. Discover, connect, transact, manage. Manage is very important. Once you have invested in 10, 20, 15, you actually start losing track how many investments you have done. On the platform, you can see all your investments and their monthly MIS. All the startups in our portfolio will give you monthly MIS, which will get consolidated across your portfolio, and what you can do is you can see how my startups are doing, right? So this is like your portfolio management at one place. So business model, we have fund as a service, we have platform as a service, and innovation as a service. These are the three business models which are making WeFounder Circle and Invest sustainable. Traction, if you look at, we have communities across the globe. I think the numbers are talking for themselves. This is a portfolio. Some of them are today around. Deep tech startup, medtech, and yesterday what heard about the commuting, the ESG cycle. So those are also around. We have syndicate as a service. Any one of you wants to run your own network of investment, you have good family and friends network, you can just use our platform as a service. You can run your private deals, and if you are leading a deal and you have, let's say, 60% done and you believe 40% cannot be done, you can discuss with us and say, hey, WFC, do you want to participate with us? We are leading the round, 4 crore is left, come join us, right? We will do a quick DD and then we'll open up that deal for our angel investors. Other way, if a syndicate want a good deal flow from us, they can look at all the deals listed on our platform and they can showcase deal by deal to their own investors and angels. So this is both ways, and many top syndicates are running their own deals on our platform as a service. Some of the marquee investors who are running their deals, and the deals which we participated, Pixel, a global deal enabled by us from India, led by Google, and we could even write some small checks from India from the angel investors of few lakhs, and they were like participating in the deal which was led by Google globally. Pandorum, Router, these are some of those mega deals. Have been covered enough in the news, and this year as well, I think we will be among top 3 angel investment group, including our syndicate. We will be number 1 in terms of number of deals. So I know I'm standing between lunch and you, so I'm around. Anything you want to ask, I'm happy to answer during the lunch time. Thanks everyone, thanks for your time, and really thank Jose for inviting us. Thank you.
You know, that was really great, Abhishek. You know, the evidence of impact was visible clearly in the last few slides. Numbers speak for themselves, and you know, this particular thing that he quickly mentioned in his presentation, that many startups or 80% of them close within 3 years, is a really big problem, and they at WeFounder Circle are trying to make that maybe 70% or 60%, because many times you know, startups are like chasing a moving target, you know, and while they are running, they need to collect enough money along the way to make sure that you know, they can still run. And many times, like Abhishek said, you know, startup founders waste a lot of time pitching once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times, 10 times, going from meeting to meeting, instead of making their product better and smarter. So it's a bit like a paradox, right? The investors who already invested in you, it's also in their interest that you can now focus on the business instead of only raising money. So really great job at WeFounder Circle. Let's give a big round of applause. Abhishek, you are here till lunch and a little bit longer for coffee and all that, right? So people can connect. Yeah, great. Thank you so much for that. Now we have one speaker who is the only speaker who will be online at this edition of TIA Summit. It's Miss Nina from Slovenia all the way. But you know, interesting things, I want to say a few things about Nina before I give her the floor. You guys can check the technical stuff if it's ready. Nina is almost like a firebrand, passionate person in Slovenia. You know, it's a small country, very beautiful, but I have seen her in many of the conferences that, you know, I have been, and she's really dedicated to what she's doing. So she was the main person helping to set up a big, let's say, booth of Slovenia at the Dubai Expo recently, and now they will be back again for COP with a big panel. She is trying to bring the worlds of blockchain, digital, and sustainability together, trying to find synergy so people can work together. So I really am inspired by the passion, and she's so workaholic, is always working, but she agreed to come online. In fact, she would have loved to join here and somehow be here in person, but somehow we're a bit late to close something out, and they are quite busy with the COP28 starting, I think, next week or something like that. So without much further ado, let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Nina from Slovenia.
Thank you very much, Jose, Jacob, and thank you. And I'm very happy to participate this time. I'm sorry that I couldn't come because it was too short time for the logistics. But in any case, I would like to say hello to all of my India friends and connections that I have there, and I'm really glad to participate today. And congratulations for the meeting that you are providing and that you are having. And what I managed to see, it's very rich conference. So I hope I will manage to share some information with you that might be interesting and useful for further cooperation. As we know, in Europe, we started with the blockchain somehow 2017-18, and we first, I will try also to share my PowerPoint to show you what we are doing on the European level. Actually, we started with the European Blockchain Observatory and Forum. This was the first network that was ever formed to support that supporting environment and mapping the ecosystem in Europe. The second thing was establishing of European Blockchain Partnership. This is a unique network from the European Commission and European member states to create that ecosystem for blockchain. We started to develop a European blockchain services infrastructure. This is the first infrastructure that is cross-border, and it is supporting blockchain public services. First three use cases, I cannot share the screen because somebody should let me to share the screen. First, the three use cases were the following. The first one was digital identity. We know that on blockchain we have self-sovereign identity because it's specific according to that characteristics of blockchain. According to the non-intermediaries, according to that social proposition, social value proposition, which is very high for blockchain. According to authenticity, application, authorization, and transparency and democracy. So all of these characteristics were collected in the self-sovereign identity concept. The third thing was making the verifiable credentials for diplomas and for verifiable credentials for micro-credentials. And the third thing was traceability. And that traceability use case was very important because it enabled us to trace for, on one hand, that products and materials, and on the other hand, data and documents. And it's very important to use blockchain technology for tracing data and documents so that we can get the verifiable information in any time, using also timestamping and verification mechanisms to verify that authenticity of the blockchain. So now we are in the process on the European level to establish the first European blockchain institution, which will be called EDIC. This is European Data Digital Infrastructure Consortium. And we will also share our activities to extra EU countries. So cooperating on use cases, cooperating on the development of the cross-border functional infrastructure will be very important for the future. Now I would like to share with you, because we always or many times hear that blockchain is not sustainable. We cannot make the equal blockchain with the Bitcoin. Okay, Bitcoin is maybe energy consumption, has a very high energy consumption, but on the other hand, we have blockchain infrastructures that are very efficient, that are high speed, that have a lot of TPS, that transactions per second nowadays, and that have the also the possibility to have very fast transactions in the second. So maybe just to try to share with you what we are going to do, because we know that today we are using blockchain technology in many types and many industries. And also Jose Jacob mentioned GITEX and mentioned COP. COP is going to be the decisive event. COP is going to be probably one of the most important events during December. And what we get here for COP will be also important to take into account for future development of blockchain technology. So on COP, we are having the event during COP, which is dedicated to how to use blockchain technology in different types of or different topics. I can not share my screen still, but in any case, we are organizing 3 days of events on COP. This will be from 5th to 7th of December. You are definitely all invited to join us and also to somehow to participate at our meetings. The first day will be dedicated to how blockchain and advanced digital technologies can be used also for energy efficiency, for that type of how to use them in a circular economy. We know that for circular economy, it will be beneficial to trace materials also in the circular construction. We in Europe are dedicated a lot of attention to circular construction, which covers the traceability of materials, the integration of the technologies into the design process, into the creative design process to design the products and materials at the beginning of its lifetime, so that we can have different use of blockchain and also AI and other types of technologies through the lifetime and life cycle of the product. The second thing will be dedicated to EnerTech. So how to use blockchain technology and also the other convergence technologies into the energy efficiency. We know that we have trading platforms or marketplaces for blockchain on sustainable and renewable resources of energy, so solar power, wind power, hydropower. We can transfer that energy through a blockchain to the final customers. The third thing will be dedicated to sustainable finance. You know that this is a very important issue since we are starting to measure ESG, so economic, social, and governmental governance, sustainability on how to spend the money in the sustainable way, how to get the financial sources into dedicated for sustainable use. And this would be the last part of the first day. Then the second day will be dedicated to sustainable transport. Here we know that we have electric solutions and vehicles, aircrafts, ships that have electrical
Yeah.
solutions.
Hi, Nina. Just to quickly interject. Nina, can you hear me? Yeah. Just to quickly suggest, what I would suggest is if you share the whole program with me, we will upload it at the TIA Summit page, and then we will.
I will send it to you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
By mail, so you can share. I cannot share the screen. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I tried many times.
Yeah. No
but
problem.
In any case, I will send it
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah, and I will put that presentation on the TIA Summit website so people can see it later, no issues, and we'll have also your speech already live streamed. So from our side, I just want to say thank you very much, and we will put you on the LinkedIn page of TIA Summit. So if people want to learn more about the European Blockchain Initiative, they can reach out to you and connect with you. And Nina replies very fast. She's very digitally savvy, let's say. So at this point, because it's around lunchtime now in India, so we have one last speaker from our government, and then we will go for lunch. So let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Dina from Slovenia. Thank you so much, and we will stay connected and we will share your page. All right?
Okay.
Thank you, and have a nice day. I think it's early morning for you, so have a nice day, and hopefully see you in Dubai. I will also be there around that time. Thank you. All right, so that was Nina, who was talking about the European Blockchain Initiative. We have the last speaker before lunch. So we have in Karnataka something called the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, or KDEM. The idea of this mission is to help take the digital ecosystem also beyond Bangalore and entirety of Karnataka. So this is ably led by Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, who is the CEO of KDEM, and he is helping to build the semiconductor aspect plus startup ecosystems across different cities in Karnataka. So this is called the Beyond Bangalore initiative. So from our side, we are very happy that he will be with us here. I think he may be just in a couple of minutes joining us. So after his speech, we will go for lunch. I want to make a quick announcement. Exactly at 2 o'clock, we have a fireside chat with Prashant Prakash from Axel Partners. That is Sanjeev. Let's give a big round of applause for Sanjeev. You know, it's been a really busy day for him because there are multiple things happening and Karnataka is growing, and therefore Sanjeev is stuck in so many meetings. But somehow we managed to ask him to come out of all that heavy meetings and be here with us and give us this address just before lunch. So you will hear two interesting sides. One is the government side and their commitment, and Sanjeev will say that in a few minutes. And after lunch, we have Prashant Prakash exactly at 2 o'clock here, who will also talk because he's been an investor and you all know Axel Partners. So he'll be here in person for a 15-minute fireside chat. So without much further ado, let's hear the policy and later the investor perspective. So big round of applause to Sanjeev Gupta, please.
Very good afternoon. Thank you, Jose, for giving me an opportunity to come and meet the great people here in this room today. Warm welcome from Government of Karnataka to all of you. I hope most of you are familiar with Bangalore. If not, then I'm your local host here. Just ping me up and we'll go to Brigade Road in the evening and enjoy the Bangalore evening. Having said this, sustainability is an important topic, and Jose has been very passionate for sustainability. I think the TIA has picked up Bangalore as the location because he feels that something is happening in Bangalore on an India perspective from sustainability. So thank you for recognizing Bangalore for the TIA as the host city and also flagging off a sustainability on the top of it. So thank you so much. Extremely sorry for coming a bit late, but I thought I will join you half an hour early, but I'm on the mark. And you put me on the stage immediately when I'm actually thinking about my thoughts going together. 12 lakh professionals work in Bangalore in the IT sector. 12 lakh direct jobs. 31 lakhs indirect jobs. This is the phenomena of the growth that the Bangalore has created as a mark of itself around the globe. I was traveling in San Francisco and there was a pole where flags were written, this city, this kilometers away. In San Francisco, I found a pole written Bangalore, dash kilometers away. That's the power of Bangalore which has been shown across. And I was so happy and so proud of it. 31 lakhs serving almost 750 multinational companies of the world. Again, a power where Bangalore offers to come at. How is it related to sustainability? I will just connect with you on this part. And on all these things, what's happening in the countryside as well, is that we have the digital economy growing very fast by all kinds of, from the government-owned businesses, from the private industries, MSMEs, and everybody else. And in this journey of the digital economy, when we see our India is aiming for $1 trillion digital economy, ladies and gentlemen, Bangalore, especially Karnataka, is focusing to contribute 1/3 of it from one state. And we are on top of it. We are on top of it. We are already $110, $115 billion contribute to that right now. So $300 billion is not too far for us. With the help of everybody else here, we'll be able to reach that stage. And if we don't do this, I am sorry to my other fellow states, nobody can do it. We have to do it. So we have to do it and we will do it. That's the way I come from in a mission mode approach, from a Karnataka digital economy mission to see that we reach that stage. For us, the digital economy comprises of 3 things. One, purely looking at the IT, ITS, software, and all that segment of the services come along with it, including GCCs, the R&D centers. From the GCC perspective, just to let you know, India's 40% of the GCCs belongs to here in Karnataka. All over the states is just 60% available. 40% is yours. We can call as a GCC capital of India is here in Bangalore. Now, what is the GCC doing? GCC started by simply saying, okay, I will start my back office operations in Bangalore. That is, I'm talking about of 20 years back. Today, all these GCC companies file their patent by the work of R&D done here in Bangalore. All. What we need to do is create those IPs now back to India, say, please file IPs here in India. That's what we want to do. And we will be working on that to make sure that at least some portion of those IPs can be here. That's the shift of the game which has happened across in 2 decades. Coming back to the digital economy, I said IT, ITS, and GCC. And then the second fragment of it is the electronic system design manufacturing. And the third part is the startup and tech field. When I said IT, ITS employing 12 lakh of the professionals and 31 lakhs indirect jobs, I don't know, you must have seen the studies by the Harvard Business School as well. Startups is going to be the largest employer in the world. And so be in India as well. So for me, the shift is going to happen that I see a shift of professionals going from here, from an IT, ITS to the manufacturing towards more of the startups. How do we handle this? And how do we handle to make sure that we are a leading? So again, in the country, if you pick up an innovation index, if you pick up the startup index, Karnataka is number 1 and consistently number 1 last number of years. Thank you for the partners like NASSCOM, ISA, and everybody else. In fact, my friend is sitting here. He's doing a great job in IoT stuff in the Center of Excellence. All these work is actually making proud of Karnataka what it is, of being number 1. So startup plays a very important role. And when startup plays an important role, in India we are around 80,000 startups. India, 80,000 plus, 90 plus we talk about. In Karnataka, we have 25,000 startups in one state. So that means 25 to 30% and 40% of the valuation of the entire piece actually come from Bangalore and Karnataka. Out of the unicorns of 106 unicorns, friends, 43 unicorns are only from Bangalore, of the country. All good statistics, right? Where are you on sustainability? The topic is today here. You've been saying, Sanjeev is talking tangent today. I want to come back to this. Bangalore is giving that thrust of the digital economy, and hence you find those transactions and etc. which is coming in place, helping us to reduce the carbon footprint. And hence it is becoming a sustainable model for the economy to grow. Answer is yes. But what's happening around is that the entrepreneurs are coming to Bangalore or to Chennai or to NCR. There's a lot of movement of the population is happening around. And if the entrepreneurs are going to be the largest employer, imagine what the world will look like in terms of going forward. How do we address this question of sustainability was striking my mind. So how do we address that? And hence we thought, let's come out of the concept called as democratization of entrepreneurship. Hence we want to put up a model onto this which says that if you stand up and say, I want to be an entrepreneur, then it should be a right to become an entrepreneur. You should not be challenged enough of your location, of your gender, of your diversity, of your accessibility, of your market. You should not be challenged. How do we design this model? In India, especially when you have so much of diverse population and regions and religions and geographical differences which are available across, in economic level as well. So we thought of putting up those 7-8 pillars on democratization of entrepreneurship. What is those one? How we define this democratization? If I say individual has a right, that means my idea should be enough to somebody to get into a mentorship. My idea should be enough where I can access the tools and technologies to make a product. If the product is available, can I get some funds for that? Can I get a mentorship by some industry? Can I access a market not only in India, outside India, sitting in Udupi? Can I do this? And all these things, if it's available only in Bangalore, is not going to help the problem, solve the problem. So we need to shift the gear completely and put up those principles. What are we doing on that? So first thing what we're trying to do is infuse the entrepreneurship thinking in the students at a very early stage. And for the last 3-4 years, we have been doing these programs in almost 13-16 districts of the state, and we find out by just giving 1 lakh rupees to a teacher to say, hey, infuse an idea into a student. So a grant is given. For the last 3-4 years, we call as a New Age Innovation Networks, NAIN program, under which we give this money to a teacher to come out with a program on an idea level, just at this level. And then on top of this, EDP program, Entrepreneurship Development Program, just learning basics about entrepreneurships, how you run a P&L, what is the entrepreneurship, what the company means, and etc. Basic concepts of that. This becomes the important pillar to create a funnel of ideas and funnel of entrepreneurs. May not be mature enough, but you're creating a funnel. Like a typical company that you run, if you don't have a pipeline deals, how you will grow your business? You require a funnel of ideas, a pipeline of ideas to come into some level of maturity. That is happening around. So the first pillar is taken care of in some extent. We need to extend this pillar to all the districts. Second pillar, which is required, is to get idea to a proof of concept. So what government started program in 5 to 6 years back is an Elevate program. An Elevate program where we give rupees 50 lakh to an entrepreneur if an idea can be converted into a proof of concept. 50 lakh of rupees. It's a big amount for a person. And up to 50 lakh, it's grant, no equity. You can die also, and we'll simply write off. And that is where the power of idea to POC come into play. Till date, around 165 crores has been given as a grant to the entrepreneurs, and roughly around 800 plus entrepreneurs has taken advantage out of this. No other state has done so far of this kind of work. This is where we are trying to put together the second pillar to shift the gear from idea to POC. Third one, incubation centers where they can get some really understanding of the tools and the mentorship. We started a program of Karnataka Innovation Network, KTEC incubation centers. And those incubation centers in different districts of the state is actually funded by the government. So the entrepreneur comes in place, very small token amount they pay because it needs to be like a professionally run organization. And hence they get the entire services at an incubation stage level. Then the replication started in the institutions of first kind. So many universities have now come up with their own incubation centers. And now what we're trying to do is build a network of these incubation centers across the state. And that's becoming a power. Fourth thing, how do we get incubation is there, my product is there, I have developed a product, I have a POC run. How do I get a seed funding? Where I should go? Come to Bangalore, reach out to the angel investors and etc., get a seed funding done. It's so difficult. And to that extent, the pillar comes out is a cluster seed fund. So we have designed a cluster seed fund for Mysore, cluster seed fund for Mangalore, cluster seed fund for Hubli, Belgaum, Dharwad, a 25 crore fund only for entrepreneurs of that region to access that seed fund. So the problem of seed fund is getting resolved. But the magic that we're trying to put together is, if the local HNIs do not become a mature investors, the ecosystem is not going to be sustainable. So 1/3 of the seed fund is actually supposed to be partnered with the local HNIs. And they should be learning how to invest. They should be learning in terms of how to become a very mature investors and find out the right startups to invest into this. This is an exercise that we are trying to put together called Cluster Seed Fund. Okay? Imagine if I am already a mature startup, I need an accelerator. I need a bigger scale of my market. How do we get an accelerator? In district towns, can you get an accelerator there? We have very fantastic accelerators here in Bangalore, but none of those cities, none. And what we need to do is now is a very different exercise. Not to create a one building of some of the states does, and say this is a one building where everybody should come and do the accelerator work. We want to create, yes, one building, but we want to get multiple buildings of this kind virtually as well. We are trying to put together a Karnataka accelerator network. That means a potential accelerator in a district town and a mature accelerator at Bangalore becomes a mentor and mentee. And the entire cohort is funded by the government to run it for let's say 2 years. After 2 years, friends, they will be mature enough to handle their own accelerator and run it professionally. Creating that model of this kind at the district level is a very important exercise of an accelerator. We have started this journey right now. I'll show you the results when I come back next year to you and talk to you, for sure. And I'll show you how many cohorts has been come into place, what type of startups are there, and a variety of funk that we're doing around. Another element of this part is market access. How do we create a market access? Can be done by 2 ways. One, the domestic industry start leveraging the entrepreneurs either to the OEM or to go to the market together. And that's what we're trying to build up, a network of industries ecosystem linked with the entrepreneurs of that region, plus a market access of global in nature. Bangalore and Karnataka is the only state where we have more than 20 or 25 countries who has done a global market access called Global Innovation Alliance. So we have with Singapore, with Australia, with US, with everybody else, and that is running across. Last pillar, Sanjeev or Jose or anybody else are individual personalities. We need to bring an institution in place who will be able to sustain this energy of entrepreneurship at the local level. And this entrepreneurship institution cannot 100% depend upon the government, because government is a very different way of functioning. You require a much more professionals look at it. We are trying to build up a tie network so strong in the community here, where we have now the only country and the only state in the world, we have 4 tie chapters in each and every of the clusters that we have. These 7-8 pillars, friends, is creating the concept called as democratization of entrepreneurship. I'm very happy that Niti Aayog has taken this model and want to replicate this all across the country as well. Mr. Chintan, who is the leader of the Niti Aayog, was very, very pleasantly surprised to look at the model you're putting together. Having said this, what might coming here? The sustainability part. If we're able to create this part, the models of economic growth will be dependent upon those entrepreneurs, employment opportunities of that kind. The movement of the people will not be there. The development of the city will be happening in different phase manners. And we can see the development happening, and the models of sustainability can be brought in at that stage itself. Today, every entrepreneur is actually looking at creating those sustainable models in the technology piece itself. And imagine this new generation becoming the very mature businessmen going forward in a decade or so, how much impact of sustainability that we can create by just leveraging our towns, our emerging cities as the power of economic growth. With these small words, I thank you, all of you, to giving an opportunity to come and share the thoughts that we are trying to put together. Thank you so much.
Wow, that was amazing. Sanjeev sir, we are really delighted. Sanjeev sir also came last year in TI Summit, and at that time the numbers, so many numbers he mentioned. Of course, the whole video is live streamed, so you can go back and rewind and see his speech 2-3 times, because he gives so much power-packed numbers. And I have been tracking the amazing work KDEM has been doing. KDEM is our ecosystem partner, and I have never seen a team this sort, always on fire, doing so many things in multiple districts. And thank you so much for the leadership, for the vision. Unless the concept is clear, the outcome is not clear. And for us, one thing, I think all of us in the room will agree, that Sanjeev has a clear concept to democratize entrepreneurship and to take it to the next level. Let's give a big round of applause. He will be here with us maybe for lunch. Those interested, because he's a man in a hurry always, you see, he's also moving. Please give your card to him. His team will get back to you. All right. Thank you so much. We can have music and lunch is open. We come back at 2 o'clock for a fireside with Prashant. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. But you know, today we have with us a very special guest, and that is Prashant Prakash from Axel Partners. He'll be joining me in a few minutes on stage. You know, he's a person who has managed to somehow stitch the multiple threads of innovation, investment, of culture, and of some wonderful things that Bangalore is all about. And the beauty and commitment he has is, in spite of his busy schedule, he managed to put all this together in a beautiful document as a book. And we are really delighted that we have 10 author-signed books with us. And we are also very happy that he's such a good thinker that he decided to take it to the next level. You know, most books just remain books. But then he has made a wonderful plan of a whole event around Unboxing Bangalore and create a beautiful ecosystem around that. And today we will speak in a few minutes about that. So may I request a few people who are standing at the back to please come and sit down, because it's really important. Like some of you have been speakers, you liked others sitting when you spoke. So we should, you know, give the same courtesy to other speakers. And maybe Abhishek, you can help us bring more people back in. I know that we had a little bit running late, but because we have an online audience that's following us, yesterday more than 200 people were following our live stream. Today also it's the same number. So I request all of you to come back in. Two things that I want to say. One, which I've already said before, is we are live streaming this event. So if you go to TIS Summit website, you will see what I'm speaking right now also on your phones. So if you have somebody at home, some of your friends, just share the link on WhatsApp. It will take a few seconds and they can see this wonderful conversation that's about to evolve. Why are we doing this conversation? Because TIS Summit or the India Advantage Summit always happens in Bangalore. You know, we don't move the summit to Delhi or Bombay. We do it in Bangalore because we believe also that India's advantage is somehow locked in Bangalore. And I was so delighted just last week, I think, as Prashant launched his book. And, you know, somehow, you know, minds meet, right? So he was talking about Unboxing Bangalore, and that was a really great event done by his team. And immediately I went there and I said, sir, you have to come at least a few minutes. He has been crazily busy. I think just came back from Singapore. He has some other meetings to go, but he has been generous and kind to give time. So what I want you to do, because we say in sustainability, each of us can add value and do something. And because Bangalore, the narrative of culture, opportunity, challenges, and an evolving city together in that book, please share with your friends in the network who are from Bangalore or involved in Bangalore to see how they can contribute to the cultural fest that will unfold, and Prashant will share in a few minutes about that. Apart from that, please also on LinkedIn, each speaker's quote from their speech is there. We pulled out one quote, but suppose there was another thing that you liked from the speaker, please put that as a comment. We have the power to amplify great ideas, and it's a small responsibility, but it can go great lengths. I have stories at TIS Summit where somebody commented on a speaker, and then that speaker ended up getting investment, getting business. So these stories are there. And last evening you saw some stories, right? Kindrel was collaborating with Plastic Fisher, and today Plastic Fisher spoke. So we stitch these alliances together, and sometimes just a small comment or a like or a repost from you will help. So please do that part. You know, the reason we do this summit, we don't charge a delegate fee. It's an invite-only event. We invite a few people who are points of leverage. You know, each of you have a large network. So somebody asked me, how do you decide after people apply, whom do you let in? So one thing we check is, what's your network on LinkedIn? So if you cross 5,000, you will get an invitation. Okay, so this is the secret, right? I'm also live streaming it. So we want people who have a network of influence, because they can spread good ideas faster. And if good ideas get spread faster, sustainability is closer at hand than farther away. Without much ado, I want to do one ceremony first. So may I request Prashant sir to come on stage and also give me the clicker. And Jonty Rhodes also to come stage along with Joran and Vivek and a colleague from Sweden. All of you please come on stage, because I want Prashant sir to give one book to Jonty and another 4 books you can bring, Martin, to all the others. No. All right. And just give one book to each of them. So these are our friends from Sweden, and this is a wonderful book. I think you will see wonderful stories about Bangalore and how it makes a difference. So could I give Prashant sir, give Jonty the clicker, sir? So Jonty will unveil something which we will see. Yes. All right. We can play some music as that happens. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Click. Click again, or you can click. No, oops. All right. You click, man. Okay, yes. All right, so let's give a big round of applause. So they are the 3 things: the book, Unboxing Bangalore, and the Bangalore Habba, and the rest. So thank you guys for joining us, and we really hope that Unboxing Bangalore goes to the next level. So Prashant, please stay back. Thank you, Jonty, like always. Sir, you said I didn't introduce Vivek. That's Vivek Bora. Please come up just to introduce him. He's not speaking. Vaisepur and some other things, Accidental Prime Minister and a few other movies. Maybe you'll do something on Unboxing Bangalore. Okay, so I'm making this connection. Yeah, they're doing a Netflix series already.
He's announced at the rights with me.
Okay, okay, all right. Great. So we just did a collaboration on stage. Thank you, Vivek. So those who are interested to amplify sustainability with media, please meet also Vivek. Thank you. Sir, please have a seat. All right, so let's start from the beginning, sir. Can you give us a little bit introduction about what all you did, so that many of the guests who are not from India can get a sense of your journey and, up to now, maybe in a short gist. I know it's a long journey, but still.
Thanks for being gracious and making the book here. I think my goal is to tell the Bangalore story out there. And the reason to get the Bangalore story, or maybe I'll give you my background later. I think what's important is that the India story is told for like the audience globally, right? And you can, of course, talk about Indian heritage, culture. I think that part of the story is, there's enough, there's the Incredible India campaign, and we do a lot around that. But I think the innovation, the dispersion of innovation, and the reason you do something like this in India is because innovation is not centered today in one part of the world, right? It's not only in the valley. It's there in Israel, it's there in India, and in India and Bangalore is the hotspot for innovation. So I think just to say that there is innovation happening in Bangalore, I don't think does justice to the story. Why did Bangalore become that hub for innovation? Why did Bangalore become the hotspot? So there is no contemporary biography of any city in India that talks about the last 4 or 5 decades, right? As to what made our cities become, crucibles of this new activity, whether starting, and Bangalore so happens that, we can lay claim to about 60 to 70%, and if you want to be very generous, 80% of everything material that has happened in this country post-independence.
Let's give a big round of applause for that, right? We are in the city of Bangalore, and
I know. There's people from all cities, and but I think I'm just talking about Bangalore. But there's Mumbai has given us Bollywood. Okay. Mumbai has given us the stock exchange, which is a very respected stock exchange globally, top 5. But what Bangalore has given you is like the first
aircraft, right? This is where the first aircraft was built in the country.
Wow.
The first spacecraft was built in the city.
Wow.
The first large, unicorn, right? Flipkart.
Flipkart, yeah.
Was built in the city. The first, the largest exports in this country that has given credibility to this country is the whole IT and BT sector. 50% of that happens from the city, and that started from here. And of course, the whole digital public goods ecosystem that Nandan started, right? Which is what India is very proud of. So, like I said, it's somewhere between 60 or 70% of every meaningful economic activity that we as Indians are proud of have some roots in this city. Wow. But the story is not something that people in India just, because I told you all this,
Yeah.
you say, oh wow, all this happened in Bangalore.
Even I didn't know the flight thing, by the way.
Right? So we were the first city to get a street light in Asia.
Oh wow, that's okay.
Yeah, that's in the book.
Okay,
right?
excellent.
It's the first
Here's the
first Asian city to get a street light, right? Yeah, we have a plaque here.
Okay.
So I think this being the city of new beginnings, I think is something that, occurred to me like 4, 5, 6 years ago, and then the whole journey started. But just to give you a little bit of background, spent time in the US, like everybody else, studied, was in the startup ecosystem in the US, came back to India, did my first startup in the...
A new beginning, let's say.
Yeah, new beginning. My new beginning was here.
Yes.
So for me, this was in the 1997 when the first internet startup. So I did India's first internet startup called Netcraft. There was no internet in this country, right? So I did India's first internet startup, India's first tech venture fund, Erasmic, in 2004, then which became Accel. And then, of course, that was a very nice journey. Started with the funding of Flipkart, but anyway, now Accel is a 2.5 billion venture fund out of...
so it's billion with B.
Yeah, 2.5 billion. We managed 2.5 billion, 250 startups,
250 startups,
Yeah,
okay.
and 25 of them are unicorns. Yeah, so
Wow,
that's
let's give a big round of applause. 25 unicorns. So 10% of that portfolio are unicorns, and wow, that's and how many of this 250 are kind of headquarters or based in Bangalore, let's say?
I think the average in India is about, in general, 50% of startups would be in India, 25 to 30% would be in Gurgaon.
Okay.
And the rest 20% spread across Chennai, Hyderabad, Pune, and Mumbai.
So Bangalore leads the table in that sense,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Absolutely. I haven't had the time to go through this book. I just read a few pages, and then we had at the unboxing wonderful stories shared. So I got my book already signed by Prashant. It's there in my room, and it's...
So I'll just tell you about the book, right? So I think this is not a book about startups. Startups, I think, have been spoken about enough. I don't think we needed yet another book on startups in India. But I think it's about the people of the city. It's a multi-layered book on what makes Bangalore Bangalore. Why didn't some other city in India become Bangalore? That's always a question, right? I think this book answers that question. What makes Bangalore as a city different from other cities? Why did this become the philanthropic capital of India? And philanthropy in India started with the Tatas in Mumbai, right?
Correct.
Why didn't Mumbai become the next big philanthropic city in India? Why did philanthropy? Because I talk about how in the city, when people get money, they want to do, it somehow propels them to do more good.
Wow.
I mean, talk about sustainability, right?
Yes, yes.
So I think some of the best examples of sustainability getting funded.
Correct, absolutely.
Whether it's Kiran or whether it is
Nandan,
Rohini.
Rohini, yes.
All of them. I think there is a very different behavior that when you get money in the city, you don't kind of wear it on your sleeve. Right?
Wow,
So
that's
it's very
interesting.
difficult to understand when you meet somebody in the city that what really is the value the net worth.
What's
of that
the net
person,
worth, yeah?
Net worth of this person, right?
Okay.
In Mumbai or Delhi, I think the conversation starts with that.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
So here it takes a long time to understand what's the net worth of that person.
Wow. You know, sir, what I wanted to say, therefore, is this book has these very interesting perspectives on what makes Bangalore tick and how these outcomes have come to be, right? So on that day, when we launched the book at the Taj West End, it was a beautiful event. Everything was perfect to the dot. You know, they were sharing a few stories from the book. So I want you to tell me one or two stories for our audience, which is in the book. And then, of course, I want them all to buy it and read more stories. But as a teaser, I would ask Prashant sir to share a couple.
No, I think I'll tell you about a couple dimensions that we have covered in this book that are not very obvious to all of us, right? What is it to be a single person in the city? We're a city of young people, right? What does it mean, right? And so we kind of dwell a little bit deeper into these lives of young people in the city who just like you would have, I mean, the whole American dream kind of thing, right? In what you hear about in the US. Bangalore, you know, when we speak to them, they all tell us the same story. Why did you come to Bangalore? They say, this is the city where people dream and dream big. And that's what we heard. And we just came here because for us, that was what we wanted to experience, right? And they, of course, you know, have gone through various challenges. You know, it's when you're single, when you're in a startup, it's not easy. There are people who have
Till they meet you, it's not easy. But yeah, okay. All right.
yeah, no, there's a burn. There's this whole. Some people get burnout. There is, you know, challenges in terms of emotional lives of these people. So I think a lot of that is covered. We also covered, for example, startup couples.
Okay.
You know, the city has a lot of startup couples, and what does it mean to be a startup couple when both of you are running startups in this city, right?
Okay.
So that's
nobody cooks. Okay, well, just yeah.
yeah, so that everybody is swigging or whatever.
Except at work, they are cooking something. Yeah, all right. Yes.
So
yeah.
So that's another interesting dimension we have covered.
Wow, nice. That's I think unique. I've never. I don't think there's any other book doing that, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's covered that. See, the other thing we kind of talk about is this whole idea of mafias. You know, Silicon Valley had its own mafias. What are the mafias in Bangalore? What came out of all the people who were influential in Flipkart? What came out all the people who were influential in InMobi, Infosys, Wipro. So what are the mafias that kind of influenced the next generation? Because mafias are good and bad, but I think it's in this context mostly good.
Yeah.
They really fuel the ecosystem because they're very supportive.
Perfect.
There is a little bit of that clannish thing that comes with
Correct.
mafias, and I think they're very supportive of, which is very apparent in the Silicon Valley, right? So you just get very easy support, no
Correct.
matter what.
Once you're inside.
Once you're inside, everybody is with you.
Okay,
right?
cool.
That's
Okay.
the same thing we see in Bangalore, and it's not very clear outside, right?
Yeah.
So basically, this book dwells into those elements that for the outsider are not. So we kind of unravel a lot of.
So won't you get into trouble writing all this? Like, will any of these guys call you and say, "Wow, you've revealed too much"? Or?
No. See, so we had about 600 interviews.
Wow.
Totally.
And how long, sir?
3 years.
Wow. Let's give a big round of applause. 3 years of work and research for one book. Yes. Yeah. Continue, sir.
Yeah. So no, you have a question. Yeah, please. I think I can keep talking about this book, but yeah. Right.
This interviews were done under your supervision or directly by you? Because
no, I would have been there in about 50% of those interviews.
Oh, wow.
And about 30% of them are digitally captured. So hopefully we'll release some clippings from those. I mean, if you're getting 1 hour or 2 hours of Nandan's time, you might as well capture it on video, right?
I agree
so
totally.
we have done that.
And a related question,
Yeah.
right? Did your professional roles help you with the excess, or any other
Very
writer
much. No,
writing
no.
this? It's not easy.
It's not easy, and my co-author, in fact, I have to acknowledge that I don't have a background in writing, and I don't have an MBA, so I never really learned the art of articulate writing. So I very much an engineer who happened to get into investing. So I think like everything I do in life, I mean hacking it out is most important, right? So I got a journalist as my co-author, Malini Goyal. All journalists, I mean, there's a lot they can't do, but they can write, right? So Malini was a great co-author. And by the way, one round of applause for Malini.
Yes, please.
Because she moved from Delhi, and like many other people, said, I'll move just for a year, and I'll move back to Delhi, and she never moved back. So 3 years, she's not here, but she is very much now a Bangalorean in just 3 years.
Yeah, I'll connect you.
There's also a chapter on expats. A few of you here in this room are people who from other countries who have made Bangalore home, and we've spoken to a lot of them. And why do they find this country, this city more comfortable than? I think it was very common for people to move to Mumbai, right, before. I mean, Delhi before the pollution, Mumbai later. But that's something else.
It reminds me of that Hotel California song. You can check in any time, but you can never leave. All right. I mean, it's really interesting that you've captured Bangalore from these multiple dimensions, especially this mafia thing. I didn't know it existed, but happy to find out and join. The other thing is when you start out writing a book like this, it's a lot of time that goes into this, and 50% of those interviews, if you have to join, it's a lot of time. Did you feel somewhere midway that this will never get finished or never get done? Just a question, because many startups have this thought, right?
Yeah, so I think there was this COVID time where, again, I got very involved in all those COVID activities.
With the charitable things, that's the other thing they were doing. That is United Way.
Oh, yeah, and United Way, and then we also started, this thing of all the venture capitalists.
Right. The fund, yes.
The fund.
You'll find all this on Google, whatever he's saying, but yes.
Yeah, but I think this should have been 2 years, but because of COVID, and
it got extended.
It took 3 years. But what changed because of time is that I said it should not be just about the book. So when it's really important sometimes that, this is where, a lot of you have startup experiences, and, everybody tells you just jump into jump into it, and then you'll
find the way.
The dots connect, right? So I think that's what happened here, because this led me to the name of the book, Unboxing Bangalore, the City of New Beginning. Actually led me to think of starting a foundation called Unboxing Bangalore. So now a lot of well-meaning people in Bangalore have come together to start this foundation called Unboxing Bangalore. And Unboxing Bangalore is now a multi-purpose, multifaceted organization. There is a festival that is going to happen between December 1st to 11th.
You can put that slide on, Martin.
Yeah, December 1st to 11th. So it's going to be, how many of you have heard of the Edinburgh Fest? Oktoberfest. So there's the element of the Oktoberfest in Bangalore always. But the Edinburgh Fest is the most ticketed event in the world after the Olympics and World Cup soccer. How many of you knew this? And 40 to 50% of that city's economy comes from that fest.
Wow, that's
right. So I thought, in the global south, there is nothing. No city has a meaningful festival. And if Bangalore claims that we are a cosmopolitan city, we are kind of a melting pot, and there's a little bit of India in every way in the city. I think we should put it out there, right?
Absolutely.
So it's just
Yeah.
not about
I think
Bangalore
the
being...
dates are there, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
it's Bangalore as a tech city is, of course, something we all know. But Bangalore as a cultural city, Bangalore that is able to kind of have people experience various aspects of India just in one place, because we actually have as many Bengalis and as many Keralites and as many North Indians, from UP, Bihar, as more than any other city
Correct,
in India,
absolutely.
right? So that cosmopolitan power, we wanted to put it out there in the
Like a
form of
mini
festival.
India, yeah.
Yeah.
In Bangalore, right?
In Bangalore. So it'll be a multi-genre, multi-category festival, 40 locations, 3,000 events in those 11 days. So
In the first edition, that's...
First edition. No matter where you stay in Bangalore, you will see something that you can participate in.
Wow.
But give us a break. This will be the first one.
Correct.
So it's a pilot.
Yes.
Hopefully next year we'll...
Yeah, absolutely. And I also saw a call at that at the event of people who would like to collaborate to connect with. They have to connect with Bangalore International Center head, or how's it?
I think all of you have heard of Ravi Chandar.
Yes.
Ravi Chandar, who is the founder of BIC, Bangalore International Center. He is the festival director. So you can connect with Jose.
Yes.
If there is something that you want to feel that you want to contribute,
Absolutely.
participate,
Or organize also.
Activate, organize in any part of Bangalore, and you can connect. You have Ravi Chandar's number?
Yes, 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 I have.
Okay, so please connect them to Ravi Chandar.
Yes, Ravi Chandar also happens to be the honorary consul for the for Slovenia in Bangalore.
Okay.
We had a speaker from Slovenia just in the previous panel. She came digitally, of course. Yeah, and
I'll also kind of make a request that if any city that you're from, any part of the world, wants to get any of these books, please let me know. I will send across these books because I just want to make sure that we bring our cities closer together. And we are the first city that also recently joined the World Culture Cities Forum.
In India?
No, that's based out of London.
London, okay.
The mayor of London, London has this person called the culture mayor.
Okay, okay.
Right, so she is currently anchoring. So Bangalore is the first Indian city to be part of the World
Wow.
Culture Cities Forum.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, so yeah.
So
there's a
many
lot
things.
happening, so many
Yeah.
things. So I think
Yes.
I'll
So-
let you go on with the rest of the thing. But if there's anything I can do for your city and bridge Bangalore closer to your city,
Yes.
I do a lot in sustainability in my life as an investor. So we are big agri-tech investors. So we have invested in some of the large agri-tech companies in the country, like AgroStar, Ninja
Correct.
Card,
Ninja
some of
Card,
these
yeah.
companies. We have also invested in companies that build products out of sustainable materials for the global north from India. There's one advantage India has which nobody else has, which is agri materials which are for free.
Correct.
Right? So your input materials are of zero cost almost. And I think people are done with recycling.
Correct.
I don't think people believe that any recycling efforts anywhere can go beyond 20%, right? 80% still goes to landfills. So the only solution is to build products with sustainable materials from scratch, right?
Scratch.
And that, I think, is where India has a big global advantage.
Great. So the bonus we have from Prashant is to get an investment theme, right?
Yeah.
So, catch the direction.
So I think you can look at two companies. One is called EcoSol. EcoSol makes home products for the US market with Indian agri materials. It could be bagasse-based, husk-based, wheat husk-based, areca-based. So there are multiple materials.
Wow,
right, that
excellent.
Then we have the molded fiber, which is a big
Correct.
for packaging and food
okay.
grade packaging and lots of other packaging. I think molded fiber.
So
is
plastic
huge.
gets out and this comes in.
Plastic gets out and the molded fiber gets in.
Wow.
Fib Mold is a company we have invested in.
Great.
Looking at another company that does, which is Europe, India, cross border. They have this special material that helps coat agri-based material, agri-based products to make them more water resistant. Right?
Okay.
So to be able to create
shelf life,
the Tetra Pak or these other water container equivalent
solutions.
So that's another company. We've not yet announced it,
Wow.
but that's another company we want to invest. We will invest in.
Great.
So I think there is no country that has become meaningful from an economy perspective just with services.
Correct.
And I think for India also, I feel we are at an opportune time where we can take advantage of the diversified global supply chain realities that are now in place and become a we may never become China, but I think even if we take away 15, 20, 25% of that manufacturing, because also some of this manufacturing now is of a low value.
Correct.
And I think China is moving slightly higher, and I think we have a lot of people in India still who have to move up.
Correct.
The economic
It reminds me of the early first, offshoring thing, and now innovation is here.
Yes, and while we build, just like the leapfrogging we did with mobile technologies, where we went smartphone first, I'm assuming that when we build industry in India, we will not build for industry 4.0, but we'll build for industry 5.0.
Wow, that's
right?
nice.
And so while we do things in India, hopefully we also can leapfrog in.
Perfect. I think, probably the 3D printing and protocols will start. We had, I want to mention, CM Patil was here from Krishi Kalpa. So he was showing your picture yesterday on the stage. So many of them saw you before you came. And then they are working with you, and he mentioned and thanked you, I think, for.
The other problem in India is, which CM might have spoken about, is this problem of how do you aggregate supply?
Correct.
Right? Aggregation of supply. Even if you want to process food, global food security is a big opportunity.
Correct.
Right? And I think we can export a lot of raw material, commodities from India, but the real solution is to process.
Correct.
And if you want to process, you can't set up centralized processing in India everywhere. Correct. So there has to be decentralized processing and very smart enablement of the decentralized processing through technology.
Absolutely.
Where
Wow.
monitoring and managing and elevation of the decentralized processing has to be. Take a look at a company that we have not invested, but it's called S4S, right?
S4S.
S4S. So they they have these self-help groups in these smaller villages. Actually, each of them has some capacity to process. They aggregate it, test it, do the logistics, and they're able to now export, right? So India, unlike China, will not be this humongous clusters, right? If you've been to China, there is this one cluster. If it's about home decor, it's like 10 miles. 10 miles, only home decor, retail, right? So India is not going to be like that. I think we are going to be a lot more fragmented. I think we have to use smart technology to aggregate it. This is the role for entrepreneurs.
Perfect.
Where you can use platforms, you can use technologies to enable that quality.
Absolutely.
You have to take ownership of quality. The processing is enabled, distributed manner, but you give them the right IP, you give them the right technology, you manage it through technology with the right IoT technologies, whatever you want to do, and you then guarantee that at volume you can provide it to your supplier, whoever your buyer is, right?
Perfect.
So the buyer does not have to deal with a 10,000 small, which is never going to work. Nobody wants to deal with them, right? So we have companies like Captain Fresh, which is doing that in the seafood space now.
Correct.
And we are taking that beyond. So we do that in India. then we replicate the same in Indonesia, in Vietnam, so I call this the China plus N strategy, right? It's not China plus one. I don't think one country in the global south can replace what China is doing. So we have these new companies that start in India, and these platforms then aggregate supply across these South Asian countries. And Indian entrepreneurs are good and very, I guess, creative, and they're able to now scale by
through tech.
So this is a big opportunity, right? India will become a manufacturing powerhouse by aggregating supply from smaller people through a tech platform which will standardize quality, which will elevate IP, and which will also make sure that there is predictable logistics for the buyer.
Wow. Let's give a big round of applause. I think what I really love is, somehow he's given us 4-5 investment themes to think about. And, that's the beauty, he's become generous in terms of also telling us the thought process. And therefore, if any of us decides to look carefully, we might find the right startups and right opportunities. So, thank you so much, Prashant. Let's take a last photo together. Jayan, I call you also, come up to stage with us. Sir, you give this book to Jayan because he's been a fanboy from that time. Hey, don't worry, man. We'll give the official. Come. So thank you once again to Prashant sir. Thank you, Jayan, as you escort Prashant sir. Thank you for giving us your time. Those who need the book, of course, on LinkedIn, we will share the link to access that book. I think it will be a great value addition, especially if you are thinking to settle down in Bangalore, or if you're thinking to invest in a Bangalore startup, to understand how the mafia works, for example, or other sub-themes and themes. Thank you very much, and one last round of applause to our wonderful special speaker, and we are delighted that we could unbox Bangalore and also the festival here at Bangalore. Now, without much ado, we move to cybersecurity and resilience. I would like to hand over the mic to Jan, but before Jan comes on stage, I have a small announcement. Come, Jan. I am delighted that we have a special speaker, and that speaker is from Synergia Foundation. So those of you who don't know Synergia Foundation, you can Google Synergia Foundation. Just last week, they had their biannual conclave, which brought together the Chief of Air Force or Chief of Air Staff, the Chief of Navy, the Chief of all the armed chiefs, and also multiple military operators from different countries, Israel, Germany. I think all of them were there, and they, as a foundation, do something called thinking and forecasting the curve before things approach. One thing we heard yesterday is if you don't think and plan, it's a disaster, and you can use the resources of a think tank to plan the future better. So we're very happy that Ms. Samrata is here from Synergia. She will be speaking on cybersecurity security and resilience, and also some of the work they do in health. So she will speak twice to get different perspectives. I want to especially acknowledge Toby Simon, who is the head of Synergia Foundation. Please go to their website and find out. They have made 17 predictions in the last, I think, 6-7 years, and almost 90% of them have happened. So I think Samrita will say more about that. And now I hand over to Jan. Over to you, Jan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. And I'm probably one of the perfect examples why I'm coming from the Silicon Valley to Bangalore. Because here's where the innovation happens in the next phase, the next scenario. So thank you very much for this introduction here. And I would like now to open up the panel about cybersecurity and resilience. And we've been talking about the mycelium of the digital mycelium. And of course, when we face that, we need two things. One is we have to be educated to move around in this place. And one is to be secure, to have trust. So that's why we have these two aspects in our panel here. And I would love to call now on stage Raj from Anthology. And I remember last time I was introducing him wrongly. Is he around? So he's late? So let's make it sort of easy. I just wanted to excuse myself, so I do it now. Here right on stage, I introduced him wrong. He will talk about education, skilling, which is absolutely needed to move in this new field. So then there's the next speaker, and that's Sambata from Synergia Foundation. And last time I had the chance to talk to Toby. And the beauty thing was we had sort of the scenario thinking. And what we're doing is reading signals. And Toby had a very perspective on that one. And I love to have you on stage on that one to share some of the insights, to take us not for tomorrow, but the days, years after tomorrow. Because we have to look at this horizon 3 to do the horizon right. So give her a hand. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Jose and Ain, for the lovely introduction. Thank you, Jose, once again for having me here. Really honored to be here. So I hope you all have had a lovely lunch, and I know this is the time when everyone's feeling a bit drowsy. So I thought I'll start with the post-lunch session with the video, and could we have the video, please? Thank you. I would like to begin with an analogy that resonates with the theme of the discussion today. Think back when we all first learned to ride a bicycle. And for most of us, it started with a basic model of bicycle, maybe even with the training wheels. And we got onto the lanes that we were comfortable with, maybe a quieter lane. And also there was this understanding or mental readiness that falling down was okay. It was a whole process of learning. However, contrast this with the situation today. Imagine learning a bicycle, not just a normal bicycle, but a high-powered, super-geared machine. And now, instead of learning on a quiet lane, imagine starting on a busy highway. Everything is more intense, difficult. And to avoid falling and to ride safely, it's important to really know the road. You need to understand what's coming up next. Be ready for surprises and watch out for dangers. This analogy mirrors out the current reality in many ways. We live in a world that's akin to high-speed highway, filled with technologies, advancements, and rapid changes. The bicycle we are riding today could be our projects, business, and even personal lives, are more complex and powered with innovation and ambition. Now, the challenge here is to adapt to the changing pace. It's about acquiring the knowledge and foresight to anticipate what's ahead, understanding the nuances of our environment, and preparing ourselves for the unexpected twists and turns. And that's exactly what we do at Synergia. The video that you saw earlier explains that we are the futurist. We help companies or organizations navigate and manage the unknown. Only by being perspective, agile, and informed can we navigate this fast-paced world with confidence and minimize the risk of falling. Therefore, it is important to know the premises, threats, strategy, and quantum technology. So I will just touch upon these points. Premises, so there is no A gaps in cybersecurity, perimeter, cloud space, or edge. Anything that is connected to the internet can be broken, and the surface area of cyber vulnerability has increased exponential folds with the adoption of IoTs and sensor. Encryption is everywhere, and securing our encryption is the key. Today, we are in the encryption economy. Now, global standards in cryptography are compromised. Powerful algorithms like Chors and Grovers running on equally powerful computers are able to crack encryption standards. Quantum simulators using very powerful classical computers can compromise any encryptions, and majority of the encrypted web data relies on RSA 2048, and a quantum computer with 4099 qubit can break this in few minutes. Now, cryptography built on mathematical algorithms are vulnerable and can be attacked by brute force. Now, the grid will become the first in line attack, and these include the national defense systems, the critical infrastructures, etc. Now, I've gone through the threats already, and now the strategy. Hack now, weaponize now, or hack now, weaponize later, moving from mathematics to quantum physics or to quantum safe world. Now, let me speak about the quantum technology. This rises out of the second quantum revolution. Incidentally, the first quantum revolution was nuclear, semiconductor, and laser, etc. The second is characterized by manipulating individual quantum systems. For example, eavesdropping using quantum key distribution, quantum computing breaking the RSA code. So I'll leave that to you. Thank you, and I'll be around if you have more questions. I'm happy to get in touch with you all. Thank you.
So I'm very happy that I'm working together with a company, Quantum Basel, which sort of secures our way, because yeah, it's a huge threat on one side. On the other one, it's a huge chance and opportunity. And if we couple it at the very first beginning, if we are in front of the wave, we can really do something. Wow, thank you very much for that insight. And I think this is the challenge now for AdSign. Where's Anthony? Anthony is here. So we're talking about encryption and, you know, being safe and, you know, having these IoT sensors sitting all around the world. We heard about Colin, you know. Colin was getting us on a drive on a Mercedes. By the way, I'm working for BMW for the autonomous driving, so it's not our problem. Just a joke. No, now I think this is really, Anthony, you have to live up to that now. So give a stage to Anthony AdSign.
Awesome. I've been waiting for this with bated breath, and I told Joe saying, if cybersecurity is going to be last on the list, then I'm very disappointed. Because if you think about it, everything else that we've talked about for the last 2 days, all the different tracks, will come to a full stop if cybersecurity is not top of mind. So that's what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about actually flipping cybersecurity, because that's what we do at AdSign, because why not, all right? So let me start with a personal story. So as I was packing up to come to Bangalore, and I come from Silicon Valley, so this is a mail that I get. So it comes from a certain company writing on behalf of my healthcare provider. And basically what it says is that my data has been compromised. And if any of you have heard about the MOVEit attack that happened 6 months ago, keep that in mind, my data was apparently part of that. And when do I get to know about it? I get to know about it in November, right? So that's a personal, this is the first time I've probably gotten a letter like this, but a few things I noted out of this letter. First thing is, there's no apology, you know? I mean, there's no empathy at all from my healthcare provider saying, Anthony, we lost your data, you know, no sorry, nothing. Second thing is, it's 6 months old. I mean, you don't know what else is going on in this particular attack. And then what do they offer to me as steps I can take? steps I am supposed to take for a data leak that happened with one of their vendors. They are offering me 12 months of identity protection. That's what they're offering me. And what am I supposed to do with that, right? So this is the state of cybersecurity, at least at a personal level. But I want to talk about, before I get into that, a little bit more about myself. I mean, I've met, I think, at least 50% of you in the last 2 days, but those of you who haven't met me, I come from a company called AtSign. I've heard Colin, who's one of our co-founders, speak a couple of times, so I'll kind of reiterate the same themes. But I'm new to the whole startup world. I've been here only for the past 5 years or so. And little did I imagine 5 years ago that I'll be here talking cybersecurity. So, but that tells you anything's possible. So I come from the consulting world, and I've had the luxury to work with some of the biggest brands out there. And I've heard people at the topmost levels talk about cybersecurity and just put it away for some time later. I've been in the room in discussions with CIOs who say, let's see if you have money. Let's see if you have time. Those have been the sort of conversations that have happened, I mean, for the longest time. I mean, I've been around for 20 plus years doing tech, and this has exactly been the same case 10 years ago, 15 years ago. But surely, of late, people have started to take a little bit more heed to cybersecurity. So the current state of cybersecurity, right? I mean, you saw a little example in my case, but I did a little bit of data digging from the last year or so. So what does the data say? We've had close to 1,000 attacks in the last year or so. And keep in mind, these are the attacks that we only know of. I mean, are the attacks that have been published and said there has been a data breach. And just in this particular month, or just the last month, because the data for November is still being aggregated, you have about 100 plus attacks just in the last month or so, right? And just the numbers speak for themselves, right? I mean, it's like billions of data records out there that are out there in the internet for all of you to go see. And then on the left-hand side, you see the top 3 attacks. I mean, unfortunately, number 1 and 3 are very close to here in India. The first one happened, I mean, I think a lot of your data records, I mean, are out there in the internet, right? So it happened with a COVID breach. The 23andMe is well advertised. And then the Red Cliff Labs as well, right? So out of the 100 odd data breaches that have happened this month that are recorded, 2 out of the top 3 have happened here in India, right? So a serious problem. And I spoke about MoveIt earlier, which is where my data got impacted. The full impact of that particular attack is still being determined, TBD. Every day we are still uncovering companies coming out and saying, oh, my data, your data was breached as part of the MoveIt attack, right? I mean, it was a simple breach. It was a file transfer. They fixed it within 5 minutes. But the breach, I mean, the damage was done in 5 minutes, right? So that's how big the scale of cybersecurity is in the world we live in today. So why is this? I mean, like I said earlier, I mean, it's still an afterthought. Cybersecurity, like Joe's, is still an afterthought, right? Most businesses, people, governments still don't pay much attention to cybersecurity. The biggest thing, according to me, is people need to treat cybersecurity as an investment. It is still treated as an OPEX cost, a CAPEX cost, as part of the budgets, right? I mean, and a lot of times it is on the bottom of the list. I mean, you want to do, obviously, revenue-generating projects for the company, but unless cybersecurity is treated with a little more respect, I mean, it is going to be a problem. The other thing you'll notice, if you look around the space of cybersecurity, I'll talk about what the vendors are focused on as well, is very little R&D has gone in the last 20, 30 years with respect to cybersecurity. I've been in probably 10, 15 different shows this year focused on cybersecurity, and the themes have been very common, and partly because nobody is asking for newer tech. People are content with firewalls. People are content with VPNs. You know, old technologies is what they're living with. So that's the part I'm talking about next, which is what are the vendors talking about? So if you look at the vendor landscape today, people who say they are focused on cybersecurity, They say, we'll help you with attack surface management. So, I mean, you take this building, I mean, how many attack surfaces are there? Probably plenty, right? All the sensors connected to the internet, all the cameras connected to the internet, all the gateways connected, so many attack surfaces just in this room. Are they all protected? We don't know. But what is a company like Ritz probably asking the vendor, help me protect all this, right? Is what they're asking. I'll help you with vulnerability management. If something goes wrong, let me help you with fixing it, is how people are looking at cybersecurity today. And then the last one you see there is identity protection, like what I was offered. You know, my data is out there, but people offer me identity protection to protect whatever my data is out there. So just a few numbers, and some of these numbers are super mind-boggling. So if you take the technology investments that have happened in the last year or so, or set aside for 2023, it is $4.3 trillion. However, if you just take the numbers that have been set for cybersecurity, is $1 billion, right? I mean, it's $19 billion. You see the disparity in just the numbers when it comes to setting aside for cybersecurity. However, you take the other side of the coin, the cyber attacks, you know, the pain that we go through every day, it's $8 trillion. Just let that sink in. So yesterday we were talking about India becoming the third largest economy. Well, I have news for you. The cyber crime market is trying to be, it's actually the third biggest economy right now. That's how big it is right now, right? So almost $300,000 are being spent per second trying to pay for at least a ransom or trying to fix for a cybersecurity incident that has happened out there. So just before I came over to the stage, I mean, I saw something on LinkedIn. A company called Meridian Link was attacked by a company called Black Cat. And what Black Cat is claiming is that Meridian Link did not report to the SEC within 4 days of them being attacked. So the hacker is actually asking Meridian Link, whom they already attacked, to pay a fine. Just think about the state of it, right? I mean, that's the world we live in today, right? I mean, it's just getting worse by the day. So I don't have to explain this huge disparity. I mean, this line actually should have fallen. It should have been 90 degrees. So that's where we are with a world of investments in cybersecurity and the cost of pain that it causes us. So what's the net summary, right? I mean, much like the healthcare industry, and I see John T. back in the day, back out there. I mean, he would tell us saying wellness is important, cybersecurity wellness is important. But where are we spending all our money right now? In the cure business, right? Everyone is trying to spend money after the fact. So the cure industry of cybersecurity is way, way bigger than the prevention business of cybersecurity. So what are we going to do about it? That's the real question we want to ask ourselves, right? So if you thought this is going to be easy, guess what? The problem is going to be much, much bigger. Why? If you take the world of the internet today, I need 2 more minutes, sorry. My time's up already. So okay, cool. Thanks to the speakers who didn't show up. All right, so the puzzle is going to get bigger. Why? Because, I mean, much like in India, a lot of Asia and Africa are still not connected to the internet. So we're going to add about 1.5 billion more people connected to the internet. And add to that our teenagers and our children who want phones. I mean, that number is going to get bigger and bigger. And next comes the world of IoT, right? I mean, today you can get 3 sensors for $10 or $8 on Amazon. And it can measure humidity, it can measure temperature, and it's going to be quadrupling over the next 5-10 years. All of those guys are going to connect to the internet. Why is that important? Each of them become an attack surface. You know, if you've kept track of this market, I mean, Target, which is one of the biggest retailers in the US, was attacked through a sensor sitting in one of their warehouses. That sensor was measuring humidity. It was probably a $15 sensor, but it cost probably a $500 million hack. So you have a choice to make, right? You either choose the donut or you choose the apple, right? So you either work for the cure, or you try to prevent any attack in the first place, right? So that's the food for thought for you. So if you believe in prevention, if you chose the apple, @Sign can help. So who are we? Colin already spoke a little bit about it, so I'll give you a summary. So we are a networking 2.0 protocol. It's open source. It is like the pipes that needs to transfer data from point A to point B. We spoke about cryptography. It is double encrypted, and it can take from any point to any point fully encrypted, and without anybody snooping in. So you can imagine us like digital public infrastructure for everybody on the planet, right? Real infrastructure for everybody in the planet. And then how are everyone addressed? We call them by an @sign. Like Colin said, @Colin, my @sign is @Anthony. So I can talk from @Anthony to @Colin on the @protocol. It is decentralized, so you'll see shortly in a diagram that I'll explain. And scale is important. We read about the number of people coming on the internet and the IoT devices. So we've actually built this by design for more than 50 billion endpoints, right? So it is built for the future. It is super resilient. And you can actually build whatever you imagine on it. As much as it's a protocol, we have an SDK in several languages. You can pick it up, and if you can imagine a customer experience, you can build a healthcare app, you can build a retail app, you can build whatever you like using our technology. But it'll give you all the elements of security that I'll be talking about very soon. This is a simple illustration. Assume Jose has a water meter in his house, is a smart water meter in his house, and he wants to give access to the company that actually is manufactured that water meter so that it can measure the health of that water meter. But at the same time, the government of Bangalore wants to know how much water he is using. He can cryptographically send messages to all these different parties. He might have 10 different endpoints, but data points, but he can choose to send only 2 that are relevant to each of these parties. And if he doesn't trust somebody one day, he can actually stop sending them data as well. So this is a very simple way to imagine what we do. And what you see in the bubble in the cloud is the digital public infrastructure, the private infrastructure that we provide. And why this is super unique is because you see the keys at the end, edge. All our keys are cut at the edge. There's no centralized key management whatsoever. Even us as @Sign have no way to see what keys what are your encryption keys, if you will. So there's zero network attack surface on the edge point, whether it's your IoT device or you as a person. Nobody can attack you. So those are some of the principles. I mean, everybody says help manage attack surfaces. Our philosophy is, why have an attack surface? Everybody says, we'll give you full visibility. Our approach is slightly nuanced. We say, we'll give you full visibility, but whoever doesn't have to see it, it'll be totally invisible. And no centralized key management. And then speaking of sustainability, it's super important here because with this technology, you can say goodbye to VPNs, you can say goodbye to firewalls, and you can go look at the data center builds that are used by VPNs and firewalls. It'll save a ton of money for anyone looking to do that from a data center standpoint. So a quick illustration. So imagine if you're a city manager and you have this particular dashboard of managing the city, you can see basically everything you want to see. However, if you're a hacker trying to look at the same data points in the city, this is what you see using @Sign tech. Absolutely nothing. Assume you're a business owner. You're doing a logistics business, trying to keep track of, your vans and your buses running in San Francisco. You can see the routes, real-time data. What does a hacker see? This is what your hacker sees. Absolutely nothing, right? So you don't have to take our word for it. We've actually pen tested this with a very renowned pen testing org in the UK, ex-military folks who've done this. Basically, they said, we don't know what to pen test. It was their quote to us. And then they did 4 weeks of pen testing. They just could not find any way to penetrate. Same thing with automated and pen tests. So it's been through the whole rigor. So who's using us today? A whole array of use cases, right from governments to healthcare use cases to Industry 4.0 to the LoRaWAN community, which is a gateway, if you're not aware of it. And a few implementations. We've recently used it with NGOs in the Ukraine war, to send data back and forth inside the border, outside the border. A lot of cybersecurity device companies use us for remote access with zero attack surfaces. And then buildings, smart buildings, especially in Singapore and APAC, is a really good pull for us. So we work with a number of those hardware vendors. So our view is the total opposite of what you saw the market look at. Our view is prevention is better than cure, right? So you have a choice to make. So your choice is either be ready for a letter like this or start using our tech, you know? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. Choose who is the apple. Is that the next apple? Oh, we'll see. We'll see. With the @sign will be the next apple. Yeah, thank you very much for this insight, and thanks so much for the thread. I really appreciate that. I was checking while you were talking how many of my accounts were attacked in the last year. So, yeah, thank you, and thank you again. You're providing a solution as well, which makes sort of a bridge through the world. Now, I would like now to move on to a company called Terra Eagle. Well, Terra Eagle, if you know, take the icon, a Terra Eagle. You've got the eagle up there, and you've got the Terra down there. Have you ever seen an eagle jumping on the floor on the Terra? It looks, yeah, well, going down and going up again, but on the floor, I know he's not the one on the floor. He's the one who is really taking the big view of it. I know he's really, you know, eagles tend to grab stuff. And I won't tell anything about that one, what he was grabbing. But I know we get some very deep insight from Abhishek. So give him a hand. Terra Eagle, live on stage about cybersecurity and what you have to look for. Give him a hand.
It was a dark and a stormy night. Captain, Captain, there is a problem. What is it? There's an object ahead heading for collision. And the captain says, so what? Tell him to move. Well, I did so. And the radio goes, again, this is a US Navy ship. You are ahead of us for collision. Move your course to 15 degrees north. Over. The radio comes back. Negative. You move your course to 15 degrees south. This is crazy. Captain takes up the radio, says, this is Captain Hancock. Move your ship to 15 degrees north. Over. And the response comes back. Negative, Captain. You move. Captain is furious. What's happening? He's mad. How could he do that? We are US Army. We are supposed to be the greatest and the most defensive nation in the world, the most powerful nation on the world. How could he say that? He picks up the radio again. He says, this is Captain Hancock, commander of USS Montana, the second largest fleet in Atlantic Ocean. I'm commanding you right now to move your ship to 15 degrees south, or else we will take measures to safeguard our ship and you will be in imminent danger. There was a silence. And then the radio comes back. This is a lighthouse, mate. Your call. So the reason why I talked about the entire thing is that we as a business, when we start doing business, the only thing that we focus on is doing business, generating revenue, creating a difference in the world. And that's what we are as a businessman, we want to do. We want to make an impact. But while we are doing it, we are so stubborn about making an impact, we almost forget about all of the challenges that's out there from the cybersecurity world. And I'm very thankful to the AdSign guys here who covered most of the things about the cybersecurity challenges, so I don't have to talk about all of the things. And which is, in fact, you see what's happening today is that 60% of the small companies, they close within 6 months of being hacked. Now that's incredible, because if you think about it, you already have a very low percentage of survival chances in this cutting edge world of cutthroat competition. And on top of that, you've got all these attackers who are just attacking you day and night. And then we talk about the cybersecurity sustainability. I know the whole theme about this entire TIA summit is about sustainability. Well, of course, for me, sustainability is the minimizing the risk and the cost for today's business, at the same time making sure the practices are effective for tomorrow. So, is it only the small business? The question is, I mean, you could be a startup founder, you could be scaling, you just raise fund from the VFounder guys. Abhishek, you could be a non-profit leader making climate change actions, doing all sort of things, or you could be an enterprise CEO. You may be all of those. The attackers, they don't really care about your commitment to social cause. They don't care about where are you in your journey, whether you have enough runway with your funds or not. They really don't care. All they care about attacking. In fact, we have seen time and time again that attackers have been attacking even K-12 or schools, hospitals. Do they have emotions? Well, no. All they care about is economics. I mean, Anthony talked about it. It's all about money. They are the third largest economy now. So what are the things that you're facing today? You're facing two things. One is your internal threats. Another one is obviously your external threat. So what is an internal threat? The challenges are diverse for all of us, but there's only one common thread that is out there, which is your IP, your data. How are you protecting your IP and data? Now think back while you were sleeping. I'm just going to give you an example. China, they launched something, their self-landing satellite or self-landing rocket called iSpace, which is competing to Tesla. I'm pretty sure nobody knows about this in this. I mean, it's not even covered in the normal media or state media. In fact, with the help of their own SMIC, they were able to manufacture 7nm or 7 nanometer chip, which is now the US had imposed sanction on China, but then somehow they were able to manufacture that. Now think about it. Now if you think, oh, China is too far away, we care about in India, let me tell you the story about India. A few days back ago, 4 of the software engineers in Bangalore, they were arrested because they were working for a fintech firm. They copied the data of the fintech firm's customer and their IP and all of the things, and they set up their own company, and they already started selling it out to their company at a very subsidized cost. Now think about it. That's insider. That's not only a nation-state espionage, but at the same time, these are the examples of insider threat. Now, obviously, Anthony talked about the external threats that are out there. Ransomware attack that's happening, the Ames attack that happened just recently, the attacks on Sun Pharma, the attacks in all of the different places that's happening all across the world. The average cost of a data breach globally is $4.3 million. That's the average cost. But still, the thing is that we're always at the reactive stage. We want to always be reactive because we don't really care. We only buy guns once we are after the attack. So we obviously we want to be a proactive agent. We want to do what he said about prevention is better than cure, of course. But then all of that comes into threat intelligence, because if you are aware of who's going to attack and what kind of attack is going to happen, you of course are going to safeguard yourself. Which is the reason at Terra Eagle, we have today the largest repository of a threat intelligence platform today. So we do 5 billion of threat artifacts, we track around 9 million of adversaries. We take feeds from both closed and open source, around 171 different sources. Not only this is your threat intelligence feed from cybersecurity, but you also do SOCMED, which is social media intelligence. We do all kind of things combined together for 80,000 different sources from dark web to everywhere else. But then what are we using this for? Of course, we are going to use this for more of a reactive approach. Instead of being a reactive approach, we're going to do more of a proactive approach. And of course, when you do all of this thing, then you start questioning, is that, oh, this is not for me, because obviously this is going to cost a lot of money, which is why our company's motto is that cybersecurity should not be a privilege, but it should be a right for everyone, whether it's a startup or whether it's an enterprise. So we introduced this model, and this is the world's first model that's as we go. We don't know of any other company that's a security that pays you back. And that's what it is. So you only pay, imagine you hire a personal trainer, and you only pay the personal trainer only when you lose weight. Now think about it, that's amazing, because you don't have to pay all of things. And this is very diverse, because we have seen this happening. So the greater your security maturity is, the lower your cost is. So you evolve with us. But then the problem is, Aditya, that's all okay, but what about the cybersecurity talent shortage? I mean, you have almost companies who have unfulfilled positions for cybersecurity. You have understaffed teams out there. You have companies who are unable to retain the employees. I mean, there's an acute talent shortage. Well, how are we going to deal about that? And that's where we have introduced a platform within our platform, which is called as a bug bounty hunting and a reward system. So essentially, our guys are going to continuously go and test and attack and find weakness within your system, and then they will try to figure that out. And as you do, and these are not the freelancers, that don't mistake this with the bug bounty things where freelancer. This is your own people, guys who are, they will be assigned the job to do and find vulnerabilities, and if they do, they will be rewarded with money. So not only you're getting paid for your salary, but on top of that every time, so you have an additional motivation to solve that crisis. So all is good, and this is what I was talking. I was sitting in New York and with one of my friends having a coffee, and he was a financial advisor, and he said, okay, this sounds all good, guys, but can you tell me how secure I am? Or can you tell me that, am I better off with what I was last year? How can I even measure like how safe I am? Is there a way you can actually measure how safe somebody is? And for that, what we created is we created a security scorecard where we'll, with a very simplified knowledge, with even if you don't have any knowledge about cybersecurity, you'll be able to tell yourself whether you're secure or not secure. We're not talking about any jargons. In fact, today in this slide also, or the entire deck, I'd never talked about any jargon. We're going to make it very, very simple. And that's what we do. And we always say that, as Peter Drucker said, if you can't measure it, you cannot change it. And with that, Terra Eagle is a company that we do, let's elevate cybersecurity together. Let's bring together everybody. And it is our mission to empower this country with the cybersecurity challenges that has been out there so that we can solve this together. Thank you, everyone.
In my next life, I want to be a lighthouse. Or maybe protected by Terra Eagle. So I probably prefer to be, in this life, protected by Terra Eagle, next life, being a lighthouse, maybe this way around. And interesting enough, turning around the business model. I really love that about Aditya. Is about thinking of how combining a solution with a new solution on a business model, and that probably keeps a lot of traction on that. So Aditya, thank you very much for that introduction and this broad scope we got now here. Now, moving from this broad scope of what we are endeavoring now with cybersecurity and all these deep tech things, this panel has quoted as well about resilience. And just before lunch, you were mentioning, well, we are talking all about these techs and, all this data and zeros and ones and quantum waves up and down. What about the human being? And for that one, I'm very honored to call on stage Father Santanam. Father Santanam from Don Bosco. Where is he? Should be in the room. Here he comes. Great. So I would love to call him on the stage because he gives a new perspective how to build a resilient society, to take care about the ones who are most needed, and how to apply innovation in this field. And I was with him at Delhi, and I was very privileged to go there. I was invited actually there, and we went to a children's home there. And there was all these children, the street kids, and we were looking in their faces. And in their faces, there was hope, because they were brought away from the street. So this is about resilient society. Santanam, please take the stage. Give him a hand.
Thanks, Jan, for this introduction. We've been these 2 days talking about a lot of technology, digitalization, now cyber security and all that. Maybe, as he rightly said, we need to also pitch in correctly from technology for what? I think we need to ask this question, what is the end result of all this technology, digitalization, and all that we do? If we leave out the centrality of human being, which is so complex in nature. We could speak about technology, digitalization, but to understand human beings needs a different perspective. I think it would be right and proper at this juncture, maybe take you through for a few minutes, how technology or digitalization, whatever we're talking about these 2 days, could enhance the life of a human being, and how it can be done. When we speak about human beings, we need to also speak about community or society at large. A question was coming to my mind. We were speaking about technology, and I was asking myself, what is the percentage of this larger community that are connected to this technology or digitalization, given the world population? What would be the percentage of community that are connected to this? I think this is an important question that we need to raise. And how are these connected to community and society at large? And therefore here, I'd like to present the impact of Don Bosco Network in building this gap, connecting to community, as rightly Jan said, part of building resilience of the community. And if we bypass, we cannot truly speak about sustainability, if we bypass this aspect. And it is said, as part of resilience, perspective that community at large is not a liability, but a platform of investment for a long-term impact. I think this perspective is very crucial. And it is, I believe, with this perspective, as a non-profit organization, Don Bosco has been striving. And I'd like to take you through a few slides on how we were able to connect what you've been talking about, digitalization technology, to community. These are all some examples, and at the end we will see how we can.
Agricultural drone introduced by Father George Quadras, set to revolutionize agriculture in Goa. The drone will save the farmer time, money and fertilizer. The farmer will have the choice to spray either chemical or organic fertilizer. In the next Kharif season, Father George Quadras is looking to plant 2 lakh square meters of paddy in one day at Shishini, the place where the drone was launched as part of the demonstration.
Fine, this is one of the effort in Goa that we have done to taking a technology, a drone involved in cultivation, including planting and all that. So fertilizer is a choice. I mean, the farmer has a choice to use the fertilizer of a natural. The farmers were chosen and they were given a pilot training and a license and advanced farming techniques. You know, it has proved that farming has improved. Farming has improved. They have the statistics and the farmers have a choice. We are giving the choice to the farmers. And in our Indian context, I think it has a direct implication, consequence, sustainable. And it is cost effective and eco-friendly. And this, we can also Google it and see www.goapaddy, right? goapaddy.com. We will have empty number of messages on this, which has been revolutionizing agriculture in that part. Maybe I'd like to share next our effort or thing is transforming education and technical centers to green centers. Now it has been a very big challenge, and one of them who spearheaded for the Noel is here, who made sure that as a commitment to environment, these centers of education and technical institutes are solar powered, and they have been committed to installation of this, and you know the details are there. And we are happy that it has contributed to the reduction of CO2 emissions. No? And not only that, as a byproduct, it has also brought down the electricity bills, in a developmental sector, those are involved, from 12,000 to 0, which is a very big gain for the non-profits. Of course, in rural areas, there are power supply problems, and it has ensured uninterrupted power supply. And it has been cost effective. Next, I'd like to take you through and the agriculture. There is a farmer producer organizations who have been formed in Assam. Farmers have been brought together, and existing practices of farming has to be taught them, and 404 as a test pilot thing. 424 tribal members and their families in Assam were trained on this as a farmer producers association, and they were able to bring about better revenue. We are all speaking about businesses, but business of farmers, it's a quite big jump. You see the figures there. 66 lakhs 25,000, which is a very big jump for a small farmer association, which itself is attests to this fact, that it is possible. And the turnover of another center, 81 lakhs. 81 lakhs for business is nothing, but for a farmers or for a rural area, for a group of farmers coming together, it's a huge jump, and it has been proved success. Another one we like to share, our thing is that accompanying our women, building up their entrepreneurship skills through livelihood programs. Post-COVID, it was a big challenge. And we were able to, with the help of a corporate, HSBC, we were able to, enter into the lives of these women, rural women, livestock training and all that. Now, those families are self-sustained. Even now, we can give you the data, and these families who have undergone this livelihood training are sustained by themselves. Another one that we like to share is that massive level of tree plantation. In 1 year, as a Don Bosco network, across in 15 states, we have planted 1 million trees. 1 million trees, which is a big, enormous attempt, and we have succeeded. And it is it's not that volunteers of NGOs did, no. It is engaging the community there, including children, youth, women and men groups, and the community leaders in this process of. Therefore, it is not just a planting of trees, but building up communities for a longer impact. We have been speaking about e-mobility. We said we'll try it out, and one of our partners have been trying it out in Kerala. 22 women, in our cultural training, women becoming drivers. It's becoming slowly normal. Of course, I coming from Delhi, I also can vouch for it. But it was a very big challenge, very big challenge, especially fishermen community, to bring women to make them auto drivers. And it was a very big challenge, and it was accomplished. We have trained 22. It just give you an example of that. Breaking the gender stereotypes to take up these profession as auto drivers was not a very easy task. We are speaking about e-mobility. That's easy to, but when it have to connect to society at large, community at large, we need to face all that onslaught of challenges. Now easily they earn about 15,000 to 20,000 per month, which is a big jump, which they have not earning. It was not a reality. And we have also enabled women to own their own autos. Now it's that those families are sustained for a longer term. During COVID, disaster response was part of a resilience building. We accommodate people, and I can happily state that during COVID, those 2 years, Don Bosco Network has reached out to 6.5 million lives and across India in different states. And these are footprints wherein Don Bosco has been accompanying people in disaster situations at various stages. These are the few examples that I have stated. That is not end of all. Okay, these are all just for time's sake. I just given a few examples. But we as Don Bosco, as a non-profit, has been we are working at these 5 domains. In these 5 domains, aligning with sustainable developmental goals. And by and large, we work with education for all. We have about 250 plus schools, rural areas and cities across, about 110 technical institutes, both formal and non-formal, and then with 61 domains of skill training. And also we focus much on education for the marginalized, underprivileged by supplementary education centers. The skills for a sustainable livelihood, we by and large work with youth and women in this area, but it is also a great challenge in this. Though there is a lot of opening in this area, and we, to great extent, we have succeeded, but it continues to be a great challenge that we need to take on. And sustainable environment is another domain we have been focusing on, and we are coming out with various efforts and interventions. Women and empowerment of women and communities, yet another domain that we have in. Of late, we have concluded a program in which in 7 states of India, we have built the capacity of 720 NGOs in helping people to avail their own welfare schemes from the government, which are sustainable, then giving them some. And respond to human emergencies is another. So as a network, what is our strength? We say we are 350 plus NGOs across India, and we are present in 132 countries and 28 states of India. We have a strong connect with the community. That is one of the very, very strength of our thing. Very, very big connect with the community. Our annual reach is 1.7 million lives as a network across. We organize ourselves into different regions, including Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Nepal. We have 12 regions in which we get organized. Well, here we are open to partnership for technology and digital-led interventions in community, in these domains of education, skilling for livelihood, empowerment of women and communities, environment, disaster response. So, let's connect, collaborate, converge towards a sustainable future. Thanks.
Thank you, Father. It's good to see that all this high tech is coming down to low tech and connected to the community. because that's what we have to keep in mind. It's about the people and to provide services to the people who are much needed. So I was in a project about flooding, and what was happening in Australia, they were building the cheapest buildings for the lower income families again. So what's that? They're going to be harassed again. They will be destroyed again. So we really have to rethink how we're doing these things. So thank you very much, Father Santhanam, taking all this technology to the next level and to spread it worldwide. So we're moving on, and I know it's sort of been a lot of food for thought coming in, a lot of messages, a lot of slides, a lot of information, and we continue on that. Yes, we continue on that because we all know what the traffic situations will be. So what I would like to ask you is, get your concentration one more again. Maybe in between you might grab a coffee and come back in again. Because now we're going to move into the health space. And I would like to share now a little personal story. It's about Siemens. My second training as a trainer, like vocational training stuff I did with companies, was with a company called Siemens. And the company I was invited at that time, I think they were not called Healthineers at that time. It was sort of medical, whatever. But it was MRT training. MRT, you know the MRTs? That's quite a complicated stuff. So they had trainers coming in and training the assistants, the doctors, how to work an MRT. And I was supposed to train them how to use these MRT devices because I'm an outsider. So they thought that's a good idea, get an outsider in, try to train the trainers because I will ask all these stupid questions. So I did. And we had a great time with Siemens Healthineers at that time, and we developed a totally new training program coming from a non-user side, because that's what you have to have in mind, especially when you're an engineer. For you, it's very clear how it works, but probably not for the people who are really using it. So that was a beautiful story with Siemens Healthineers, and I would love to call Dilip now live on stage here, the representative and CEO of Healthineers India, and please share your story. Dilip, give Dilip a hand.
Good afternoon. And I think it's tea time for most of the people, but I think also it's a great time to talk about healthcare, especially after some fascinating talk on cyber security and some talk on education, some talk on philanthropy. I think healthcare is going to really play a huge role. I want to start a bit about giving you an introduction of what Siemens Healthineers is all about. In India, we pioneer breakthroughs for everyone, everywhere, sustainably. I mean, this is a company's purpose, and we are trying to do a lot of things. We put everyone everywhere because I think what we want to really make sure we are addressing is 50% of the world is still not having access to healthcare, and we want to reach there. We want to make sure the technologies that are being developed are reaching patients, investors, employees, technologists, clinicians, radiologists, and everyone. I think that's why we wanted to call it as pioneering breakthroughs in healthcare for everyone, everywhere, sustainably. And in India, we are also, I think, one of the things that many people may not know, Siemens Healthineers has 18 hospitals which are run by Siemens Healthineers. These are cancer specialty hospitals which are run across the country from Jammu till Sri Lanka. We have one hospital in Sri Lanka. And these are there are a couple of super specialty hospitals. These are owned by Siemens. Along with the technology, we also have a touch with the customers. And we have very good specialty on cancer treatment. And these 18 hospitals, all these 18 hospitals have cancer specialty treatment. I think this is a chart that actually is startling to know the non-communicable diseases that are there today. They actually contribute to so much of death. And the first one, in fact, last 3 or 4 months, in 3 or 4 months, my friend Hubert also knows this, in our layout, we had 2 people who passed away without even giving any chance to anyone around them to give a opportunity to save them. Just about a week back, we lost a very young man who just passed away while he was working in the night. No one could know it. People could know only after a couple of hours of his death. And these are the things that actually make Siemens Healthineers think about it. What is it that we can do? How technology can change it? It is not that these things happen suddenly. We only notice it after the event. But there are a lot of indications that happen that are not known to many people. And many times, I think people who are not near the availability of the support system or the clinical support system, they end up not really being able to get the help. And this actually brings in a question: where we live should not decide if we live. I mean, this is a very powerful statement. I think this is something that I always think about it. Where we live should not decide if we live. And that's where Siemens Healthineers actually started thinking about how do we bring technology to remote parts of the world. And that can change the entire healthcare industry, healthcare ecosystem. Globally, over 3 billion people still do not have access. There are many, many remote parts of country, India itself, where still, the diagnostic or imaging or good care facility has not reached. And we are trying to really put a framework across the company to really build. It's not going to be possible just through technology, but also through partnerships. PPP, how do you create, sustainability we are talking about as a way of not just creating products in a sustainable way, eco-design products and all that kind of thing, zero carbon footprint, but we are also talking about healthcare in terms of sustainability of human lives. And how do you do that? And you can do it only through a lot of partnerships. And we are looking at partnership building in the country through a lot of PPP. Making screening mechanisms that can really help, working with government. These are different ways to create impact in the region, impact in the access to care markets. Those are becoming our big challenges. And the other challenge, if you look at it, the waste that happens today in the healthcare industry, this is something of, probably many people do not know. Earlier, we talked about cybersecurity creating a challenge of trillions of dollars of challenges, of losses. In healthcare itself, if you look at it, in US alone, there is an estimate that nearly $2 trillion of wastage is done just because of wrong diagnosis or a wrong treatment or, totally impact created due to that. And these could be of different kind of challenges, clinical inefficiencies, wrong diagnostics, overuse of medicine, and many more. And all this causes a huge amount of loss to the entire world. And we are trying to look at how do we really build a way to improve that. Look at the challenges from population. It's going to grow from present 8.6 to nearly 9.9 billion in a few years' time. But the even bigger challenge is the skill level that is required to really manage the healthcare for all this population. The gap is going to be over 18 million personnel that are going to be missing over time. But the good news is the computational capability is increasing exponentially. Earlier, we had someone talking about different kind of computing mechanism, including the new technologies that are going to improve our ability to create multiple algorithms can be managed in a fastest way. Quantum computing is going to play a huge role. And internet. Today, India is a great example of internet availability. In fact, my son-in-law who came in here last week from Germany, he was absolutely astonished that he was traveling from here to Tirupati and he was watching cricket match seamlessly, not even missing a beat anywhere. And this is possible only in India. He said in Germany it is not possible. And this is also going to change, and that's going to provide us a huge ammunition. And software and generative AI is going to be the future change. And generative AI, as all of you know, and last week has been a big news of Sam Altman and what's happening with the company, what's happening. But what is definitely known is the insights and the technologies that are coming through this new way of managing the data into knowledge is going to create an impact on healthcare. We are already in the process of looking at what can be done, how can it be creating a bigger impact on population. This is where, this chart talks about, you don't have to read through it, but it basically tells you about how much of data is being created on healthcare. Yesterday, Abhishek showed me a ring that he was wearing, a new technology developed by one of the startups here, which actually creates so much of data about his health. And these data that is created, the genomics and many more things, including the healthcare data that is coming and many other technologies, can really help us actually get to a vertical data of human being. And in Siemens Healthineers, we are looking at three things that are going to change. One is preventive healthcare. Somebody talked about wellness management rather than disease management, and that's the future. To manage wellness, you need to really know what is likely to happen to you, and that's where we talk about digital twinning. Patient twinning is what we think is going to be the future, and we are looking at building patient twin or a human twin that will help us know what is likely to happen to humans using all the data that I showed previously. And this is not a solution that will happen tomorrow, but absolutely very near future. And quantum computing is going to help in a big way. That will lead us to precision health, where you can proactively manage your health and wellness. And that is going to eliminate so much of waste that is happening today in the industry. And this is an example of a digital twin, just for you to know, presently we have done digital twins on 2 organs, heart and liver. And today, on a heart, on a digital twin, you can make some treatment planning and see what is likely to happen to that particular human being. And based on that, you can actually do it on an actual human being. So you will eliminate all the risks, and you will try all the risks on a twin, and you do it on a real patient. And these are going to revolutionize the sensing, all those gadgets we are talking about, robotics, which are going to help in bringing a lot of automation and artificial intelligence, the Gen AI, LLMs. These are going to really impact healthcare in a big way. While healthcare will be a little slower to adapt because of what we deal with is human health. We don't really take a jump just without thinking twice. And at the end, I will say, today we are all talking about automation, bringing in products and solutions that are making it possible to do it in an easy way. But the future is all about digital twins. Digital twin, which is going to lead to proactive management of health and bringing wellness to the focus. And that to us is going to be the sustainable healthcare in the future. With that, thank you.
Thank you, Dilip. That was impressive, and seeing the heart. That really makes my heart. Because my mom, she was taking, I think, at least 12 tablets a day. And at the end, no one knew what the interaction of all these 12 tablets were, because they didn't have any clue how they interact with each other. So thank you very much for working on that problem, because we have to solve that. We have to get a clear picture of what we really do as healthcare at the moment and what could be the healthcare of the future. And I love the story you were saying is we should be able to live wherever we live. Thank you very much for that one, Dilip. Thanks. Now, we had a very long cliffhanger. This cliffhanger was with Göran. I think he was on stage at least 4 times. And you were always wondering, what is this Göran doing? Well, we're going to learn about that now. So give, please, Göran a hand.
Well, hello everybody. What I'm doing, I'm taking Jonty everywhere. That's my job. But I'm here to talk to you about well-being and health. And we talked a lot about getting data and trying to figure out how we feel by rings and a lot of technical stuff. But it all comes down to us as individuals and how we actually act. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that. A little bit of background. I mean, we started Performic in Sweden, which is a staffing and recruiting company. And we've been quite successful. We've been working for 14 years, and after about 10 years, we started to feel that, okay, we provide really good staff and recruiting for our customers, but what could we do for the customer, for the people that already work there? And we are tightly connected to sports and training and physical ability. And so we thought that health is actually extremely important. And we can see that if you do that right, if people are healthy, they have more energy, they have a better, and their brain is working better because they have a good oxygen uptake. Things like that will improve the performance, and it will take down the sick leave and all the problems. We've been into coaching or people in our network for, as I said, a long time. But giving everybody a personal coach is very good, but it's very expensive, it's very hard to do, and it's not scalable. So what we did is at 2020, we started Performic Life, which is a digital health platform. So it's scalable, it builds on all these 30 years of experience, and it's affordable. So we try to keep the price down so we can reach everybody. We have today about 30,000 users in our system. Doesn't sound much when I'm in India, but you have to remember Sweden is smaller in population than Bangalore. So it's quite a good number. So what we can see is that what we do is prehab, not rehab. We want to avoid people to need all the really good stuff from Siemens. And by the way, I used to work for Siemens, so that feels good to be here. Then in 2023, this year, we established Life by Jonty. And this is an interesting story, because when we built our platform, it was built to be tailored. It could be tailored for a big company, or it could be tailored for another country. And when I met Jonty, he was coaching the Swedish cricket team. And I didn't know anything about cricket, but Jonty did work in this area. The fit between what he was doing here in India and in his after cricket career was perfect for what we're doing. So we are using the Swedish platform with Jonty as an inspiration partner to actually reach out to everybody here in India. So it's a little bit different to be in Sweden than in India. It's a lot of different challenges. It's different, cuisine. It's the nature is different, and we have a different attitude to nature in Sweden. So when I first came here, I went to Juhu Beach, beautiful. I walked out there in the morning. It's like being on holiday in Caribbean or something. And then I went to work, and then I came back. It looked like this. Same place, a little bit different. It's not like what it looks like in Sweden. I was like, everybody's dressed, nobody's swimming. It was very different to me. But with that said, it's not just, we cannot just take the Swedish thing and move it into India. We have to think different. So some reflections about the Swedish history with Performic Life is that we can see with the companies working with health that productivity go up, sometimes over 30%. So it is very good for the corporation to keep people healthy. We have a health index, and it goes up when you are working with health. You can see in the numbers here on the chart that after only 30 days, all the different parts of health has been progressing and is better than before. I also want to note, we talked about bottom-down, top-up here before. I think that it has to be a top-down approach. It has to be you leaders who tell people that you have to do this, you need to do this, and engage people and inspire people. It's not going to happen if it doesn't come from management to do this. So one thing, I think we all agree, that it's very important with health, and we all know that. But when you talk about health, it's very easy to end up thinking fitness. It's not fitness, it's part of it. Fitness is one, but it's an aggregate of all the parts that is health and well-being. I mean, cope with stress and how you eat, what you eat, and how you sleep. All those things need to work to have a healthy life. When we talk about this, everybody, as we said, they know, you know what you do good, what you do bad, but you don't really change it. So we are into the business of changing habits, which is super hard. It takes a long time if you want it to be sustainable. I mean, most people have probably tried a diet or something for a few days, weeks, months, but you can't do it over time. So you need to find the changes that you can make in small steps. Actually, over lunch, we talked about an easy example. If you drink coffee with a lot of sugar, and then you take a little less sugar, and then you take a little less sugar, and after a while, you don't take any sugar at all. And then you don't want to go back to the sugar one. You don't like it. So it's the same with all the habits. If it's running, start walking. Don't go for a marathon the first day. We are addressing all these parts of health, and I don't have time to go into all of them, and they're kind of, you all understand that if you don't sleep well and if you don't handle stress well, you feel bad. I want to mention that one we call brain power, because if you understand the brain and how it works and what it does, it's very easy to make these small changes, because somebody said who works in this brain business that you don't have the same brain when you wake up as you had when you went to bed, because you have new brain cells. And we can actually help the brain to be more healthy. We also want it to be measurable. We talked about that before. If you can't measure it, it's hard to follow it, and you don't really know what to work with. So we have a self-assessment health check on our platform. And it's not perfect, but it gives you a good idea. And what it does is it gives you an index so you can follow it. And the company gets an aggregated index so you can follow the general change. But it also, on our platform, gives you guidance to what you should work with. So if I have a bad rating on my sleep, I get courses and sessions that help me to sleep. So I think one thing that we do different from all the other things we've seen here is that we actually try to help you to change what is your problem. Not only say you have a problem with sleep, we want to help you to sleep better. So the content is very, very important for us. I think to kind of summarize what I'm saying, it's not rocket science, but it has to be inspiring, otherwise it won't happen. It has to be fun. If it's not fun, it won't happen. I said to somebody that I used to play tennis, not for exercise, because it was fun, but it's also exercise. So you need to find that is for you. And it has to be easy. If it's hard, if it's difficult, you won't do it. So it has to be all this, and then I've been adding measurable, because you want to follow. Maybe you compete with yourself to do this. So with Life by Jonty, you get an all-inclusive web portal with a lot of content. We have built-in challenges, so we can have a theme for a month or a week or a year, where we add content. We can measure it, we can compete if we want to. Everybody don't like to compete, but you can have groups competing against each other. to make it fun for everybody. So fun, inspiring, competing, yeah, that's what we do. For bigger corporations, we can also tailor it with the company logo. It can be your own health portal. It could be Siemens health portal for all the employees with exclusive content for only people from that company. And not the least, the inspiration and support from Jonty and other people is what's needed to kick off and to make people actually do this. And at the stage we're in right now, it's taken the Swedish site and kind of moving it into an India site, time's up. But what we're doing is we're looking for a few companies to sign up as pilots right now to help build this. It could be the exclusive content or it could be a wider prospect. So we're here, contact us, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now make it easy, huh?
Yeah.
Make it easy. That's the step. Is it on? Yeah. So make it easy, make it as accessible, and make it, doable. And making it doable, the most important thing is having joy and fun with it. And I always, when I was young, I was trained, sport must be hard, it must be hurting you. This is a different approach. It can be easy, scalable, and enjoyable. Thank you very much, Göran, for that insight. Well, now we're moving on, and we're going to talk about 60% of myself. Any idea? Well, human beings, males, consist of 60% of water. That's all. That's all what there is. So what we're going to do now is we're going to talk about water and water management and having clear water, clean water, which is not accessible to a lot of people around the world. So I'm coming from Europe, and especially Germany and Switzerland. We are so privileged there. We are so privileged that you just can turn off the tap and you get some water. And then you use a plastic bottle, you open it, and you drink out of a plastic bottle. Done. Why? Because of the microplastics inside. So all is, reverse. So better we should take care about 60% of ourselves to be healthy with it and get a healthy supply. So I would love to call now Jasmine on the stage about sustainable water. From the Hove University, please give her a hand.
Hi everyone. Thank you, Jan, for the words. You did half of my introduction part. So I'm here to present before you on our project, Project Farm in 2. Treatment of wastewater from pharmaceutical industries using triple AOP technology. The project is being funded by the German Federal Ministry for Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety and Consumer Protection under the funding program of Export Initiative for Environment Protection. Before moving on to the technical things, let me give you a quick background study. Effects of API on environment. API stands for active pharmaceutical ingredients. In simple words, it can be said as the most active biological component of a drug or a medicine, which has the ability to cure or prevent a particular disease. But it has some serious negative impacts also. Pharmaceutical effluents could be one of the entry point of this drug into the environment. Once these effluents are released into water bodies without a proper treatment, it's a serious issue. Humans and animals can be exposed to these kind of drugs without directly consuming it, and their continuous exposure may lead to unintended effects on humans, aquatic life, and also even to our whole ecosystem. Our project is mainly focusing India. So there might be a question like, why India? Because it is a pharmaceutical hub of the world. It stands third largest in terms of volume and 14th largest in terms of value in pharmaceutical production. There are over 3,000 pharmaceutical companies in India, which can be categorized like small, medium, large, or multinational. So just imagine the situation once the effluents from all these companies are released into water bodies without a proper treatment. It is an issue which has to be addressed. I think most of you might have heard about the pollution of the Musi River in the state of Telangana. It is due to this pharmaceutical effluents. So that's why we are here with the project Farm in 2. The main goal of this project is to export and to create a market for an innovative wastewater technology named as triple AOP. The technology has been developed by a German company named Up2E. This particular technology has the efficiency to treat the wastewater which comes out from pharmaceutical industries. Our target audience is not only the pharmaceutical companies, but also wastewater treatment plants, chemical industries, food processing units, and so on. Let me introduce to you our project partners. First is Up2E. It's the brain behind the technology. It's a German-based company. Second, Pagues. It is our Indian partner located at the Chennai Nugampakkam region. And then the Bavarian Indian Center will be handling the networking side of this project. And finally, INVA, the Research Institute of Hochschule for Sustainable Water Systems, will be creating an online learning and training platform for this technology. So moving on to the technical things, triple AOP. This technology can be defined as the next generation advanced oxidation process. So for the person who doesn't know what is an advanced oxidation process, it's a kind of chemical treatment which is done to the water to convert the contaminant stuffs in it into a non-toxic thing. So for that, it includes a lot of chemistry. I'm not going detail into it. With the help of hydroxyl radical, you can treat water and make it the contaminants into non-toxic ones. So in triple AOP, you are having a device named as a rotary through which a complete and efficient dissolution of ozone can be done into the medium. In our case, the medium is the pharmaceutical wastewater. Along with this, acoustic energy is also introduced into the system, creating an acoustically activated advanced oxidation process. So this particular technology has a lot of advantages compared to conventional AOPs. First of all, its dissolution time is very less. It needs less than 5 minutes to completely dissolve ozone into the medium. Also, due to its precise dosing technology, it needs a very less amount of ozone compared to advanced oxidation process. So if you can reduce the amount of ozone, you can reduce the cost up to like half. And also due to the immediate gas transfer, there is no possibility for scaling or clogging in case of triple AOP. I will just show you an image which shows the difference between conventional AOP and rotary technology. In conventional AOP, for the diffusion of ozone into the medium, you need a diffuser tank which is like around 5 meter height, for which you need a lot of energy, concrete, manpower and so on. But for triple AOP, it's just inline pipe diffusing. So in a way, you are reducing carbon footprint to a great extent. So from all this, triple AOP is highly sustainable compared to the other conventional advanced oxidation process. Let me show you a video which is created by the company Up2E, which describes about this technology.
Yeah, while they just get ready, you let me know when it's done. Is it? Oh, you have to do something? Okay. Just a quick announcement. So
Since
what we
we
do
can
is
only borrow water,
just ready. Okay.
possible shape and condition. This is why Up2E is all about water. Our key components are produced in-house. Engineering, design, manufacturing, as well as research and development are closely linked to assembly and production. Up2E's newest acoustically activated AOP technology, Triple AOP, is especially designed for the treatment of wastewater streams deriving from various different industries and sources. Due to its design as a modular building kit, our clients are assured to receive compact, flexible, and ready-to-operate turnkey modules. Retrofit integration or delivery as self-sustaining, skid-mounted or fully housed modules is not only easy, but also highly time-efficient. The main advantages are highly reliable and safe operation, low operating costs, excellent treatment results, and of course, quality made in Germany. The two key components, our Roturi and our HF Sonotrodes, are at the core of the treatment process. The Roturi is uniquely designed for an ideal transfer of ozone and other gases into liquids. The immediate dissolution of ozone, in line and at atmospheric pressure, reduces retention time, gas amounts, and as a result, lowers overall operating costs. The HF Sonotrodes are introducing acoustic energy. On a molecular level, enormous pressure swings and temperatures are created, normally only occurring on the surface of the Sun. These extreme conditions promote the generation of hydroxyl radicals. The sophisticated combination of these two components creates a chain reaction, a kind of turbocharged AOP process. Up2E's Triple AOP, amongst others, can be applied for micropollutants, COD and recalcitrant COD, spent caustic and sour water, completion of existing treatment plants as a detox stage, pre-treatment or final polishing stage. Your water in good hands. Call us. Up2E. We make technology.
So for the companies, like for the industries who are happy to collaborate with us, we will be conducting pilot projects on your site to show how efficient the system will be in the Indian local market. And also we will be conducting information events, webinars, and training courses for the clients. Also, INVA is creating a learning and training platform about this technology for the interested industries and for universities. For universities, we are creating this technology with a motive of knowledge, as a knowledge transfer platform for educating the next generation. And the platform will be created with the help of the LXT software. So that's all from my side. Thank you for your attention. If you want to know anything more, you can contact me after this. Thank you.
So I feel a bit safer for my 60%. And by the way, I think we've got someone who's running hospitals. I heard that in a talk. Did you as well? Yeah, that was Siemens Healthineers. I think there was the hospital, they were running hospital. And I think you should have these, maybe you have, but maybe you want to contact, see what happens. Thank you very much again, Jasmine, for this incredible insight of how to get clean pharmaceutical water, because it's a real problem around. Thank you very much. So we're moving on, and we heard about Sambrata, about Synergy was. Last time when we spoke, I remember, I just jumped for a second. I told you, I'm working for a big German OEM. So what do? We buy sometimes other products. And what we do with them, we take them apart. Why? Well, to learn, or maybe make it better. So maybe this could be an approach of thinking. Is that the topic you're going to talk about? Oh, she's nodding. Well, we'll see. This is the cliffhanger. Give her a hand.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here again at the TIS Summit. Thank you, Jose and the team. It gives me an honor to talk about a topic that is both passion and necessity in our lives, which is health and wellness. And I would like to talk about 4 key themes: the global health, the future of global health, the need for collaborative efforts, which is precisely why we are here and Jose is giving that platform for all of us, life-altering innovations. The global health is an interdisciplinary pursuit, and in the recent years we have witnessed this. There was a paradigm shift in how diseases affect the world. And now diseases that are once localized issues confined within borders of specific countries or regions have now transcended these boundaries, and they have no boundaries at all. Take for instance Ebola virus, right? For decades Ebola was largely perceived as a remote problem confined to a certain part of Africa. And however, recent outbreaks have starkly demonstrated that in an interconnected world, a health crisis in one region can quickly become a global emergency. Now, this reality was further underscored by the COVID-19 pandemic, which rapidly transformed from localized outbreak to a global catastrophe affecting every corner of the planet. This phenomenon is not only to viral outbreaks. We are now observing diseases typically associated with the southern hemisphere, like malaria, dengue, typhoid, moving on to the northern hemisphere, where they were previously rare or non-existent. And this alarming trend is a clear indication of how environment changes, global travel, trade are erasing the traditional geographical boundaries of diseases. And how do we cope with it? Now, such developments demand a unified response, and we must acknowledge that an outbreak anywhere is a threat everywhere. And it is important that we foster global collaboration, share resources, and exchange knowledge to combat threats effectively. This means strengthening health system in vulnerable regions, investigation in research and development, ensuring equitable access to healthcare and medical advancement in global, across the globe. And we have seen this model work in the case of COVID. The Oxford research collaborated with Indian pharmaceutical company, and they were able to provide vaccine to the whole world. And this intersection of communities, clinicians, research is more critical than ever, especially in the face of global geopolitical disruption. Now, the traditional model of drug discovery and development of new medicine is predicated on secrecy and the maximum use of intellectual properties. And today's situation requires bold new approaches to the organization of pharmaceutical research and development. In particularly, it calls for infusing drug discovery with the ethos of open science through adoption of less restrictive approach to the sharing of pharmaceutical tools and data and redefinition of the role that IP plays in the drug discovery process. Now, the primer driver to all the new technologies SDG goal for UN, including cleaner energy, cleaner water, biodiversity, global warming, carbon capture, hydrogen, fight against pollution, is aimed at one thing, which is better health, better aging. So the pharmaceutical industry has evolved in meteoric fashion in the last 2 decades, and having said this, we are going to see unprecedented changes in the next 2 decades. And as a think tank, we have listed out 10 future scenarios, and let me list them out. The first one being, the pharmaceutical industry is going to be global. Now, I was talking to a CEO of GSK a few years back, and she mentioned that she felt that the industry would be centered in Boston, Bangalore, and Shanghai. The industry is going to be more virtual, small, and nimble. We will see less of billion-dollar research centers like AstraZeneca and GSK. Industry will go where the skill goes. Now, the pharmaceutical industry was defined by skills in medicinal chemistry, pharmacology, toxicology, and in the future, the industry will be more rely on computational science, data science, material science, machine learning, artificial intelligence, and physics. The conventional industries will not own a new skill set to match major leaps in technology and science. With genome editing capabilities on a workbench, there will be a paradigm shift in the workflow dynamic, and the size of the R&D will be smaller but more efficient, revealing even larger workforces. Small molecules will be the next thing to the cell therapy. The focus of the industry will change from small molecules to cell therapy, vaccine, mRNA, and gene therapy. The treat paradigm will move to be more to preventive therapy using imaging technology, fluids, and digital technology. AI and machine learning will together create the first trillion-dollar medical company. The ability to model disease is based on big data. Now, the US FDA has already given a mandate saying no animal data are required for preclinical studies. We can use organoids, organs, or chips. And the last one being the need for platform technology. Platform technologies are essential because they allow to create a single formulation that can be used for various treatments. And at Synergia, we have innovated and patented a nanotechnology platform that enables us to incorporate any active pharmaceutical ingredient, and my previous speaker explained the active pharmaceutical ingredient, to deliver it directly to the brain via nasal spray. And to this platform, we can add plethora of drugs, coming under the class of antiemetic, antipsychotic, vaccine, analgesic, antipyretic, basically any lipophilic drug. As I would like to conclude, I would like to mention that as we face these challenges, let's remember the global health is not just a medical or scientific issue, it's a matter of social justice and human rights. The health of an individual in Africa, Asia, or South America directly impacts the health security of someone in Europe, North America, Australia. So we are all in this together, and only through collective action can we hope to safeguard the health and well-being of worldwide. Thank you.
So you were wondering why I was talking about these cars being taken apart, because last time she was telling this incredible story how to do re-engineering, like reverse engineering, to understand what's really in there. And it was a fascinating story, and she's coming up with new stories here, so I'm very pleased, and what a story. Thank you very much, Sambrata. Right, now we're going to move on to something, when you experience it, it's sort of, that's not something what you want to have all day, or not every week, or not every month. It's endoscopy. Did you ever do that? Well, the company is called OWI. So that's going to be interesting if OWI got something to do with what they do. So I would like to call Adraj, Dr. Adraj, on the stage to explain it, what they're up to, and what I saw on the page is it's making it much more better and comfortable. So give Adraj a hand.
Thank you, and we are V Medical. It's like French, yes. So I'm introducing V Medical, and I thank TIA and JOS for providing this opportunity. So our motto, transform endoscopy. So endoscopes are used to peek inside our body cavities, and within this century, they have transformed medical science. Approximately 250 million endoscopies are being performed every year across the globe. So there are 10 major types of scopes. For example, a colonoscope for a colon, a cystoscope for a bladder. So we are on a mission to develop a scope for abdominal cavity. So the problem being, presently, if you want to peek inside the abdomen, you have to perform a surgery in the form of a diagnostic laparoscopy or a diagnostic laparotomy, which means we have to admit the patient to the hospital, shift him to the operation theater, and perform a surgery, which is painful, inconvenient, and may cost up to 50,000 for the patients. So we have come up with world's first scope to peek inside the abdomen using local anesthesia. It's portable, single use, and it's cost effective. So we mark the area, we give a local anesthesia on the abdominal wall, a tab block, we confirm with ultrasound if required. This is the device. It has an optical port, it has a camera and a light source at the tip, and it has a screen to visualize inside. So we introduce this device under vision. So we go inside layer by layer without injuring any internal organs, and we put some atmospheric air to make some space inside, and then we go inside and have a look inside the abdomen. So these are the intestines, and this is the liver. So if required, we can introduce a biopsy forceps and take a biopsy as well inside the abdomen. And it has an irrigation system if required. We release all the gas from inside, and the patient is completely awake. This is performed under local anesthesia, so there is no need of any general anesthesia in this procedure. So this is an ambulatory procedure, which means patient can walk in, get this procedure done, and walk out on the same day. It is performed under local anesthesia, which is painless, convenient, and may cost only $3,000. So one of the prime examples of its applications is patients in ICU who are really sick, and we cannot transfer them to radiology or the operating room because transporting them is very risky. And in some of these patients, the radiology is not conclusive. So in these patients, we can perform the scopy in the ICU, in the bedside, and find out what's going on inside and come to a definitive diagnosis. So there is a study, bedside laparoscopy as a diagnostic tool in critically ill patients. So they bought in the laparoscope in the ICU, and they performed these scopies and to find out if this procedure really helps. And they found that there was a change in clinical management in up to 70% of the patients. And they could avoid 50% of the laparotomies which were not necessary. And this procedure also lowered the mortality rate by 20%. And they concluded that it has definite role in trauma, sepsis, early diagnosis and surgical planning, and avoid a non-conclusive laparotomy. So it has other multiple and compelling applications in cancer care to identify peritoneal secondaries, staging of abdominal cancers, in women's health to identify ectopic pregnancies or endometriosis, in emergency care like blunt trauma abdomen or military field hospitals where nothing is available. It has some interesting applications in perioperative care and some exciting future applications as well. So again, a study, peritoneoscopy for surgeons. Dr. Udwadia, he conducted 2,500 patients, peritoneoscopies over 10 years, and he concluded that it has great value in diagnosis of ascites, jaundice, malignancy, and tuberculosis. It helps in early diagnosis, planned surgery, and reduce morbidity. The opportunity being for a single organ like colon, approximately 60 million colonoscopies are performed every year across the globe. Abdomen has 10 major organs. We have multiple compelling applications. We intend to touch 1 million patients and sell each device at $1,000 and generate $1 billion revenue in next 5 years. The total market size for endoscopies globally is around $40 billion. The market size for single specialty scope like a colonoscope is around $4 billion. And the market size for single specialty scopes in US is around $500 million. And this market is growing at 8%. Looking at the competitive landscape, it's a novel device. There is no similar device available in the market. And we have a patent for this device. We have applied for a PCT application, and we have received our first examination report, which is really positive. So we have a market-ready device. We have completed a cadaveric study and some early human cases as well. We have completed all the testing required for our regulatory clearances. We have already applied for our breakthrough device designation application for the FDA. We intend to get a pre-market approval, a 510(k) approval from the FDA and get to market by Q3 of 2024. We are simultaneously getting approval for regulatory approvals in EU and Asia as well. So we have a go-to-market and exit strategy. There are approximately 20 large OEMs in the market like Olympus, Ambu, Strauss, Boston Scientific, etc. Most of them mid-cap companies. And we intend to leverage their global marketing and distribution network. And we are a good strategic fit for these companies. I'm Dr. Adarsham Patil. I am a surgeon, and I have 15 years experience with scopes, and I am inventor of this scope. And we have a team with background with engineering, and we have advisory board from clinical side as well. We intend to bring in a paradigm shift in endoscopy. I believe this scope will significantly reduce the cost in healthcare and work towards the sustainable healthcare. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, now I can pronounce it properly, I think. We. Yes. Yes, let's do that. Yes, we can. You can do it. Just to rethink the things we're doing normally and do it a different way. We saw a perfect example of that one. Now we're moving to the last speaker pair. They're coming from a company called Azuka. And Azuka is doing something, I think it's about supply chain and something about biochemistry. It's something about we probably learned through COVID. There's some need for rethinking the traditional supply chains in medical stuff. So give them a hand. I think Alex is going to start. Is it right? So give Alex a hand and then Fatima. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. I think a lot of people have problems understanding what we do because we are in the deep tech space. I'm here to explain that. Can we have? Yeah, so what we do is We take biohazards out of biotechnology. I'll tell you how we do it. Okay, so first small question. What do you think is the most expensive chemical metal in the world? Okay, so I've asked this question before. I think it's the last presentation. People are a bit sleepy here. So I'll go with it. It's not gold. It's not diamond. Some of them go with Bitcoin. You can't invest in it. I think it's too late. And then we have Birkin bags. This was given by one Chinese intern who joined us. I think people store their money in Birkin bags. That is still too late because Hermes owns it. So, the most expensive chemical in the world is cyber green. If you didn't know about it, this is the basic chemical that is used in all the PCR and RT-PCR tests worldwide. And for those of you who went through the pandemic, all of us did, understand that this is the basic ingredient. It is owned by one company in the world called Thermo Fisher Scientific. Okay, so they bought this company, and 1 ml of the dye sells to close to $1,900, more or less. It varies within every 2 weeks. So what we did was, and this chemical is biohazardous. This was invented around 20 years back. The patent is now expired, but still there is no alternative. So during COVID, what India had to do was we had to beg, borrow, and steal from every developed nation in the world. We did not have our own technology to do it. We had to depend on American companies. So we wanted to disrupt this long back. We actually started with having a safer alternative for it, which is a food grade safe alternative. So we came up, and this is used in all the devices. For those of you who are running hospitals, or I think Siemens Healthineers have already left. I'm sure if you are in cancer liquid biopsy or in any kind of neonatal disease, all you need is this chemical to get started with, because it's the only chemical that binds to DNA and RNA. Okay. And the problem with biohazards is that it is being quietly, what happened to all the COVID tests that were biohazardous? It is being quietly dumped into our landfills. Nobody talks about it. More than CO2 emissions, more than carbon footprints, more than the plastic straws. This is the biggest problem that we have in the world today. And how do we know about it? So there is CDP now, climate change action, or CDP data points has come up. So this is now penalizing all the publicly listed companies. So if you're a publicly listed company, now you have to first disclose it, and then you have to come up with a plan how you're going to remove these biohazards from your production line. And now all the companies such as Thermo Fisher, Cytiva, Danaher Corp, all of them have got a -D, which means in 5 years they're going to have a penalty up to $5 million if they continue to do this. And that's why we are important now. That's why our innovation is important now. After 46 years, we reported something called as DNA binding. So DNA binding components are very rare. There are hardly 5 to 6 components in the world that can bind to your DNA. A chemical that bind to DNA and visualize. DNA is closely to 2 nanometers. All the semiconductor chips that you're talking about is 4 nanometers, around 4 nanometers. So DNA has got more exciting stuff that is going on than all the semiconductors we talk about in the world. So that's what we did. We came up with EcoFloors that can not only bind to DNA, RNA, chromosomes, live cells, all the building blocks of biotechnology. We actually have a product that can bind to all the building blocks. We have individual products. This got patent, it's not patent pending, it's got patent grants in 4 countries, and we are in the process of licensing it. I'm not going to go into the details of the market. It's around $52 billion. And I'm going to talk about the last 2 acquisitions that were pegged around 600 million euros, and another one was close to $234 million. So we took around 10 years to build it. So it's not like software where you deploy some code and put it on AWS or in Azure and you have it running. It's not like an app. It takes a lot of time to build a deep tech startup because it has to be precise. We took around 10 years to build it. Luckily, my co-founder is from Indian Institute of Sciences. She's a scientist behind it. I'll introduce her later in the presentation. So it was her innovation. So we took around 10 years to build it, supported by Indian Institute of Sciences, Ramaya, MS Ramaya's MSR Evolute, and then IKP, which is an accelerator. So none of us understood what we did until COVID hit the market. Okay, so all of you may be talking about fashion statements because everything that you do now has to be Instagrammable or it has to be on Twitter. That's the basis of all the fluff that you see. But when all boils down to COVID and lockdown, that is where you understand what is important in life. Okay, and that's when people understood. When we spoke about PCR in 2018, nobody really cared about us. They asked, do you have an app that we can invest in? We didn't have one. So COVID made us important. COVID made us understand why we exist and what we can do for India and rest of the world. Because most of the time innovations happen in developed nations, and all the low and middle income countries have to borrow from the developed countries, which means that you're buying in dollars, you're buying in euros, and that's why you don't see a penetration. You don't see a market penetration because every innovation that is designed for in a developed nation is done with all the resources possible, right? So you need to have a cold chain, you need to have all the possible things in order to get it working. So what we did was we developed a molecular transport medium to store all the samples, which means that generally it is considered genomics is the future. I think we had a previous presenter talking about the future of RNA technology and cell therapies. What it basically means is that you're touching on the DNA of a person, so which means that genomics is the starting point. So during COVID, we understood that forget the DNA tests, we don't even make sample collection kits. None of the sample, can you believe that India does not make any sample collection kits? We are dependent on China on a daily basis for all the sample collection kits for the billions of Indians. So that's what IIC told us. We wanted to be a patent company which is making patented products. But what we had to do during COVID was we had to solve the problem of sample collection kits. And that's what we did. And today we have the broadest sample collection kits starting from saliva to cell to tissues. So if you're into genomics, if you're into biobanks, if you're into having a microbiome sample collection kits, what you see in 23andMe kind of sample collection kits. In India, we are trying to work with MapMyGenome, who is trying to do some kind of genomics in India in order to be a sample collection kit provider for them. So we didn't know that we were doing something significant. During COVID, we deployed around 1 million kits within a year's time. With a track record of 0 contaminations. Most of the time, if you see sample collections, there are contaminations. Thank you. So from 0, so we didn't know anything about manufacturing. We didn't know anything about genomics, okay, because there was a national crisis, and with IIC's help, we went into the market and deployed it, onboarding customers like Metropolis, Rivera Labs, which is part of Manipal Group of Hospitals, which is still our customer. And we got mentioned in a lot of reports that Azuka Labs is mentioned alongside Thermo Fisher, alongside BD Biosciences. It's great for a company of just 16 people to be mentioned alongside 25, a company like Thermo Fisher, which just has an M&A budget, merger and acquisition budget of $20 billion. Okay, so what have we done? Right now, we didn't know, we wanted to be a small IP company, but we have become APAC's only safe and sustainable genomic manufacturer. Okay, which means that our manufacturing unit is a chemical plant which does not have an effluent pipe at all. We don't have an effluent pipe at all. There is absolutely no smoke coming out of it, and it's completely no biohazards. There is no room for biohazards. So we are trying to build a safe and a sustainable manufacturer from India. So what are we? We have a vision set for the next 15 years. What we have done is just touched upon the basic building blocks of biology, but what we understood that all the most valuable chemicals, such as in vitro diagnostics, the one that you see in angiograms, the chemical that is used in angiograms, none of it is made in India. Most of the Siemens devices, all these devices use something called as fluorophores that can go in and bind to a specific cell or a specific DNA or RNA, and then you have to, it illuminates, and then that is when you actually see it. So these chemicals are not made in India, and we are planning to build it from India. And all of these chemicals are sold in drops. So I told you about CyberGreen. 1 ml of CyberGreen is close to $1 lakh, and it's sold in drops. So even so Indians cannot buy such expensive materials. So we sell by the drop. We sell 2 drops, and our entire product is only 1 ml. So it's all happening there. So that's our vision. So we've been featured in we've won a lot of awards over the years, primarily in deep tech space. I think they missed one award that I want to mention is NASSCOM award that we recently won. It lists Azuka in the League of 10. Okay, so 10 years back, building Infosys, building Wipro was the thing. Building a services company out of India because of cheap human labor, that was the thing to do. And 10 years back, in 2010 timeframes, if you look, Zoho, Freshworks, InMobi was the thing. Building enterprise SaaS companies, because we are we have millions of coders in India, that was the thing to do. And now development is marginalized with AI, right? So now building healthcare, building manufacturing is India's future, and that's why we got recognized by NASSCOM, and that's what we are here to do. So quick background about me. Although I'm talking a lot of biotech, I have absolutely no background in biotech. My background is from Zoho, where I got passionate about product management because I got to work along with the founders such as Mani Vembu, Kumar Vembu, Sridhar Vembu, and Girish Mathrubootham. Girish Mathrubootham was my last boss, and all of them are in software. But I got one thing about Sridhar Vembu is he kind of inspired people to build products from India, because most of the time we are considered to be a low-cost destination, and that's not how India is going to become the next big thing, or that's not how we are going to overtake China or the US, by building products that really create value. And you can find my entire story on my LinkedIn profile. And for a minute, I would also like to introduce my co-founder, Dr. Fatima. She is the scientist behind all these inventions I'm talking about, and she also happens to be my school friend from class 1 to 10. So we got to know each other for a lot. Yeah. And we are supported by most of ISC's, time's up. I'll just close with this. We got supported by ISC's top scientists who are in the field, and will be happy to collaborate. If any one of you is working in the genomic space, in biobanks, or you would like to target anything in molecular biology, so please do contact us. It's too late to invest in the gold rush. It's too late to invest in Freshworks. They already gone public. Sridhar Vembu won't take any investment because Zoho will never go public. It is time. If you are still looking to invest in gold, you missed it. If you want to invest in Azuka, please talk to us and contact us. Thank you.
Actually, thank you very much. Really, it's biochemistry is something very challenging to understand, and how it really works and where the real value is. And talking about a drop, wow! So drops are really interesting. Okay, now. I would love now to call all the speakers from the last 2 panels, the cybersecurity panels, the resilient panel, education, and the whole health people up on stage again. Please come up here, come together. So who's still around? Yes.
Yeah, whoever's there, just come quickly. We'll make a quick group picture. That's important.
Thank
so you might have seen
Sarah
that
Eagle is coming. Göran is coming.
Yeah, you might have seen that
is coming. Perfect. Just come up here.
Come quickly. We take a last. We optimized our agenda. We squeezed the coffee break out. We had moving coffee. And we want you to network with each of them and ask questions. They're all here. The rest of the guys had to rush. They said sorry and left. But having said that, do you all agree that the last few speakers had some very interesting propositions? So let's give a big round of applause to all of them. And guys, don't leave the stage. May I ask Mr. Toby Simon also to join? Please come, sir. Okay, I just want to recognize Toby Simon is here from Synergia Foundation. Please also connect with him. We saw the presentation of what they do in the ability to predict and to see what will come, because it's the prepared mind that always wins. So thank you for the great work you guys do, and it was nice to have them. So big round of applause to all of them. You have heard everything they said, and please connect. Because instead of doing a panel and questions, we let them split, and then coffee is still there, so you can meet each of them and ask them. Thank you very much for being here at TIS Summit, and see you all next year, probably in June. That's the indication we got, because this November time is really crazy to do stuff. Too many things in parallel, and many people are getting married or attending weddings. I heard a minister's wedding is happening somewhere in Karnataka, and all the other ministers are there. So, you know, that's a challenging time to compete with that. So probably in June or July, we'll have next year the India Advantage Summit. I would like to thank all our partners, collaborators, all the wonderful speakers, all the advisory board members. A big round of applause to everyone. Thank you. See you next year. And follow our social media links, and stay in touch on LinkedIn and so on. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
I just have to grab my microphone here because the one person who really made this all happen didn't get an applause. So here's Joe's, the network of network in person, the network and network in person. So please come here to the middle. Come here to the middle. Good friend. Give him a big, 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 big round. That's him.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, and see you in June. Thank you.